Oh, hello.
Creates a new
Playing this video
problem.
I was watching
That
last.
was exactly a precise cut and one weapon gone. Stunt coordinator Nick Gillard once described the prequel era fight design with a phrase that maps exactly onto how Suresu worked. He called it a game of chess played at 1,000 miles an hour, where every single move was checked. In chess, a checked position means every response the opponent makes creates a new problem. That was exactly what the form did in sustained combat. Every block forced the attacker into worse ground than before. No move improved the aggressor's position. The longer they pushed, the more they lost. By the time their paths crossed again, Count Dooku had noticed the change. In the same Labyrinth of Evil, the Fallen Jedi stops a combat drill with Grievous midway and delivers a lesson. A player who had memorized every classic opening and standard response could still lose to someone who knew nothing about traditional patterns. Being locked into set responses left a fighter open to the unexpected. Then, Dooku named the Jedi Grievous had to prepare for by name: Sin Drallig, Mace Windu, Yoda, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. That is the full distance the dismissed Jedi had traveled. The same novel reveals what Darth Sidious, the hidden Dark Lord behind the war, had arranged for the Invisible Hand engagement, the flagship of the Separatist fleet. Sidious ordered Dooku to eliminate Kenobi directly. The reason was specific: Kenobi's fall would push Anakin deeper into grief and dread. It would break the younger knight apart in ways nothing else could. Kenobi was the central piece of a plan built to turn Anakin to the corrupting path. The Dark Master had prepared a contingency for Anakin to defeat Dooku. He had a plan for both outcomes of that duel. However, no contingency existed for Kenobi simply surviving. Dooku arrived on the Invisible Hand with his own plan fully formed. It failed before he could register it. The novel describes the confrontation from inside the Count's head.
Okay,
His
yeah,
plan
like,
was to drive thrusts at Kenobi's legs
okay,
to
suck
force the
is
old
pretty
atonement
honorable.
overhead
I'll
flip,
remember that.
then strike through as the Jedi landed. The plan was so clearly mapped that he almost missed what was actually happening. Kenobi was not jumping. The older Jedi was not moving his feet at all. The man he had dismissed on Geonosis was gone. What stood across from him had no pattern left to read, and he had nothing prepared for that. The same book reflects on the earlier Geonosis fight from Dooku's view. Both Jedi had fought the Jedi way, releasing desire and letting the Force flow through them. Against the Count's command of the corrupting techniques, that approach had no answer. The gap between 31 seconds on Geonosis and complete failure on the Invisible Hand was not about speed, it was not about strength. It was about which direction the Force was flowing. And that was the gap no Dark Lord had been trained to close. Mustafar was where Ceresu met the one opponent it had never faced. Someone who had trained alongside it for years. Someone who knew every instinct it had built. The Legends novelization of Revenge of the Sith sets the terms clearly. Blade to blade, Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker were equal. After thousands of hours of training together, they knew each other better than brothers. The duel could not be decided by technique alone. Anakin knew Ceresu from the inside. He had drilled against it for years, absorbed its rhythms, and understood how the form shed force rather than resisted it. In pure analysis, he had the knowledge to break it. The form could be broken. However, it could only be broken by a fighter who could redirect his own intensity at the moment of maximum pressure, pull back when the drive to push was at its highest, and wait with real patience until the opening appeared. Anakin Skywalker, standing on Mustafar with grief and consuming emotion having taken over everything else, could not do any of those things. Applying his knowledge would have required him to act like someone he had already stopped being. The wrath closed off every path that led to patience. The map he carried in his head was a map of a place he could not enter. So the shell held. His momentum was not being stopped. It was being guided steadily towards the place where he would defeat himself. When the duel reached its highest point, and Anakin forced both sabers down in what should have been the finishing blow, the novel describes what happened without technical detail. Kenobi let go of everything at once. His hopes, his grief, and his failure with his former apprentice. The release created the opening, not a countermove, not the terrain, just complete surrender at the moment of maximum pressure, exactly what the form's deepest principle
Your
demanded.
adamantites are just up.
In the Legends account preserved in the life and legend of Obi-Wan Kenobi, the older master wrote it simply. In the end, Skywalker was more determined to defeat him than to defend himself, blinded by his own emotion when he fell. Kenobi had not beaten him, Anakin had beaten himself. The fighter using Ceresu was simply not where the strike could land, and the younger man's own force carried him the rest of the way. And it was the form no Sith master had built a counter for. Mace Windu had called Kenobi the master of Ceresu, not a master, the master, the one practitioner who had taken the form to its absolute limit and found nothing beyond it to reach for. Every other form in the Order had patched a gap in its practitioner, and every gap was a way in. What Windu had named as a diagnosis meant something larger for everyone who would face Kenobi. No personal angle to attack, no characteristic flaw to bait, and no distinguishing weakness to read. He had taken Qui-Gon's years of silent drilling. He had combined it with the Force-guided stillness first found over a reactor shaft on Naboo, and he had built something the galaxy had no category for. A form that could not be rushed, that could not be studied, that could not be broken. Because the man using it had already let go of everything an opponent could use against him. This is why the Dark Master had no contingency for him. It was not a tactical oversight, it was philosophical. The entire framework of the corrupting path ran on desire, the drive to direct the Force rather than be directed by it, the drive to shape outcomes towards a chosen end, the drive to win on purpose. Every plan the Hidden Ruler ever built was built inside that framework, and that framework had no way to account for a fighter who would remove desire from the equation entirely. A man who did not need to win, a man who would release winning as a thing to pursue. He cannot be baited. He cannot be worn down. He cannot be outmaneuvered through his own ambitions, because he no longer had any. The gap in the Dark Lord's plans was not a missing scenario, it was a missing category. The deadliest style in the galaxy belonged to the Jedi everyone had already dismissed, and the Dark Master who had planned for everything else had no answer for a man who had stopped wanting anything at all. But this isn't where his story ends. The man who became the Jedi Order's greatest survivor
Okay.
Togashi has finally revealed Benjamin's Guardian Spirit Beast ability. It is out of this world, insanely powerful, but somehow only the second craziest thing to happen in this chapter, which does pick up right where 416 left off. No time jumps back or forward this time, very exciting. And if you thought that the final page of 416 was brutal, mate, did Togashi save the real brutality for the opening of 417. Not only did Benjamin unload a ridiculous amount of lead into Saraidnik, which we see in the very opening panel, but Benjamin also stepped on the wound in his abdomen and crushed Saraidnik's head as the devastating finishing blow, which resulted in this panel where, and I do have to say this, it looks like Benjamin has finally come after decades and decades of blue balls. Now, I'm fully aware that I'm talking about this as if it's all real, which it's not, but I want to look at this from Benjamin's perspective before we dive into, what actually happened here. Because outside of what Salkov says, there are a few interesting visual clues about Saraidnik's plan. However, Benjamin makes his satisfied post-nut facial expression because I think that from his perspective, this is Benjamin claiming victory for the Kakin Empire. As we'll discuss with the revelation of his Guardian Spirit Beast ability, Benjamin is not fighting in this contest for his own sake. He is doing it for the prosperity of the great tree of Kakin for the Empire as a whole. And despite not being a Nen user prior to the contest, the rot of Saraidnik was the greatest threat to the Tree of Kakin. And Benjamin, he actually has quite a lot of respect and appreciation for most of his other siblings. However, in his eyes, those other siblings are simply not fit to be king and preserve the integrity of Kakin. However, the way he treats every other sibling is distinctly different from Saraidnik. The fourth prince is the only person who has no redeeming or respectable qualities, and his very existence was the greatest threat to the Empire. As long as this man remained a legal contestant and had the potential to become king, Kakin was under tremendous threat. And that's why we get a sigh of relief here. Not only is Benjamin taking personal satisfaction in killing his brother, but Kakin is officially safe. Hooray! Even at this point, if Benjamin doesn't win the contest himself, at least Kakin will be left with a king with some respect and integrity, you know? And whilst Benjamin does say the real fight starts from here, everything else from here on out is a victory lap for him. He is more than confident that he's going to win. He's doing all the prince math in his mind, brain at the end of the chapter, and from Benjamin's perspective, the contest is already decided. It is just a matter of actioning those inevitable steps. However, almost every other prince has the defender's advantage in this scenario. Benjamin, as stated in a previous chapter, he has had to activate his trump card early, very early, muy temprano. And if the contest had progressed more smoothly without the interference from First Queen,
how does this keep happening?
Martial law was initiated maybe a few weeks from now, then I think that this would be game, set, and match for Benjamin, because he and his soldiers would have so much more information about exactly what they're dealing with. But because they have had to act early, they are marching straight into a very thick fog of war. They are confident, but they should not be. And a big part of that fog of war is what actually happened in this room. The man that Benjamin kills in this chapter was not Saraidnik. And whilst I don't fully grasp exactly what happened here, and I don't think anyone truly will until Togashi shows us in a flashback, what gives me the most cause for concern is this panel here of Saraidnik writhing around on the floor with his wide, gaping, abyssal mouth. It's quite grotesque, and Togashi, he loves mixing stuff like this in. He is a huge fan of horror manga and horror movies, and so he likes to push his art into the realm of disturbing as well. But here's the thing though, we've already seen this face before in Hunter x Hunter. In chapter 385, when Theta had a vision of Saraidnik's face on his Guardian Spirit Beast asking if he could trust it, had this same horror-esque open mouth, and I do believe that this was a vision delivered to Theta by the Guardian Spirit Beast as part of its ability. But I also think that the Saraidnik we see on the ground in this chapter is also conjured by the Guardian Spirit Beast because it has the same black mouth void effect, and Saraidnik's eyes here suddenly look quite inhuman, more akin to the eyes of a cat or some other creature, which would suggest that what's happening here is not just Saraidnik using parallel future. Remember, this dude, he has a Guardian Spirit Beast and a completely separate Nen beast that was conjured via instinct according to Theta. So there are a lot of unknowns regarding Saraidnik's capabilities. You know, we spend so much time online these days watching videos of strange men discussing fictional hunters he's seeing is real, as do I. Even Benjamin and all of the soldiers and guards around him, are they real? And this could just be a trippy coincidence, but Salkov has very good reason for questioning everything. Because Benjamin uses the same line that Srydnik did in the previous chapter. In 416, Srydnik told Salkov to tell everyone exactly what he saw. That's how it's translated in the official English, but it's also been translated as, tell them what you've witnessed as is. It doesn't matter which one you choose. In Japanese, it is the exact same thing that Benjamin says in this chapter. That if Salkov was to ever testify, he needs to tell everyone what he witnessed as is. And that would make me extremely paranoid if I was in Salkov's position. Because it's almost like Srydnik is sending a message to Salkov through Benjamin, a reminder of exactly what it is he is supposed to do. Which would make me wonder if the person I'm seeing here really is Benjamin or an Illusian. And something that Voracious Drake pointed out, who is an invaluable translation source for Hunter x Hunter, is that, and I will say this is not confirmed, but because Srydnik seems to embody very Jesus-esque imagery, it has been pointed out that this repeated line is quite similar to a Bible verse, being Luke 7:22. So he replied to the messengers, "Go back and report to John what you have seen and heard. The blind receive sight, the lame walk, those who have leprosy are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the good news is proclaimed to the poor." Togashi does enjoy leaning into spirituality and takes inspiration from quite a wide variety of religions. And whilst I'm not confident enough to say that he had this specific Bible verse in mind for this repeated line, it does still work regardless, because Srydnik is not the only prince with a Jesus motif. Benjamin himself, as we'll talk about shortly, knows that he was put in this world to die, and that his sacrifice will be for the good of the people of Kakjin. He is planning on doing a full death and resurrection. So this Benjamin, it might not be an illusion. It may just be that both Srydnik and Benjamin have used the same directive, because they are both following the same motif for radically different reasons. And for example, to horrifically simplify the situation, let's say that Benjamin is aiming to become a loving, benevolent god, while Srydnik is trying to become something of an antichrist, which is a prophesized figure or power that opposes Jesus Christ and acts as a false savior or ultimate enemy of the faith before the second coming, which is exactly what Srydnik is doing right now, with Benjamin currently planning his second coming thanks to his guardian spirit beast. Benjamin also has his own loyal disciples, and because 3 of them have died already, right now Benjamin, he has 12 disciples remaining, which is a very relevant number, especially since one of those disciples may end up being a bit of a Judas and betraying Benjamin, not for personal gain, but out of sympathy for Oito and her baby, or I guess Oito's sister's baby. But Srydnik, of course, is also developing a motif of death and resurrection. It's happened twice now. So if we go by the rule of 3s, maybe the next time that Srydnik is killed, it'll be for real. And also, just as an addendum to this conversation, I'm editing this video right now, and I've just realized that I've gone on for a bit about the Jesus parallels, but I've also realized that I didn't even talk about what is probably the most obvious answer, which is that Srydnik looked into the future. In that parallel future, he saw what Benjamin was going to say, and he decided to say those exact same words to Salkov, in order to prove that Srydnik knew what was going to happen, to make sure that Salkov did exactly what he said, rather than be tempted to think that Srydnik was actually dead. That's probably what happened here, and now back to me in the past. Again though, I do really question Benjamin's thought process throughout this event, especially because he does take the time to gloat about Nen, informing that maybe dying Srydnik, the guardian spirit beast, disappear when Zetsu is engaged, you silly, silly man. And he also states that he assumed that Srydnik would have a counteractive type ability, and that is what gets to me. If you assumed that, why would you willingly walk into that potential trap? Because Camilla's Nen ability, it was also a counteractive type, and it triggered even when Camilla dies in a state of Zetsu, which she engages in order to make it easier to kill her. It is a trap. So everything was set up here for Benjamin to at least figure out a small part of Srydnik's ability. And as I mentioned in other videos, I think that what he really should have done is infect Srydnik with TSK-17, just like everyone else, just to make sure 100% that this dude dies. Which isn't a criticism of Togashi's writing, I should say. It's definitely an intentional character flaw for Benjamin. Srydnik is a bit of a blind spot for him where Benjamin just cannot think clearly. But from here, Salkov, now questioning everything around him, needs to verify if anything he just saw is real. And his plan is to find Theta and to see if she still has the scar that Srydnik's guardian spirit beast gave her. If Theta still has the mark, then in theory Saradnik is still alive because his guardian spirit beast is still alive. However, this is going to be a bit tricky to verify because as a Nen user, Salkov has also been identified and taken to the Justice Bureau on Tier 2 alongside Danjin. Theta is also in this room at the moment. She is assumedly resting in the guard dorms in the back, but if Salkov doesn't catch a glimpse of her here, we may not see her for quite a while, and we may not be able to confirm exactly what happened here. And I could be very wrong about this, but what that means is that we may also enter a period where we don't see Saradnik for quite some time, because if we do see him, then we will also have all of our questions answered, and if we are traveling along the lines of embedding elements of Christianity within these characters, then Togashi may tap into the idea that the greatest trick the devil pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. Saradnik right now is doing a very good job of convincing the world that he no longer exists. So he could just vanish for a while and have fun with his own Nen in the background until we hit the succession contest equivalent of the Book of Revelations, which is kind of Benjamin's plan to enact. In this chapter, he has an inner monologue about the worst case scenario for the succession contest, which he states would be multiple princes surviving. He considers that to be a worse ending than all of the princes dying, which is the risk taken via the Empire that makes the contest such a powerful Nen ability. The fact that every contest risks destroying the monarchy and thus losing the ability to sustain the Empire. If multiple princes survive, or if no king is chosen, the Empire, it would fracture and collapse. And the real world equivalent I might give would be the Soviet Union. As their power and economy and all of that failed, the Soviet Union became what it is right now, which is I think 15 separate countries. That's very much how the Kakin Empire operates. It is a coalition of multiple warring territories that were brought under the control by the power of the succession contest enacted by the first king of Kakin. And it's only through that immense Nen that the Empire is granted what it needs to stay intact. But in any case, Benjamin, he does mention a provision to prevent such a case, which is Article 1 of the Emergency Law, which I will now read. In the event of inevitable attacks such as scientific weaponry, epidemic riots, and natural disasters, where the crown and its next generation of heirs are all dead or otherwise face an impending death and only the current king will survive, the current king shall immediately decree the name and priority of the next successors in preparation of the emergency, which means that Benjamin is planning on constructing a scenario where all of the princes die. And he seems to be very confident that King Nasabi will name Benjamin's child as the next heir apparent, which I do think is a reasonable conclusion given Benjamin's guardian spirit beast ability. This has been one of Hunter x Hunter's biggest mysteries Togashi has up until now, deliberately given us nothing to work with here, but the ability's name is the Wandering People Bohemian Rhapsody. Let's start with the katakana name first, and I feel like I shouldn't need to explain Bohemian Rhapsody to anyone, but just in case, this song by Queen is one of the most successful and impactful pieces of music that the human race has ever created. And it's also very sneakily referenced by Salkov at the beginning of the chapter. When he's questioning everything Salkov, he has a line. He says, "Is this the real Benjamin, or is this just fantasy?" Meaning the portion of the name is the Wandering People, or Ruro no Min, which is the Japanese name of the German song Shigoi no Lebun by Robert Schumann, composed in the early 1800s. And you know, it's quite a peppy piece of music. Definitely not what I pictured Benjamin marching into war with, but it's about a group of gypsies who have been banished from their native land and they are dreaming of that, quote, happy land. So as it relates to Benjamin, it is a song about people who have a connection to land that go far beyond their own individual lives. And to go back to Bohemian Rhapsody, a bohemian is someone who stands in stark contrast to what Benjamin represents actually. They're an unconventional person who generally ignores the standard rules of society, which I think is quite ironic considering that Benjamin is the most strict of all of the princes in terms of societal protocol. But if we would describe a bohemian as more of a free spirit, then I suppose that is literally what Benjamin is trying to do, to free his spirit. Because what Bohemian Rhapsody does is it triggers upon Benjamin's death and causes his guardian spirit beast to fuse with Benjamin's Nen, which is also interpreted as Benjamin's soul, Benjamin's life force. And as soon as this merger occurs, Benjamin loses the ability to inhabit another living human body. I say living like that, and I also should have said human like that because I feel like that distinction may be important in the future. Togashi specifically said a living human body. And these little technicalities often come into play, such as Crollo's lengthy explanation of what constitutes a corpse under the rules of the order stamp ability. So we'll see, but after this happens, Benjamin loses his right to be a successor, so he cannot become king. But instead, Benjamin essentially turns himself into a guardian spirit beast to serve the next king, and the next one after that, and the one after, and etc. According to the ability, a successor is chosen either by Benjamin or the guardian spirit beast. We don't know how it's decided who goes first, but someone does. And after that point, Benjamin and the guardian spirit beast take turns selecting each subsequent successor upon the death of the previous one, and this continues so that Benjamin can, in his own words, protect Kakin for all eternity. So one of the broad ideas here is to abolish the succession contest, which would also remove the need for events like Carnival, which are designed to produce more people to be sacrifices to power the contest and Kakin. So on the one hand, I can appreciate this. Benjamin and his faction, they don't participate in Carnival, and so he does want, how shall we say this, a more morally sound Kakin Empire. So he has found a method to protect the Empire that doesn't involve the brutality of the contest and all of its associated events. At the same time, though, Benjamin's guardian spirit beast is, and yes, I am judging the book by its cover, it is aesthetically questionable, because whilst Benjamin may have the best of intentions when choosing his successor, he has no control over the choice of his guardian spirit beast. Because this is where things get complicated. Guardian spirit beasts, they're said to be a reflection of the princes and the desires of the princes. However, they're also summons. They're brought into existence using the nen of previous sacrifices. So this is a lot bigger than just Benjamin's desires. As the lyrics of Bohemian Rhapsody go, Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me, a devil put aside for Benjamin perhaps, and many readings of the song do interpret it as making a pact with the devil. Also, many interpretations don't. Bohemian Rhapsody, it's an interesting song. But to get back to Benjamin, the road to hell is paved with good intentions and all of that, which is the same thing I often say about Hawkenberg as well. I do think that Benjamin's goals are fairly admirable, but the methodology is questionable to say the very, very least, and not the most. And it would seem that the only way he can really be stopped from achieving this is by someone formulating a cure for TSK-17 and using it on Benjamin before he dies. Because in that case, Beyond's curse could be activated, which may counter the ability of the Guardian Spirit Beast. It's really quite interesting. Benjamin, he is racing towards death, and we could find ourselves racing towards stopping him from doing death. That's not good English. Or at least we're trying to stop one of the 3 forms of death that Benjamin is currently inflicted with. However, this chapter, mate, it was so packed. There is so much to go over with the other princes as well as Benjamin's soldiers, all of which we will be dissecting in the next video. But for right now, what I want is for you to let me know what you thought about all of this in the comments below.
I really do. You should just read the chapters. Actually, haven't read any to him. I wonder if I put the manga on stream, would that be bad? Alright, there's suddenly too many people over here. We're gonna go switch to passive farming. A Sokathar's seat. Like how I said, I'm going to Sokathar's seat. Here I am. Still here. Oh, that's unfortunate. I just missed that manifesto by like 20 seconds. That makes me want to stay now just to take that guy's stuff. I don't know why when people try and jack me, it triggers me so hard. I overthink so much. I can only assume that I missed the time to leave. Way too many Yeah, I doubt there'd be anything when I just come over here. Because surely, yeah. All right, all good. Keep reading manga. Huh. Wait. See, this guy knows about the new chapter isn't out.
Every old Jedi spent a lifetime training inside the same system, and Luke Skywalker became more powerful than all of them by never setting foot in it. In canon, Yoda, at the height of his 900 years, fought Palpatine to a draw in the Senate chamber and had to retreat. Luke, decades later, turned Palpatine's own Force lightning back on him, not because of his bloodline, and not because the Force picked favorites, but because every advantage he carried compounded into something the old Jedi structure could never produce. The Legends timeline follows Luke for decades after the fall of the Empire. What happened across those decades explains why his power kept growing long after every previous Jedi had peaked. Every Jedi in the Old Republic began training as an infant. They were taken from their families and raised inside the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where they learned how to think, feel, and use the Force before they were old enough to walk. By the time a Jedi reached adulthood, 15 to 20 years of institutional conditioning had shaped every instinct.
Or they're old enough to walk?
Their emotions had been trained away. Their connection to the Force had been filtered through centuries of rules they never chose. Luke missed all of that. His training with Obi-Wan lasted a few hours aboard the Millennium Falcon. His training with Yoda lasted a few weeks on Dagobah. Both teachers died before they could finish. In the Legends novel, The Unifying Force, the picture is plain. Luke's training had been rushed. He had been left to pursue his own counsel and find his own way to mastery. He also had to rediscover abilities the Old Republic Jedi already knew. The burst of speed was standard in the old curriculum, a baseline technique traced in the Legends reference book, The Essential Guide to the Force. Luke did not stumble onto it until years after the Battle of Yavin, during a fight with a combat droid on Coruscant. He taught himself a power the old Jedi had been handing down for generations. Everyone treats that gap in training like a disadvantage, but Luke also missed 20 years of being told he was too risky to train. He missed a lifetime of being taught there was only one correct way to use the Force. He missed the pressure to conform, to specialize, and to stop asking questions once he reached a certain rank. Because Luke never absorbed the old doctrine, he was free to build something the Old Order's structure would never have allowed. When he finally recovered old Jedi training materials, he did not use them to replace what he already knew. In the same guide, Luke discovered the 300-year-old wreck of the Chulanthor on Dathomir. Inside were data tapes on training, meditation, and lightsaber forms. Because he had never received a traditional Jedi education, he studied the tapes to supplement what he already understood. He was building on top of experience the old system would have stripped away before it formed. The academy he founded on Yavin 4 reflected that philosophy. It was a place for learning and open discussion, rather than obedience. He accepted adults, permitted marriage, and embraced 4 strong families. Every one of those choices had been forbidden under the Old Order. Later in life, after decades of experience, he still did not claim to have reached the finish line. Luke still felt like he was in training every single day, and he would not have had it any other way. In the Old Order, mastery was treated as an endpoint. Luke treated it as a starting position, and that difference shaped everything that followed. Luke did not just avoid the old system, he inherited the full record of its failure. Every mistake the Jedi had ever made had already played out by the time he was old enough to rebuild. The Republic had already fallen, the Sith had already won, and the Clone Wars had proven that even the largest Jedi Order in history could be destroyed.
Why are female blood elves such fucking retards? Like,
a politician asked Luke whether he was comfortable departing so far from
dude,
Jedi
and I
tradition.
missed the mana thistle.
With total certainty, they had already lost
Fuck this
that
stupid
power
game.
when the old
Pisses
Jedi
me off
fell.
so much,
he was
man.
Not being arrogant. He knew the results of a test he never had to take. And 1,000 years before Luke's birth, the surviving Jedi imposed radical new restrictions. They decided it was too dangerous to train anyone who had already felt fear or anger. A policy traced across the Essential Guide to the Force. Only infants would be accepted. Most recruits would never see their families again. For a full millennium, Jedi grew up inside a system designed to prevent another disaster. Not one generation questioned whether the cure was worse than the disease. Not one generation tested whether children raised outside the temple might have been stronger for it. 1,000 years of emotional suppression, family separation, and rigid conformity had produced a Jedi Order so blind that a Sith Lord served as Supreme Chancellor for over a decade. Not one of them noticed. The Jedi of the Old Republic genuinely believed the Sith had been extinct for a millennium. Even Yoda believed it. Luke inherited that failure as a data point rather than a wound. He could study what went wrong without being trapped inside the system that caused it.
It's just
If
so
you want to see
tilting.
more videos like this one,
So
a
pissed.
quick
I hate these
subscribe
people,
means
man.
you will always be first to know. The old Jedi did not just make mistakes though, they buried them. What Luke found in those buried records opened doors no previous Jedi walked through. The Old Republic Jedi erased the entire planet of Dathomir from their archives, an act documented in the Essential Guide to the Force. A previous Jedi Council had exiled a rogue Jedi there and did not want anyone to find out. When Luke discovered that buried record in the ruins of a Jedi hideout on the ice planet Tula, he pulled the truth back into the open. Eventually, he followed it all the way to Dathomir itself. He also gained something nobody else in the galaxy could offer. In Destiny's Way, Vergir turned out to be a Jedi of the Old Republic who had spent over 50 years living among the Yuuzhan Vong. Luke could feel her power, restrained but genuine, shaped by a careful education that nobody alive still practiced. What made Vergir so valuable was not just her knowledge, it was her ability to challenge Luke's assumptions from inside the very tradition he was trying to rebuild. Her questions cut at how the Jedi perceived the Force, pushing back on ideas Luke had taken for granted and offering a kind of living perspective that holocrons could never replicate. Because holocrons stored information, but Vergir could argue. She also confirmed something Luke had suspected for years. In Destiny's Way, she returned to a galaxy she barely recognized. She had expected to find thousands of Jedi. Instead, she found a few dozen half-trained replacements. For Vergir, the fall of the Old Order was a blow. For Luke, it was a lesson he had already absorbed and acted on long before she arrived. Luke's education went far beyond inherited history. The Jedi of the Old Republic trained inside one institution with one curriculum. If a Jedi stumbled on a new Force tradition, the Council could review it, debate it, and usually restrict it. The Council locked away knowledge that did not fit the approved framework. Luke searched the galaxy for everything the old Jedi had missed. Luke and his fellow Jedi discovered multiple Force-using groups after the Battle of Endor, encounters cataloged across the Essential Guide to the Force. Some had evolved entirely on their own. Others had formed after ancient contact with the Jedi or the Sith. Luke did not catalog them from a distance. He learned from them directly, absorbing techniques no Jedi had practiced in centuries. From the fallen Ozzy, he learned illusion techniques powerful enough to cloak his entire Jedi Academy from outside detection. From the Gen Sarai and the Matukai, he absorbed combat philosophy and physical force training that the old curriculum had never included. But the clearest proof of how far he reached came from Ossus, where he discovered the Isana, descendants of ancient Jedi who had evolved over thousands of years into users of primitive force magic. He recognized what they were, brought them into his order, and eventually moved the entire Jedi Academy to their planet. A world the Old Order had forgotten became the foundation for the new one. In the Legends novel, The Courtship of Princess Leia, Luke encountered the Dathomir witches firsthand. He could feel the Force radiating from them, powerful and wild, unlike anything he had sensed before. It was as though her physical body were a shell, hiding blinding light. The Old Council had erased their entire planet from
Left my game open all night at the icicle area. I got 25 holy water. Like, bruh. Then you have to be actively picking it up off the ground. So I found out there was a fish that increases the amount of items you get from fishing by like over 50%. And I just think about all the fishing I've done. I missed out on it. Back to here. I'm gonna go make myself some toast. Oh, I'll be right back. back.
From the records, Luke trained their warriors. None of those traditions compared to what Luke gained when he walked straight into the dark side itself. In the Legends comic Dark Empire, Luke infiltrated the reborn Emperor Palpatine's stronghold on Bits. He knelt before the Emperor and pretended to serve him. Luke gained knowledge of the dark side during that time by reading Palpatine's own books, a period covered in the Essential Guide to the Force. He absorbed secrets that had been forbidden to every Jedi for millennia. He studied texts that described how anger, concentrated by will in the body's vital center, could create a portal through which vast energies poured through. He learned how the dark side sent storms across space and how consciousness could survive the end of its physical form. It was a gamble that nearly cost him everything. Leia traveled to Biss to pull him back from the brink, and there were moments when even she was not sure he could return. But by the time Luke turned on Palpatine, he'd absorbed enough dark side knowledge to turn the Emperor's own weapons against him. He launched Force Lightning at a Sith Lord who believed he still held the leash. Mace Windu had deflected Palpatine's lightning with his blade and still could not finish the fight. Luke turned the dark side's own power back on its greatest practitioner with his bare hands, and he carried the lessons from that period forward. He did not pretend it had never happened. He integrated what he had learned into his broader understanding, just as he did with every other tradition. The old Jedi drew from a single well. Luke drew from every source the galaxy had to offer. The reason the old Jedi never took the same approach was structural. The Jedi Council was a 12-member body that set policy for the entire order. Every new idea had to survive committee review. Every departure from doctrine had to be argued past people whose identity was built on defending tradition. The Council changed slowly when it changed at all, and the larger the order grew, the harder it became to change course. The Jedi Order went through many changes over thousands of years, but as the Essential Guide to the Force makes clear, the most telling ones were reactive. After the Great Hyperspace War, they built schools. After the Great Sith War, they tightened recruitment. After Ruusan, they locked down everything. Each reform came after a catastrophe, not before one. Between crises, the Council defended the status quo. The Jedi who questioned tradition either fell in line or left the Order. Only 20 Jedi Masters ever officially renounced their commissions, a group known as the Lost 20. Most of them left because of ideological differences that the Order could not absorb. By the final century of the Old Republic, the Order had drifted so far from its original purpose that an entire generation of Jedi served as military commanders without questioning it. Luke had none of that weight. For years, he was the only Jedi in the galaxy, and he answered to nobody. When he chose to accept adults for training, no council could overrule him. When he chose to permit marriage, nobody stood in his way. When he chose to study a Sith holocron rather than destroy it, the decision was entirely his. The Jedi had begun as a meditative order who believed that they could balance light and dark by always staying in the Force. But as the Republic's leaders kept asking for help, they became adjuncts of the government, then marshals, then warriors, drawn little by little away from the Force and into the ordinary business of politics. Because he was standing outside the system that caused the drift, Luke could see it clearly enough to reverse it. When his rebuilt order started fracturing, with masters pulling in opposite directions, he did not hope for consensus. In the Legends novel The Swarm War, he spent a full week in deep meditation, sending a force call that reached every Jedi in the galaxy. Then he stood in front of them and laid out a choice. If they could not put the Order above their personal agendas, he was asking them to leave. The Jedi had been growing since Endor, both in size and in strength, but now they were threatened by an enemy Luke himself had brought into their midst through his own misunderstanding of the old practices. He then took the title of Grand Master, a rank the old council had been designed to prevent any single Jedi from holding. The old system spread authority across 12 masters specifically to keep any one Jedi from gaining too much control. Luke took that authority because no one else could hold the Order together, and he was willing to answer for the consequences. Luke created a new Jedi Council that included politicians alongside Jedi, a reform tracked in the Essential Guide to the Force. When that experiment ran its course, he severed ties with political entities and formed the Master's Council, which relocated to Ossus. Each version of his order reflected what the galaxy needed at the time rather than what tradition demanded. The Jedi Archives had held a collection of Sith holocrons. The Council locked them away from all but a handful of Masters. When Count Dooku stole one before the Clone Wars, nobody even noticed. Luke's approach was the opposite. When his order recovered both a Great Holocron and a Sith device called the Telos Holocron, he let his historian Tion study the Sith device. 4 Jedi had to be present at all times, and medical scanners ran constantly. Luke controlled the risk without eliminating the knowledge. The Old Republic is usually remembered as the Golden Age for Jedi, with thousands of members, a sprawling temple, and resources beyond measure. But the final decades of that Golden Age were consumed by war. The Clone Wars turned Jedi into generals fighting on dozens of fronts. They had no time to meditate on the deeper mysteries of the Force. Then, the Purge swept away almost all of them before any of that wartime experience could be processed. Luke had something the late Republic Jedi rarely enjoyed: stretches of time between crises when he could search, experiment, and study. Before he even founded his academy, he spent months tracking a Jedi records curator who had fled Coruscant during the Purge. He followed this man's trail to a ruined hideout on the ice planet Tula, a journey told in the courtship of Princess Leia. He was looking for the wisdom of the ancient masters, their thoughts, and the deeper mysteries of how the Jedi had trained their warriors and healers and seers. Most of them had been wiped out with thermal detonators and EMP grenades. Luke walked through tunnel after tunnel of blackened storage cells, each one filled with melted slag where holographic recordings once sat. The knowledge of 1,000 generations had been reduced to cinders, but each failed search on each dead-end world pushed him deeper into research no wartime Jedi could have pursued. He visited over 40 planets looking for traces of the old Jedi Academy. He only stopped when he realized it was not a building, but a starship called the Chewinthor, sitting half-sunk in a tar swamp on Dathomir for over 300 years. On Ossus, he found an ancient book about Jedi battle meditation written in a language so old only a protocol droid could translate it. Battle meditation was a technique the Old Republic Jedi once used to turn the tide of entire wars from a distance. The knowledge had died with the Purge, and Luke had to rediscover it from a text that had been buried in rubble for centuries. Once translated, the book gave him access to a power that most living Jedi did not even know existed. He recovered the Asli Crimson holocron from Bass Castle, Darth Vader's personal fortress on the planet Vajun. It was a teaching device built by a Jedi Master with over 200 years of experience at the Coruscant Temple. The holocron contained information about a wide range of ancient events, including tales of Old Republic Jedi and their wars against the Sith. It had been sitting untouched in a Sith Lord's home for decades until Luke pulled it out and put it back to its original purpose. In the Unifying Force, he spent weeks on the living planet Zonama Sikat working through deep questions about the Force. He wondered whether the Jedi who originally settled there had not taught the planet about the Force, but it reawakened something already inside it. Luke's understanding of the Force kept growing on Zonama Sikat, question by question. A wartime Jedi would never have had the space for that kind of reflection, because the Clone Wars Jedi were fighting for survival while Luke was building a library. He needed every piece of that library. His enemies demanded power the old Jedi never had to develop, because their training had been built for a narrower set of threats: battle droids, separatist armies, and the occasional Sith Lord. 6 years after Endor, in the Legends comic Dark Empire, the Emperor returned. Palpatine had been transferring his consciousness into clone bodies, cheating death over and over. It was not the first time Palpatine had fallen, and it would not be the last. A lightsaber form could not solve a problem like that. Defeating a being who could relocate his spirit into a new body required a depth of Force knowledge that the old Jedi curriculum never covered. Then came the Yuuzhan Vong, an extragalactic species completely invisible to the Force. Luke could not sense them, read their intentions, or influence their minds. In the Unifying Force, the problem was not with the Yuuzhan Vong, but with how the Jedi perceived the Force. They had failed to grasp how much grander and more far-reaching the Force truly was. Even Vergir, a fully trained Jedi of the Old Republic, could not entirely explain the gap. Luke accepted that his own understanding might be incomplete, but the Yuuzhan Vong did not just expose a gap in his training, they exposed a gap in the entire Jedi tradition. stretching back thousands of years. The Clone Wars asked the Jedi to fight harder. The Yuuzhan Vong War asked them to think differently about the nature of the Force itself. Later, in the Legends novel Fury, Luke dueled Darth Caedus aboard a Star Destroyer in what Caedus later reflected was the most ferocious lightsaber fight of his life. But the duel was not even Luke's most impressive display of power. In the Legends novel Invincible, Luke developed the ability to interfere with Caedus' Force visions. He concentrated so hard in meditation that he kept inserting himself into the futures Caedus was trying to read. Then, he deliberately acted differently from what the visions predicted, forcing the real future onto a different path. He hid Jaina Solo's approach behind a wall of misleading possibilities. He was running a strategic operation against the flow of time itself. Yoda sensed the future in fragments and still could not see through the dark side shroud that hid Palpatine for a decade. Luke was rewriting what another Force user saw when he looked ahead. Every future where Luke personally fought Caedus ended in darkness. He was the only one who could guarantee stopping his nephew, but every path led to the dark side. So Luke did something that only decades of compounded knowledge could produce. He stepped back from the fight he was built to win, screened Jaina's approach from Caedus' foresight with his own meditation, and let her finish what his power alone could not. Everything Luke learned across every tradition and every enemy fed into something no previous Jedi had ever built. He treated the Force the way a scientist treats a field of study, constantly searching for new information, testing what he found, and weaving it into everything he already knew. While other Jedi had mastered specific techniques and then moved on, Luke kept circling back to old questions with new tools. Every tradition he absorbed gave him a new lens for examining problems he had already solved, and every enemy he faced taught him something the old curriculum never covered. He recovered the Tedran Holocron, a device holding thousands of years of Jedi knowledge across multiple gatekeepers. He was the last person to converse with it before the spirit of Exar Kun ended it. Through the hologram of the ancient Jedi Master, Vodo Siask Boss, Luke learned details about Exar Kun's fall that no living being remembered. He was pulling data from a source 4,000 years old, and that data helped him understand the very spirit that had attacked his academy from within the temples of Yavin 4. The Great Holocron went even further. Its scope was so vast that even the longest-lived Jedi could never have studied it completely. Luke treated that not as a warning, but as a challenge, and he set Tion and other scholars to work cataloging its contents for future generations. While training his sister Leia, he stumbled onto a completely new method for detecting Force-sensitive individuals, something separate from the midichlorian blood test the old Jedi had used. It came from his own experimental approach, from probing how the Force worked at its deepest level. The method did not exist until Luke found it, and nobody taught it to him. He discovered the Kyber crystal on the planet Mimban early in his career and experimented with it for years rather than shelving it. He found its power faded with distance from its temple, but he kept testing. He eventually discovered that fragments could serve as lightsaber-focusing crystals. The resulting blade was remarkably efficient and strong. The old Jedi used the Force. Luke studied it, and that distinction made all the difference. Luke started from zero, but instead of rebuilding the old system, he built something that had never existed before. A single point where all of the galaxy's Force knowledge could converge. By the time he stopped counting, Luke wasn't the last Jedi. He was the first of something else entirely, and he was the only one who knew it. The old Jedi rebuilt the same house every generation. Same blueprints, same locked rooms. Luke used every blueprint he could find, walked into every room, and never put up a ceiling. Near the end of the Yuuzhan Vong War, Luke achieved a battle meld with Jaina and Jacen Solo. The connection ran so deep that the three of them might have been sharing a single mind, as if that shared mind had become the Force itself, a moment captured in the essential guide to the Force. Luke Skywalker did not inherit the Jedi Order. He replaced it with something the galaxy had never seen. A system built to preserve every piece of knowledge it could reach. But everything Luke built could not stop the one failure the old Jedi never had to face this way. The boy Luke trained with his own hands, his sister's son, would become the very thing this new order was built to prevent. So watch this video to find out.
I don't think I will. I might be able to make it.
You say you're from the future and an evolutionary descendant of humans.
1994, 2 sightings of aliens in Zimbabwe.
And then we saw something shiny. And we saw two people. They were in tight black suit.
Oh,
2008, alien sighting.
I killed
Zimbabwe's
Necromus, the one I wanted.
Now
Oh
my
man,
question
that's...
is, what does this mean?
They are the type of alien creature that has been known and feared throughout Africa.
The one in Zimbabwe.
The recent alien files released by America reveals Zimbabwe is not a country. It's a kingdom. This is Michael Tellinger, a writer who proposed that Great Zimbabwe was built by aliens. He claims Great Zimbabwe is the lost city of Enki. September 16, 1994, 62 children walked out of their classrooms in rural Zimbabwe for a normal mid-morning break. None of them would ever be the same again. What they saw that day in Rua, what was communicated to them without a single word spoken to them, it stunned the world.
Hundreds of people today phoned the ZBC saying they sighted an unidentified flying object.
Small, we didn't actually see their nose. It was quite small. And their mouth was quite small as well.
People from all over Zimbabwe were phoning the BBC to say, we've seen something weird. When you looked at those children, they were absolutely credible. And whereabouts was it?
In the tree over there.
There was a big group of kids pointing and making a noise and shouting and screaming.
No one honestly really paid attention to what happened that day. It is only now those aliens files released by America reveals a top secret about Zimbabwe.
Are aliens real? Yes. Have I seen some? Twice.
We saw something silver.
What did they look like?
They were going like that. The eyes looked evil.
September 16, 1994, aliens appeared to children in Zimbabwe and people thought that was it. But it turns out the aliens have a base here in Zimbabwe, and the base is in a mountain where people have been disappearing for years.
Here it is. 4 UFO bases around the world. Where were they? Or where are they?
Yes, they're still there. This all happened 50 years ago, a little bit more than that now. Mount Inyangani, which is a country in Africa, an isolated country.
Here is what no one is connecting. What if Zimbabwe, this ancient, sacred, misunderstood land, has been a gateway for thousands of years? Africa has always known something that the rest of the world is only now beginning to suspect and try to understand. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you for supporting me. We are growing, and the goal is to reach 1 million subscribers.
The Department of War dropped a third batch. And in 2008, the CIA sent assets to Zimbabwe. They were on high alert after a UFO was supposedly hovering right over their airport. The files say lights were rotating under the UFO. And when it was spotted, the lights changed colors and then quickly flew out of sight. This is all happening here on Earth.
The most documented alien encounter in African history happened right here in Zimbabwe. And one of the children who experienced it says she still receives messages to this day. Just days prior to the mass sighting of aliens in Ruwa, flying objects were also reported across the skies of Zimbabwe. Several local witnesses claimed to see glowing circular shaped objects flying silently over the town.
Yeah, that's some pretty good luck.
Zimbabwe. In a prominent 2015 interview with the Sunday Mail, a Kariba local, Mrs. Deborah Nicholson, remembers a specific incident from the 1994. She described seeing a round, bright object hovering silently above her home there in Kariba. Now, remember, Kariba is 300 kilometers from Harare, Ruwa, where the famous sighting happened. The morning of September 16, 1994 begins like any other day at Aerial School in Ruwa, an expensive private school located about 22 kilometers from the CBD Harare. It is surrounded by farmland. By that time, the teachers are inside for a staff meeting. 62 children between the ages of 6 and 12 are alone outside on their mid-morning break. And then an alien ship appears. It lands in the bushfield just beyond the edge of the school grounds. And then something comes out small, perhaps 1 meter tall, a humanoid figure with a long face and eyes. Big eyes. Multiple children would describe the eyes independently. Large, black. Some children ran toward it in curiosity, others freeze in terror. Several begin to cry, and then it begins. The communication, not in Shona, not in English, not in any language ever spoken by human lips, directly into the mind of the kids. The kids would go on to say the aliens never said anything. The children received images, feelings, a message that a 12-year-old girl would later describe to Harvard psychiatrist Dr. John Mack. Within days of the incident, 3 separate investigations took place at the school. A Harvard professor of psychiatry, one of the most credentialed minds in American academic medicine, Dr. John Mack, he flies to Zimbabwe. He spends weeks with these children. He sits with them, he listens, he analyzes, and he reaches a conclusion that his Harvard colleagues find deeply uncomfortable. These children are not lying. They are not suffering from mass hysteria. Something real happened to them. Now, here is where the story becomes something beyond a UFO sighting. Because these children grew up, and 30 years later, many of them have not changed their story, not even a little bit. Emily Trim, one of the children closest to the being that day, describes an encounter that never really ended. She still receives messages. From who, I would ask? She's saying she's receiving ideas, visions that she believes originated from whatever stood in that field. In 1994, she paints them, draws them, but what if the Aerial School incident was not the beginning of Zimbabwe's contact with these beings? What if it was just the moment they decided to let us see them?
The first encounter between Africans and extraterrestrial beings occurred more than 7,000 years ago.
People have been disappearing in a mountain called Mount Nyangani in Zimbabwe, and it is only now that people are connecting the dots.
White people have disappeared there. Black people in their thousands have disappeared there. It was there that I also went missing for 4 days in 1959 in one of the most traumatic experiences of life. To the east of Zimbabwe, the great mountains known as the Inyangani, the Weeping Moon Mountains. There, even now, people disappear without trace.
Now, I want you to think about this carefully, because this is the connection that almost no one is making publicly. Though on social media the dots are being connected with increasing agents. The children of Aerial School reported telepathic communication. The beings spoke through thoughts, not words. They bypassed language entirely and communicated directly into consciousness. This is not a Western concept. This is entirely an African aspect. This is exactly what a Sangoma, a witch doctor, describes when they speak of receiving messages from the ancestral realm. What if what we call spirit possession and what we call alien contact are not two different phenomena? Now, this is the part we are going to lose some people. This part requires one to really catch up really fast and pay attention. You see this man on your screen. It is only now that people are going to his videos and connecting the dots and linking everything to what happened in Zimbabwe, because the mountain is there. The man that you see on your screen is Credo Mutwa. He was a South African Zulu Sangoma, the highest grade of traditional healer in Africa. Mutwa's initiation as a healer involved something that he described in multiple recorded interviews and books, something that the academic world has largely dismissed, something that social media is now pulling back into the conversation. During his initiation in the sacred mountains in Zimbabwe, Credo Mutwa says he was taken, not spiritually, but physically abducted. And people believe he was taken to Nyanga, the mountain that is here in Zimbabwe, a mountain where people have been disappearing. And it is only now that America came out and say that Mount Nyangani is actually an alien base. Are you connecting the dots now? Mutwa described being removed from the physical world and brought into contact with the beings he called by their ancient African name, the Matindani. What is today being referred by Americans as the Greys. The aliens, small, large eyes, they communicate through thoughts, and exactly what those kids in Zimbabwe described. When Credo Mutwa was abducted, he was returned, and here is what he revealed about African pre-colonial knowledge. And this is the part that connects directly to Zimbabwe, to the Nyanga mountain, to the area school children.
I noticed with mild surprise that they were very thin, short, human-like creatures with very, very large melon-shaped heads. The creatures had no noses, as human beings have. They had only small little holes on either side of where the nose would be, and their mouths were like knife cuts at the bottom of their faces. And these creatures were coming towards me.
They were always here, these aliens. They were never alien to Africa's understanding of doing things. Could it be that these aliens were taking these people? Because now America's released files say Mount Nyangani is actually a base for aliens. Mount Nyangani is Zimbabwe's highest peak, a mountain that has swallowed people. They speak of rules when you visit the mountain. Do not point at the mountain. Do not go beyond certain boundaries. But now, before we go any further, I have to ask you something directly, because everything I've told you, to some, it doesn't make any sense. It's like something is missing here. Some would say there are two worldviews to this whole mystery. On one side, these beings are physical, biological, extraterrestrial entities from other planets, technology beyond ours, visitors, observers. On the other side, these beings are not from outer space at all. They are demons.
Aliens are demons.
What? Explain.
Yeah. A lot of people think that aliens are like these extraterrestrial life forms, right?
ET phone home.
The way that the Bible explains it, it's any distraction, it's deception at the end of the day. So demons are shapeshifters, right? And they can shapeshift to your granny, they can shapeshift to aliens, whatever would make you just believe that there's something and distract you away from God. That's their main goal. 2 Corinthians 11:14 says, marvel not, so don't be deceived, don't be surprised. Satan himself has transformed himself into an angel of light.
And the debate is not small. It has reached Harvard. It has reached the United States Congress. It has reached the Vatican. A conversation like this, when it's only circulating around Africans, it's not taken seriously. But let us go there now. In July of 2023, a former United States intelligence official named David Grush testified before Congress. He told lawmakers that the US government had retrieved a crashed alien craft and attempted to reverse engineer the technology. And then something unexpected happened. J.D. Vance, the now Vice President of the United States of America, said publicly that he was obsessed with the alien question. And then he said something that shocked everyone. He doesn't think they are aliens. He thinks they might be demons. And the argument, when you actually sit with it, it is not as easy to dismiss as you might want it to be. The behavior pattern doesn't fit extraterrestrial biology. If these beings traveled light years to reach Earth, why do they spend their time in rural fields, scaring school children, delivering telepathic warnings? Why do they not land in the CBDs where a lot of people are and introduce themselves? Advanced interstellar civilizations do not behave like harassers, but demons that operate in the spiritual realm do, that have always existed alongside humanity. An astronomer from Vatican, Brother Consomano, if I'm pronouncing that right, has said repeatedly that the Catholic Church has been wrestling with the concept of non-human intelligence since the beginning of Christianity. People are now connecting the area school incident to Credo Mutwa's testimony to the disappearance of people at Mount Nyangani, to Great Zimbabwe ruins and their unexplained architectural precision. And the question everyone is asking is not, do aliens exist? The question is, how long has Africa known? Because here's something that does not get discussed or talked about enough. The children of area school, these 62 young Zimbabweans who stood in that field, they were not given a random encounter. They were given a message. The message was not given to governments, not to scientists, but to children in Africa, in Zimbabwe, in a bush field outside Harare. Why here? Why these children? Why Zimbabwe? There is a structure in Zimbabwe that has not enough satisfying explanation. Great Zimbabwe. It was built between the 11th and 15th centuries. Stone walls constructed without mortar, without cement, and yet they've stood for thousands of years. An architectural achievement that baffled European colonizers so profoundly that for generations they refused to believe that African people built it. They invented theories.
So imagine what it felt like to come from another country, to come from Europe, and then you get to see this in an African civilization that you thought was backward. And then you see rocks that are cut perfectly, laid on top of each other, and walls that are that high. You'd be forced to say that this was built by aliens.
But the Shona people always knew it was their kingdom, their technology, their civilization, and their oral tradition holds something that archaeologists do not include in textbooks, history books. That Great Zimbabwe was built at a place of power, a location where the veil between the visible and the invisible world was thin. Zimbabwe is one of the most spiritual places on earth. Look at the sacred mountains of Nyangani. Look at Chinoike's. Look at Kariba. Look at the story of Nyami Nyami, where a snake could not allow people to build a dam. I sat with this story for a long time. What strikes me is, what does it mean that they've been here all along and the place they keep returning to is here, Zimbabwe? And my question is, in 2008, these aliens were identified or sighted at Harare International Airport. Who saw them? And why is it that this information is becoming known to Zimbabweans now in 2026, and yet it happened in 2008 here in Zimbabwe and people did not know? Is America lying? Did Zimbabwe knew? All of this happened here in Zimbabwe, a country in a continent the world dismisses as primitive. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the amazing support that you give this YouTube channel, and thank you for watching this far. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you.
I wonder if the bat would help pick it up.
I'm not the highest ranking CIA officer to go public. There have been CIA directors going public all the time. I think I have the distinction of being one of the highest case officers to go public and endeavor to tell the truth about what the CIA has been up to.
He is John Stockwell. Spent 12 years inside the CIA. An ex-Marine, he received the CIA Medal of Merit. He's one of the highest ranking officers to ever walk out and talk. Now, what he's about to say is disturbing, and every word of it is documented.
It's a vast subject, a dense subject. I can't possibly do justice to it in the time allowed. This means I'm going to have to insult your intelligence by skimming across the top of subjects that you could get a PhD dissertation written in and still not cover thoroughly. This massive documentation, of course, is the salvation of the intellectually tuned. I urge you to read for yourselves. Do not take anything I'm saying tonight as the gospel. I'm telling you that our leaders lied to us. They lied to us systematically. They lied to us with a purpose that may not be your purpose. Some of their lies, if you're a young man, may motivate you to go off someday and die, be killed, or to kill people. And the only way you can defend yourself against other people programming you, because we are programmable. Marine Corps boot camp taught me that. They can teach you and get you fired up, rah, 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 and then say charge, and you'll charge up the hill without asking why, and perhaps not come down the hill feet first.
He wrote a book about what he saw inside. The CIA sued him for it. A court ordered him to submit everything he writes to the CIA for censorship, and awarded them every dollar the book made. He's the only author who asks people not to buy his book.
If you don't defend yourself by filling your mind with a true understanding of what's happening in the world, then others will fill it up for you, and then at some point in time, use the information and the conditioning that they've planted in your mind and breast to use you, if you will.
What you're about to watch is almost 3 hours of testimony, compressed into the parts I found most revealing. I urge you to watch this video to the end. Some of it will confirm what you already suspected, and some of it you're not ready for.
Meanwhile, CIA activities, of course, have left their own permanent mark on U.S. society. The MK Ultra program, I'll talk about it and perhaps not come down the hill feet first. The book, The Agency by John Rainley, which is the memoirs of CIA founders Larry Houston, Ray Klein, and others, says that there were 175 different projects in that one program. We know of about 5 of them. These were experimentations with swine fever, with dengue fever, with deadly diseases, with psychedelic drugs on American population groupings without their permission in many cases. If you were reading the newspapers in October of 1988, you noticed that there was a settlement declared between the CIA and the victims at McGill University in Canada, where the CIA had been working with a mad psychiatrist who was taking the patients who came to him for help and shooting them up with hallucinogenic drugs to experiment with their minds instead of healing them. And this was a CIA program for which, with your tax dollars, we eventually paid damages to the victims. Read for yourselves again. As I say, read The Agency by John Rainley. Read Clouds of Secrecy by Leonard Cole, a professor from Rutgers, and you find that this program is still going on today. Read In Search of the Manchurian Candidate by John Marks, published by New York Times Press in 1979, based on 14,000 documents gotten out of the CIA under the Freedom of Information Act, or go through the back issues of Covert Action Information Bulletin, which has a dozen solid articles about this program.
Now, MK Ultra is the part they admit to. 175 projects. We officially know about 5. But here's what I couldn't stop thinking about. One of the men who built this program retired, wrote a letter to a friend, and then said, why not publish it? So they did. And what he wrote in that letter tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people running these programs.
Colonel White, one of the founders of this program, one of the founders of the CIA, retiring about the time I went in the mid-60s, wrote from retirement a letter about to a friend and then agreed to have it published. Why not, he said. And so we have it in his handwriting. He wrote, "I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, cheat, steal, rape, and pillage with the blessings of the All-Highest?" Then we have the MH Chaos program and the COINTELPRO program, CI and FBI programs, where they were manipulating student and labor organizations and civic organizations, disrupting them, trying to redirect them. We have the findings of the Church Committee that they were getting journalists, up to about 200 journalists, including some of the biggest names in the business, and getting them to cooperate with the CIA to put its propaganda into our media so that we would be influenced with misunderstandings of what was happening in Southeast Asia, Korea, or China, or Central America, other parts of the world that our government wanted to destabilize and attack and fight wars.
I didn't expect that. The way he says it, it almost feels like a joke. But it's not. It's a letter, in his own words. Someone who was there, writing about it years later. And once you hear it like that, it's hard to just brush it off. Because what he starts describing after that doesn't feel isolated. It keeps showing up in different places around different groups. Students, journalists, universities, all tied into the same kind of operations. And this is where it starts to get a little more concrete.
Co-opting professors to work with the CIA to manipulate student groups and build files on students, publishing 1,200 books in which they were paying professors, scholars, journalists to write books in their names. And these books are still in our libraries today because the Church Committee couldn't force the CIA to reveal the titles. CIA propaganda, so that if you're doing your dissertation on the Vietnam War, for example, probably 1 or 2 dozen of the books that you'll have in your bibliography, if not more, will in fact be CIA propaganda, and you can only guess and try to discern which is which. And this is not ancient history. FBI Director William Sessions announced about this time last year that he was disciplining officers that he found had been improperly targeting CSPIS and 160 other civic organizations. And this summer, the Congressional Committee said there were a total of 1,600 groups that had been targeted and listed, as they say, improperly by the FBI. Again, the same type of programs as the MH Chaos and COINTELPRO programs. And that's just FBI. The CIA was doing the same thing during the same period of time, but there's been no confession or revelation of what they were doing, nor has there been a publication of the lists of the names of the groups that were targeted. So if you had trouble in one of your groups, you can only guess if it was because of FBI or CIA disruption or just pure and simply human foible.
And again, none of this feels completely new. Most people already assume that information can be influenced, that narratives get shaped. But hearing how deep that can go, it shifts it a bit. Because it's not just news or headlines. It touches education, research, even the books people rely on to understand the world. And at that point, it starts raising a slightly different question. Not just what people are told, but how they end up seeing things that way in the first place.
We began the conditioning to war in this country, this permanent war complex we maintain, pretending we're good guys at the age of 2. This is the age at which we put our children in front of the one-eyed babysitter and turn it on so we can go wash the dishes or take a break. And they watch the same show with different characters 10 or 15 times a day. And I'm talking about, I have a kid, so I'm into these things. You know, He-Man and Sheena and Scooby-Doo even, and the Transformers and the Decepticons and what. Each one of these nice little people put upon by ugly evil forces, always saying, please be nice. The evil forces insist on attacking, and at the last minute, the good guys rise up and stomp them down. Cut, commercial, and we move on, you know, to the next show. Until it's estimated when we graduate from high school, we've spent more time watching violence on television than we've spent in the classrooms itself. And then you get into the movies we've been feeding ourselves during this military buildup during the 80s. Rambo, Commando, Red Dawn, the Rocky series, Under Siege, Delta Force, America, Missing in Action, Top Gun, Heartbreak Ridge, Death Before Dishonor, Platoon, Hamburger Hill, Tour of Duty, China Beach, And they go on and on. How many people saw the movie Red Dawn, by the way? This is fun. Don't be embarrassed. It's a great movie. Now, this story, it's science fiction. The producer of this movie went on television around the nation saying it was his purpose to create a movie that would make people, that would draw people back to war, that would make them feel war could be a good and exciting thing. And this film was actually shown in Marine boot camps to motivate people and to National Guard groups that were about to go down to train in Honduras for the possible invasion of Nicaragua. The science fiction is that they have a force, as you recall, of Russians, Cubans, and Nicaraguans who've invaded the United States, and they've gotten all the way to the Rocky Mountains. Now, you ask yourself why, the planning as they did the movie, why did they pick Russians, Cubans, and Nicaraguans? I mean, it would be a better movie if they picked Russians, Canadians, and Cubans. See, because Canada is an industrial country and there's a huge border, and there could be the Russians coming across at 100 places and pinning us against Cuba. I mean, you could kind of get your head in. I mean, it's all science fiction. You know, blow off our nuclear weapons and our army and all of that. This is the given. So why did they pick Nicaragua instead of, say, Canada? And the answer is, of course, they were targeting Nicaragua for a possible invasion by U.S. troops. So they had to condition the people that Nicaragua would be the next enemy, the next target. Anyway, this force gets all the way to the Rocky Mountains, where they're eventually stopped by the high school football team. Now, I submit to you that the 80s, you see, is the decade of the middle-aged women. This is, you know, Dallas and Dynasty and the Golden Girls and Murder, She Wrote. Linda Evans, you know, is in better physical condition than I am, and Joan Collins is older than I am, and she's a sex symbol, and the Nautilus workouts and the jogging. I mean, an 80s movie would have been the Soviets, Cubans, and Nicaraguans with middle-aged school teachers running through the mountains and shooting them down and drinking deer's blood and all of that. So why did they pick the high school football team? You see, the answer is obvious. They're going to fight the next war with the 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds. It's not going to be the middle-aged 50-year-olds. We're too smart. We've seen the cynicism of war. We wouldn't buy it. It's at that age, the high school graduates, where the young men are suffering from their massive doses of testosterone poisoning. And their minds have not yet had a chance to be filled, for all of them. Some are precautious, but many of them have not yet had a chance to fill their minds with experience, to understand what the world is all about, to understand how they're being used. So that's why they targeted that film at the high school. And then you look at the ads on television that were pumping at us then and now. Join the Army, be all that you can be, with these tanks jumping ditches and helicopters going 200 miles an hour. And so, you know, then I say, wait a minute, what's going on here? What's missing, you know? Where are the young men with their legs blown off at the knees, with their intestines wrapped around their necks? And the answer is that these things are not meant to educate. See, that's where they're reaching inside people's breasts and pressing buttons and manipulating people to join
so
the
far,
army
this
and
is
be
all
that
stuff
you
I'd
can
pretty
be and
much
be available to be sent down to Central America to kill people and to die for your country. And then there's the most insidious ad I think I've seen in all of the days that I've watched television. This is the one of the soldier coming home on vacation in uniform, handsome young man. He's met by his brother. I think he's getting off a train, and he says, "Dad never did understand why I joined the Army." And then they're driving, and he says, "Do you think you'll ever forgive me?" And the boy says, "Well, you know, Dad." And then they get in the living room, and the young soldier says, "Dad," and the father turns and hugs him, and all's forgiven. Now, what's the point? They must have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this ad. What's the point? The point, you see, is that there are a lot of fathers in this country that are saying, do not join the Army. They've seen the Vietnam War and the Korean War, and they've seen the cynicism, and they're telling their sons not to join the Army. And this ad is saying that it's okay, according to the values of U.S. society, to defy your father and join the Army.
In listening to all of that, it's easy to think this is just about perception, how people are influenced, what they're led to believe. But it doesn't really stop there. Because those same environments, the same places where these operations happen, don't just shape narratives. They leave something behind. And sometimes, it's a lot more tangible than just an idea.
Drugs. Every major area of operation in which the CIA has worked has left behind a major functioning drug cartel. Again, this is a major subject we could talk about all night. I'll just mention it. We can go back to it in detail if you like in the question and answer. The French Connection, grew directly from the OSS, the CIA's predecessors, getting Lucky Luciano out of prison and funding him to activate the mafia to work with the U.S. forces during the war and then right after the war to break up the strikes on the docks in Marseille. The Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia grew directly out of our covert policies there. Before it had been run by French intelligence with the Corsican mafia, we took over with our Air America and civil air transport planes, flying in arms to our allies, flying back out with the heroin. The first target being U.S. GIs during the Vietnam War, the second target being the United States itself. The Golden Crescent. Afghanistan, of course, is the largest covert operation the CIA has run to date. We understand in terms of the hundreds of millions of dollars it's cost, going on for over a year, and sure enough, after about 6 years, the Golden Crescent in that area becomes the largest source of heroin in the world today.
Crazy.
See for yourselves. If you'd like to get your information from video, see Guns, Drugs, and the CIA, the Frontline PBS show, or read for yourselves. Read The Great Heroin Coup by Heinrich Kruger. Read The Iran-Contra Connection by Peter Dale Scott.
This literally makes me want to stop paying taxes. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Read The Cocaine Wars by Paul Eddy. Read Out of Control by Leslie Coburn. Read Mafia Kingfish by John Davis. Read The Senator Must Die by Bob Morrow.
He's going through it fast, but what he's saying is actually pretty simple. In these operations, you have planes moving in and out, weapons going one way, money coming back the other. And once those routes exist, they don't just get used for one thing. They get used for whatever fits through them, including drugs. If you've seen American Gangster, that idea probably sounds familiar. Different context, obviously, but the same basic mechanism. And the key point he keeps coming back to is this. There aren't short-term situations. These networks stay in place long after the operation itself is over. So at some point, it's not just about what was done, it's about who makes sure it never really comes out.
I worked for George Bush personally at the end of the Angolan operation when he was CIA director in 1976.
Oh, God.
We had broken the law and we had perjured ourselves to cover it up. We being Henry Kissinger and Bill Colby, mostly me being in a staff position under them. Bush's policies were not to find out the truth and punish the perpetrators and clean up the CIA. It was to cover for us. He went to the congressional committees and said, I wasn't here, but these nice people, he's a very nice person, by the way. He would walk down the hall shaking our hands saying, hello, I'm George Bush, and I want you to know I love being here working with all these fine people in the CIA. And we were saying, huh? I mean, this is the CIA director, is supposed to have kind of an aura, you know. But he was going to the Congress saying, I can't believe that these nice people out there would do the things that you're alleging, but I'll check. And then he had... then he had a young attorney sent down to my office to go through my files to purge them of documents that would prove exactly what they were accusing us of. And then he went back to them and said, we've checked, there are no files in the agency that prove anything like you're alleging, therefore you can drop it, and they did.
Duh, no wonder. Dude, obviously this stuff is happening. It's so fucking corrupt, dude. Like,
and how easily everything moves on from there.
There's no fixing this corruption either.
The world, of course, is the production of arms.
It's too deep. You've already lost. There's nothing you can do.
Defense corporations making 20 to 24% profit. We just got through spending a total of $2.2 trillion on the largest arms buildup perhaps in the history of the world, certainly of any peacetime arms buildup. And our debt increasing by just about exactly the same amount during that period of time. The result is that we've created a society that's dominated by what President Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex. The U.S. taxpayer is now carrying a gigantic burden. 1/3 of our budget is for the military. 53 cents, according to the Washington Post, of every tax dollar.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to pay taxes.
And when he gets to this part,
fuck that.
Kind of pulls everything together. Not in a dramatic way, just in numbers. You start seeing where all of it leads, what it costs, and who ends up carrying it.
Now, the result, of course, of this runaway arms race that we've got going with this expenditure, giant expenditures on the military, is that we can't afford it. We're having to cut every conceivable social service. We can't afford to care for the old people or the poor people or the handicapped people or the farmers or to help the young people get through college. And we're gutting Social Security.
But you don't want
cover
that.
the deficit.
They're smarter
I
than they might
repeat,
not be
you and
good
I,
drones
if
for
you've
you.
got a job, we're taxed. The FICA tax, it's 15%. Your employer pays 7.5%. If you're self-employed like me, you pay all 15%. And this is your retirement. You're supposed to get that back when you're 65. And they're spending that money like it was windfall profits to cover the deficit that they've run up on the production of arms. The real deficits are running about $300 billion. They're calling them $152 billion. The difference they're claiming against borrowing against the Social Security Retirement Fund that belongs to us. And they're spending it on their military today. What's happening is that the United States has plunged relative to the rest of the world. 25% of the people in this country are now functionally illiterate. We're 6th in the world in terms of the percentage of children in school. We're 10th in the world in quality of education. We're 7th in the world in terms of life expectancy. We're 20th in the world in terms of infant mortality. To sell these sacrifices to the American people, the world has to be hostile and dangerous. If the world were peaceful, we would never put up with this kind of expenditure on arms.
And after all of that, this is the part I paid the most attention to. Because it's not really about information anymore. It's about what you do with it.
We're all disempowered. We're all so helpless. The individual here in Washington or in Maine, where I was a couple of nights ago, or in South Texas or California, what can I do? And it's a tough one. We're up against the power structure. We're up against the military-industrial complexes with the media bought and woven right into the things, and it's a tough one. But the professor who stopped the war is a wonderful, to me, inspiring example. My war in Angola. Then young Professor Jerry Bender of UC San Diego, who had done his studies in Angola, and he saw what we were doing, and they bothered him. And he couldn't figure out what to do about it. How could he stop it? So one day he picked up the telephone and he called his senator. And he said, Senator Tunney, I have an expertise on Angola. I see what the CIA is doing. I think they're lying to you. I think it's dangerous. I would like the opportunity to brief you. I will not waste your time. And the senator listened to him and came back to Washington and found that we were indeed lying to the Congress. And he introduced the Tunney Amendment to the FY 76 Defense Appropriation Act that stopped my war in Angola. Now, some years ago, I came to talk to Admiral LaRocque at the Center for Defense Information here in Washington because I was way over my head to ask him, people ask me, Admiral, I said, what can I do? And I don't know what to tell them specifically. And this beautiful old man, we were having breakfast at his home, and he stood up. He said, I love that question. He said, I tell people, I don't know you, but you know yourselves. You know what your capabilities are. He said, I tell people if you can write articles, write letters, write books, write telegrams. If you can organize. If you can travel, go to Nicaragua or the Las Vegas test sites and see for yourself so you can be an
So you need to be in a state of extreme privilege in order to even maybe potentially do anything. Yeah, that's how they've already won.
On them, to lie down in front of trucks with bombs on them. But he said, I tell them, you've got to do what you can do every day of your life. You can't wait until you graduate next summer or get married or get divorced or get a job.
Yeah, this sounds like garbage. Sorry, bro. This isn't helpful at all.
Intellectual giants like Ronald Reagan, and the world may not be here by the time you graduate next summer or get divorced or get a job or whatever. Thank you very much for hearing me out. Thank you.
Someone in this comment was right, and they're like, yeah, this isn't even the worst part. It's like they do all the drugs and horrible shit, but they're also human trafficking, doing horrendous shit. And someone's like, why do you think they canceled Catch a Predator? Because the people they were starting to catch were too high in office. They're starting to be exposed. Epstein Co. wouldn't like that. It's crazy, man. That's why this world is so fucked, and I just can't care anymore. That's why every day I'm hoping for a cataclysm or some kind of takeover. Huh, okay. I'm just killing it. I should just have the whole ass drop party in here. Dandilord is used for. But do need the durability thing. Actually, I guess we don't really need it. If I could go. Actually, what are. They are ice fire. The Whale Oscar Ignis should give me Giga Drops. Okay. Well, maybe it just makes more sense for me to just go kill the whales.
One of the most mysterious and astonishing sites from our lost ancient unknown past is a site that is hardly ever talked about and in fact is a place that most people aren't even aware exists.
Wait, could I have
incredibly massive
Menacing and
deep
Menacing
underground city
Lux? Oh. Wait a second. I've been trolling.
Derinkuyu, located in the Cappadocia region of central modern-day Turkey and within the historic lands of ancient Anatolia, is among the most astonishing ancient wonders of the world, and which takes most people by complete surprise the first time they learn of it, as few are aware that a gigantic subterranean doomsday bunker-like city extends a staggering 18 levels deep into the earth, penetrating a remarkable depth of some 280 feet or 85 meters, creating a labyrinth of miles of endless tunnels that connect to hundreds of rooms which supported, get this, more than 20,000 people plus livestock. Here is an animated map which, although not drawn to scale, and it also only annotates 9 of the 18 total levels, however, it does greatly illustrate the nature and design of this incredible marvel of ingenuity and geoengineering. But perhaps the only thing more bizarre than an ancient 20,000 person deep underground city is the bizarre fact that we do not know who created it, how, or even when. In fact, why it was built and for what intended purpose is also hotly debated, making this incredible site among the most mysterious surviving remnants of a lost ancient civilization on Earth. And having had the incredible opportunity to travel to Turkey and visit this site in person earlier this year, I have to say that it was one of the more mind-boggling experiences I've had in my life while visiting ancient sites. In fact, it further validated my belief in the possibility that a great lost civilization with advanced knowledge and sophistication went to profound extent to survive an ancient cataclysm of some kind, and at some point in our distant past, as I'll elaborate on later in this video. But first, there are so many truly astonishing details about this enigmatic site that I'm going to share with you in this video, it's hard to even know where to begin. So first and foremost, when I said a moment ago that this site is massive, well, aside from the mind-blowing fact that it extends 18 stories and 280 feet deep into the earth, the city itself covers an area of 4 square kilometers, equivalent to 1.5 square miles, all of which is hidden beneath the surface of the modern-day city of Derinkuyu, which, by the way, the name translates to deep well in Turkish, related to the discovery of this city and the fascinating system of deep water wells and sophisticated air ventilation shafts within this metropolis, which I'll share more about in a moment. But the phrase hidden beneath the surface is all too true when we consider the amazing fact as to how this lost underground city was rediscovered in modern times. As the story goes, back in 1963, a man was conducting renovations to his home and discovered this ancient underground city by total accident while sledgehammering his way through his basement wall, only to feel a draft of cold air flowing its way through the hole his sledgehammer had just went through. For centuries, tens of thousands of people unknowingly lived on top of this subterranean city while having no idea of the historic marvel that lay hidden hundreds of feet beneath their feet. And that is where this mystery becomes even more interesting, as the discovery of this one underground city led to something that nobody expected. While exploring the staggering 4 miles or 6.5 kilometers of tunnels within Derinkuyu, they discovered a certain passageway located at the 3rd level down, approximately 20 to 30 feet under the surface, which took explorers on an epic journey through a seemingly never-ending tunnel which led them 9 kilometers or more than 5.5 miles, which eventually led to an entirely other underground city which itself supported thousands of people on its own, which we now know as the underground city of Kaymakli. That's right, 5.5 mile long man-made subterranean tunnel connects these 2 massive underground cities together. But unfortunately, that tunnel was sealed years ago with a concrete wall, along with many other tunnels throughout Derinkuyu as we see today, and unfortunately, there do not appear to be any photos of this tunnel that have ever been made available to the public by the authorities that control this site. But from what I understand, it is located on the 3rd level and was wide and tall enough for 3 to 4 people to walk side by side through it. I have to say that it is a complete and total shame that has never been shown to the public, at least from what I could find. And with that said, I just can't get over it. A 5.5-mile long tunnel, 20 to 30 feet under the earth, is nothing short of astonishing.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised
that's
if
insane.
that's longer than modern cartel drug running tunnels. Hell, let's go check. Well, it turns out that it is. In fact, this ancient underground tunnel is nearly 7 times longer than the largest known cartel tunnel. Amazing, but I digress, and circling back to Immokalee, it's worth mentioning that it is also massive, yet much smaller than Derinkuyu, as it extends 8 levels down compared to 18 levels respectively, yet it still houses an estimated 3,000 to 3,500 people, with some sources claiming a capacity as high as 5,000 to 6,000 people. That in itself is truly extraordinary. And in other words, these 2 connected cities could facilitate a safe haven for approximately 25,000 people plus livestock. And not only that, the discovery of these 2 cities led to further exploration of underground cities in the region of Cappadocia, where they now believe that as many as 200 smaller, separate underground cities potentially exist, with at least 40 of them being at least 3 levels deep or more, and many of which are also said to connect directly to Derinkuyu through various subterranean tunnels. Wait a second, there's as many as 200 ancient underground cities in this one region alone? What on earth would make virtually an entire civilization construct hundreds of these bunker-like cities? And by the way, which just so happen to be in the same exact geographical region of the mysterious ultra-ancient Tas-Templar civilization sites that make up Göbekli Tepe and several dozen others, which date back more than 11,600 years, which, as I've shared many times before, just so happens to be at the same exact period of time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. No, I do not think that it is a coincidence that these mysterious primeval sites were all buried at the same period of time, and in the same region of these hundreds of underground cities. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, we don't even know when Derinkuyu was built. Stone, of course, cannot be dated, and the earliest dating of relics and artifacts recovered from within this labyrinth date back closer to 3,000 years ago. Academics suggest it may have been initially built by the Phrygians in the 8th century BC, some 2,900 years ago, but here's the thing. There's enormous amounts of evidence that this site was reused many times by different people over multiple millennia. For example, artifacts have been found from the Middle Byzantine periods dating between around 1,600 years ago, as well as artifacts related to the Arab-Byzantine wars from some 1,200 years ago. And artifacts have also been found suggesting the site was used as refuge from the Mongolian incursions some 700 years ago. And even more artifacts have been found showing that Christians used the city as refuge from Turkish Muslim rulers during the Ottoman conquest hundreds of years later. And these are just a few established examples. Who knows how many times Derinkuyu was used the spans of time in between, and perhaps long before. So although the oldest dating of this city is approximately 3,000 years ago, it's entirely possible and even likely that any artifacts proving that it's older would have been erased by those who used it throughout the millennia that followed. It is simply a matter of fact that we do not know exactly who built this, when, why, or even how. So as far as I'm concerned, an argument could be made that this site qualifies as prehistoric, as its origin is entirely undocumented. But when we consider the tremendous sophistication that went into constructing this massive city, a valid argument could be made that it exceeds the engineering know-how of ancient civilizations at that time, at least based on what we were taught in school. I mean, the very fact that this lost underground city wasn't even supposed to exist in the first place should really make more people reflect on just how little we truly know about our ancient past and the capabilities and sophistication we continue to discover throughout the world that is rewriting our history books. A great example of this at Derinkuyu is the incredible fact that there is no evidence of any cave-ins throughout the 18 levels that make up this city, meaning that whoever built this knew precisely where to carve out tunnels and various structural support columns to ensure the integrity of the complex. And again, the fact that they did so
playing
without
Palworld.
any catastrophic cave-ins is tangible evidence of the sophisticated engineering
Nothing else to
knowledge
do.
they somehow possessed
Didn't beat
thousands
the
of
boss?
years ago. Another example of
Huh?
this skilled sophistication.
He didn't beat the
involves
boss or whatever? He didn't beat it?
construction of 52
No, the final
large
boss
air
on hard
ventilation
mode
shafts, which extend as much as 180
requires
feet or 55 meters deep into the city,
insane
which could also
degeneracy.
be used for communications between
See.
different floor levels. And although
The
these
apparent
pictures
strat
are
is to get
incredible, they do
15
not
of this
do
one
justice for the
pal,
feeling
give
of
them all
awe
the
you have when you
best
see it with
passive,
your
and they're going to
own
do the
eyes.
DPS while you're
And
focusing
if
on
that's not
staying like
incredible enough, consider that
alive
there
and
are
keeping your own pals up or something. I don't know.
15,000 additional smaller shafts, most about 10 centimeters wide.
And there's a
or
bunch
4
of
inches,
strategies where people
which
just
provided
say, like,
air
you can just
circulation
buff your
to the
damage and
hundreds
go
of
in there, but on
interconnected rooms and
hardcore,
tunnels
my
throughout the
damage is
city.
cut by
In
50%.
fact, I could feel the draft of air while down at the 8th level, which
And
I
hard-
should mention
oh, I
is the
guess, 'cause you're
deepest
not going
level
in
that
there?
will let anyone
No,
go today,
it's just a
as
game
the
setting.
10 other
Hardcore has
levels
a
extend
game
to the
setting where
18th,
your player
are
damage is
off
cut in
limits to
half.
visitors and have been quite literally sealed
fucked
off
up.
with concrete walls
Yeah.
and locked gates throughout the city. But here's what's wild. Although the upper 8 of the 18 total levels are open, those first 8 levels alone only account for approximately 10% of the entire city. In other words, the lower levels are significantly larger than the first 8, and somewhere around 90 to 85% of the site has been unseen by anyone for decades. I have to say that it is a total bummer that these lower levels are unavailable to the public. The least they could do is have Turkey's Ministry of Antiquities Department go in and video record it for all the world to see. I cannot begin to tell you how mind-blowing it was to have spent hours exploring the first 8 levels and then realizing that I only saw a fraction of the total structure, which again housed more than 20,000 people, enough to fill most modern-day sports arenas. Think about that. It'd be like having everyone in attendance within Madison Square Garden and go live in this one underground city and with room to spare. Unreal. What I wouldn't do to go and venture further down into the 10 other levels that extend into the deepest depths of this site, but they claim that it's too dangerous for visitors to go into, which I sort of find odd considering that they've also stated how impressive the site is to have had no cave-ins on any of the levels. I mean, aside from bumping your head or rolling your ankle, this subterranean labyrinth might actually be among the safest places on Earth, as it could serve as a literal fallout shelter from nearly every natural disaster imaginable or even a war. And the very fact that it could support as many people as it did, plus livestock, is a massively important detail that should make everyone question why they would have gone to such unbelievably profound extent to seek refuge deep inside the Earth. But if all of that wasn't already interesting enough, wait until you hear this. When I mentioned that advanced knowledge and sophistication went into creating this underground city, you should know that at the deepest level, 18 stories down, it reached an underground river or stream which supplied its tens of thousands of inhabitants with not only water, but a possible method of disposing waste, ensuring the capability to live here for extended periods of time. They had water, air shafts, and countless rooms for storage of large amounts of food. But how did they know to dig directly over that one water source? Did they get lucky? I doubt it. I mean, it's one thing to dig a water well next to your home, as humans have done for thousands of years, but it's something else entirely to orchestrate and plan the construction of a 280 feet deep, multi-level subterranean complex directly over a limitless source of water.
Bro,
People are
I
saying
just
that
wish the
maybe
deepest levels were open
there's gonna be
today
a
so we
big
could all see what it looks like.
D2 announcement at
But
BlizzCon 2.
speaking of the 18 levels this city consists of, another truly interesting
I mean, they
aspect
probably
of this
saw the
city is
amount.
that
They're like,
each
wait, we had
individual
one
level
guy
is
work
capable
on
of being
Diablo
sealed
2 and
off
he just
with
made us
1,000
$500 million.
pound rolling stone
Mhm.
doors, which locked every level from within, allowing each
You should watch my
individual floor
video.
to be capable of being closed off separately.
Your D2
This is,
video?
of course,
No, my
what led
WoW video
archaeologists and historians to conclude that the purpose of this city was ultimately
that
to
I
escape
linked a few
invaders.
days ago and you guys
And
just
to be
didn't
fair,
look
it
per
certainly
usual.
was used for that purpose, as I mentioned
I mean,
earlier.
I gave
However,
you a
I
view.
have serious doubts that this massive
Watch
city
all of
was
it?
originally
I
constructed
did
for
not.
the
I'll turn it
purpose
on right now.
of hiding from an invading army. The amount of time to plan, map out engineering, procure tools, and all the various logistics required to complete this profound project, and not to mention physically digging out the site itself, would undoubtedly be an enormous and lengthy undertaking. Like I always say, look and think for yourself. Does that really make any sense? They proceeded to dig a whopping 20,000 person underground doomsday city once realizing they were being invaded or were going to be. And not to mention the important detail that this city connects to another underground city 5.5 miles away that could support a few thousand people on its own, and then combined with the estimation that there are some 200 total underground cities in the region, which altogether could support, I don't know, perhaps in the realm of hundreds of thousands of people in total. I would love to see an estimate on that. But something else notable to mention is that one city of Derinkuyu itself had an estimated, and honestly astonishing, 600 individual entrances, most of which are hidden and scattered throughout the surrounding area and even beneath people's homes today, which means that people had the ability to quickly descend and go into this labyrinth, which screams of haste and dire urgency. I'd say that having 600 entrances would make it far more likely that invaders would quickly discover their hiding place and attempt to smoke them out or seal them in and starve them out. Obviously, we could endlessly debate the pros and cons of digging out an underground city to hide from invaders, and leave a comment and share what your thoughts are on that. But I will say that the sheer fact that millions of cubic feet of earth were removed from these cities is an undertaking so massive that we should seriously consider that it may have been built to survive something else entirely. And although it's difficult to find an actual figure for just how much earth was dug out to create this massive complex, I did find that author and researcher Andrew Collins had calculated that more than 5 million cubic feet of rock was removed from Derinkuyu alone, which is equivalent to more than 370 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And this leads me to something exceptionally interesting to consider, which is that the debris that was removed was never actually found, yet remnants of 5 million cubic feet of earth would have created a large hill, just as we see as a result of construction projects and mining operations today. And not only that, if they had chosen to spread out the vast amounts of volcanic tuff throughout their land, which, by the way, volcanic tuff is the type of bedrock that Derinkuyu is made up of, would have ultimately ruined their already fertile soil, subsequently crashing their own agriculture in the area as a result. Which is why it's been suggested by some researchers that they may have chosen to dump the remains in a nearby river, which would have carried the sediment away over time, and hence why we haven't found the 5 million cubic feet of dirt, stone, and rubble they removed. And this is where it gets very interesting, as this potential dumping ground along the river has been found to contain tools and artifacts dating back to the Paleolithic period, which ended 11,600 years ago. Is it possible that the tools they found are related to Derinkuyu? I'd say that anything is possible, as this area along the river has never had an actual archaeological excavation. So, although nothing is certain and it may have no connection at all, this is clearly worthy of further archaeological study and research to establish what they did with all that debris. Because if there was evidence which proved that Derinkuyu was created at the time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe of 11,600 years ago, that in itself would rewrite the history books forever, as it would prove that humans had advanced knowledge of the pending cataclysm and went to profound extent to dig 200 underground cities to survive it. And let's not forget that Göbekli Tepe was buried approximately 11,600 years ago, and recent scientific studies have suggested that it's the world's oldest lunar solar calendar, which may have documented an earlier ancient disaster and potentially holds a calculated warning to future generations of when the next cataclysm will occur. Which is all the more reason why they need to fully excavate Göbekli Tepe, and why I must continue to bring attention to the fact that as of today, they have no plan to fully excavate it in any of our lifetimes, which is sheer archaeological insanity if you ask me. And I would also call for further study of Derinkuyu and gather samples and test for additional dating on all 18 levels, including in the deepest, which again are now closed off and haven't been affected by decades of tourism. What I do know is that regardless of just how old Derinkuyu may ultimately be, it is a true lost ancient enigma and should honestly be placed among the ranks of all the other ancient wonders of the world. And what I will say is that having been inside it for a few hours, I can tell you that I could not imagine even spending one night in there. Seriously, it would be a nightmare to live in this cold, dark, hard environment and with no sun. My overall sense while touring this city is that it represents ancient trauma, that whoever took refuge here, regardless of whatever the reasons may have been, its inhabitants would have done so out of sheer fear and desperation. I honestly would rather run and hide in the mountains and endure snowstorms than live inside this place. And that is just another reason why I question as to whether this was originally created as a doomsday fallout bunker. And by the way, when I said that this place is cold, it maintains a temperature of 55 degrees Fahrenheit or 13 degrees Celsius all year round. It's so cold I could see my breath. But I suppose it would be far better to be inside this underground city than outside if the sky was on fire from a cosmic impact or some massive solar event, or perhaps from a geomagnetic pole shift. Leave a comment and share your thoughts on everything I've shared in this video. Why do you think Darren QU was created and when? And I really hope that you liked the photos I shared. I took more than 400 photos within Darren QU, so it was a project just editing this together to find the best ones, and it's a lot of fun. But I will say that the photos themselves do not do justice for the gravity of this site. That nothing is truly the same as what you see and feel in person. With that said, I'll close it up here. My name is Jimmy Corsetti. My channel is called Bright Insight. And my long hiatus for making videos is over.
I don't feel like I was
and
making
I'm excited
crazy.
to share that I'll have another one out in the next few weeks. That said, hit the like button and subscribe. Leave a comment, and I'll see you all again real soon.
I mean, they're not crazy. It's just, it would be so much work that.
But like the potential payout though is disgusting. I know, like, it's not going to happen, but like, I could see why. Like, it would make sense for them to do it, even if they're not going to do it because New Blizzard is such trash. But
I think it just depends a lot on how like the assets would. Like the D2 remaster, I think like kind of works because it's like.
Well, it's because that was a remaster and that not a remake. So you would have to fully remake WoW. The thing.
Yeah, well, like so back then, like they would have good textures, and then it'd be like, oh, like this needs to fit on a CD-ROM. This needs to run on like these PCs, so you're like downscaling them right for the game. Where you have like those assets back, it's like, oh, like we can. We still have those old D2 fucking like skins and textures and shit that were down-resed for the release. We can take them and either like put them in as is with like modern shit, or like up-res them easily, I think more easily. Yeah. Where like I don't know if you could do that with WoW, because like it's just like every.
Well, that's why I'm saying you need a whole remake for WoW, and like a remaster wouldn't do it.
And like having to remake like all the fucking armor pieces and shit and like assets.
That's just normal work for a company. I know it's Blizzard, but
like it is.
Like that should be like just a normal everyday thing. And they said they were hiring like a ton of artists and everything. I don't know.
Maybe.
You're looking at it from a realistic, logical point, and I'm looking at it like, what if Blizzard was an actual company? That's the issue, I think.
Yeah. I think the other issue too is that like with Microsoft owning them or whatever, I don't know how heavily like they already got like burned on like a bunch of like the game, like they're not doing so hot.
Well, hey.
So do they want to invest like a bunch of money into something like that, or do they want to just like milk what they've got for money at this point?
It's not like any more money than they would do for some bullshit AAA, but like this is basically like it would be like guaranteed returns though. How I see it, like.
Yeah. But you'd also have guaranteed returns if you just like half-assed Classic or whatever, like Classic people don't have a whole lot of other options, especially if you ban all the private servers.
I mean, they try to ban the private servers, but like they're still there. They haven't gone anywhere. Ascension's still around.
I mean, they're like nowhere near as popular.
Oh, they definitely are still. Like Ascension, I could probably log on Ascension and have like a gigaton of people still.
I think there's still like a lot of people playing Ascension, but like the Turtle WoW people, like did they go to Ascension or did they say like?
No, they just went to one of the clone Turtle. As soon as
Turtle, all those people, like is like Capybara or whatever, is it approaching the same population that Turtle WoW was at its peak?
I have no idea on that one.
I feel like it's probably not, because like I feel like once you get burned on like, hey, I invested into this character and it's just gone now, like maybe you don't do.
Even
private
with
servers again.
No, Nostralius, even back in the day, Nostralius shut down and then a new server came up and it kept my old characters. Like it kept my Nostralius character.
Yeah, I think they said with Turtle WoW they had the Australian like characters or whatever for whatever reason, but not like the NA ones.
Oh, that's fucking weird.
It is weird. I think you should get like some image, like if you were gonna redo that video or whatever.
Well,
you
I
should
wouldn't.
just like even like the AI images, or like on your next one or whatever. Even if it's like AI images of like what shit could look like, I think would be like cool to like talk over.
True, but like I don't even know. For my next video, it would just be like me showing the actual book.
Yeah, or even like that, even like old conks. Like there is like I think like an argument for like, hey, you know, like they can realize because like when you're making like when they were making classic WoW originally, or like there's shit that they didn't have time for, or like remember like launch and it was like Molten Core like barely existed, and like BRD, you know, like they were like finishing that game months after
Yeah, they were.
you know it came out.
And
So there's
then-
like a bunch of shit that they probably never were able to like realize, and now they can go back and say like, hey, yeah, Desolus, like this is the concept art for Desolus, and maybe they could fucking, you know,
Well, they could go crazier than that if they wanted to, because the concept art for Stormwind looks like pretty different, like very different than what Stormwind actually looks like.
I feel like it's a fine line though, because like you want to like make things like different and improve on them, but you still want them to be like nostalgic and recognize, you know.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, how you could still like for Stormwind, the most nostalgic thing for me is like you walk in and you see the statues, right? So you could still have that.
Like the music plays as you fucking see like the statues, you know, walking through the gates and shit, and it's like,
you're
hell
like,
yeah.
Dude, I know all these people from Warcraft 2 and 3. It's fucking awesome. They could still have those statues, but like the actual like there's Stormwind was like kind of built around a little like mountain, and the keep was on top of the mountain.
Well, that's pretty cool. Having a bit more like verticality.
Yeah.
It's really interesting because like there's not a lot of like I feel like they had Z-axis issue, which I mean like you know they had Z-axis issues. But like if you look at like classic WoW, like there is not a lot of fucking you know up down stuff.
Yeah.
Even for like something like Blackrock Mountain, it's like a ramp that's you know goes up 30 feet. Which is kind of. I'm trying to think if they even do that really in like in retail. And not, you know.
Yeah, but then it's like, okay, what
kind of like Razor Fin Downs is I guess like the closest thing.
True. I mean, well, Blackrock Spire is like up and down, like goes.
That's true. There is like those side paths in the mountain and stuff.
Well, I mean, in the instance.
Oh yeah.
Like
lower Blackrock especially where you're like going down.
Yeah.
Upper, I guess a little bit too, but it's like more gradual. I feel.
Yeah.
And like more like rooms, so you're not like looking out over like. Lower Blackrock is so cool because you can like when you zone in, you like see like the whole fucking.
Yes, things sprawled out below
like,
you. Yeah.
You're like fuck, and then like you get there, and you're like, damn, this is where I saw this place from above, back then, and it was dope.
Dude, they could, dude, if they did like a remake or whatever, they could finally add like, dude, they could add Hearthstone into taverns. But that would probably, I don't know, that'd be weird seeing like Hearthstone shit in classic WoW because of all the like the future content. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't work.
That'd be cool. Maybe they could just make the Peggle mod a thing.
Oh, dude,
just Peggle in the taverns. I wonder if they could do like a thing like so like bear with me, but you know how like Sod was like, hey, yeah, you're like we're level 20 and like you're capped there for a couple months. I wonder if you could do a thing where like you don't need to remake the whole world like at once, you know, you can do the fucking, you know, up to level 20 and like it's a fucking, you know, Dead Mines is the raid or whatever, and then like as you like make more zones, it's like 6 months later, like, yeah, we've got like the level 40 content running. And like you open up, I don't know if you just like close off those zones or make it like how like Silithus was at release, where it's just like there's like not really anything there. Or like what you would do, but like that would be kind of interesting to me as like a concept, because then I don't know, because like my thing with like how do you remake it? It's like they were obviously using like SOD as a testing ground, so it feels like they don't know, like you don't want to sink a bunch of shit into it and be like, oh, like we changed too much, now the nostalgia people aren't nostalgic, and you know, like we missed the mark on that. Whereas if you were doing it kind of like building as you go, you can kind of like pivot shit easier and be like, oh, like people liked, you know, people felt Westfall was too different with the new Westfall, so we, you know, made new wetlands fucking closer to old, you know, shit like that. So I think that's like the big issue, because like you could remake shit and then like kind of how like the Final Fantasy remakes, where it's like, oh, there's people that are playing them and like the story's different. I don't like that. I wanted to, you know, because like, you'll have those people that are like, I wanted to play classic WoW as classic WoW, the way I remember it with like new shiny graphics, you know, and then you'll have people that are like, I want them to fucking better make the zones now with like a more modern, you know.
I mean, okay, because I don't know, like people seem to that like you're bringing up some good points, and I think it would be cool to kind of have like your zone locked in as they build more iterations on stuff as you're going. It's just like you're saying, I don't know how you like, because if you make it so like people can't go to those zones, or it's just empty or something, that would feel just really weird.
It would feel weird. It would feel like an early access game.
Exactly. Yeah. So if maybe you could come up with some like lore reason why zones are changing or something. Like maybe it's like,
yeah,
you leave
like
them as they are.
Whatever.
Yeah, but like, oh, Zalatath has intervened with this timeline, and now like the orcs in Wetland are leaving Grimbatoll early, and now Wetlands is different, or like, I mean, they're already out there in the field, but you know what I mean. There's more red dragons.
You just like fill with a bunch of high level mobs to discourage people going there.
Well, maybe not. You could have high level mobs there too to discourage people going there from the start. But like once you raise the level content, then you go there and like. But then like, you could also just leave it normal until you like you're about to go to the next level tier. And
just
then
leave it as like regular wetlands, and
then
like
maybe like a week or two before
wetlands patch.
Yeah, like week or two before, it's like, oh, mobs are like there's rumblings in Grim Batol, what's going on, and like mobs need to start coming out.
Almost like a like reverse cataclysm or something.
Yeah, I don't like, dude. There's the amount of stuff they planned. Like, I think they wanted to like they were dreaming big and thinking about like going to Ice Crown, even like Outlands and Ice Crown in original classic.
Like I feel like like original classic, like they were not imagining like Northrend as, you know, Wrath Northrend.
Yeah, they were like, no.
It would have been like, even in like Frozen Throne, like Northrend isn't like that big.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like it's.
And they wanted to go to Outlands too, because like I was seeing in the book, there's all the art they have of Outlands and Northrend, so it's like clear that's where they wanted to go. Like with all that available too, you could maybe like, dude, I don't know. That's the thing; it's so hard to figure out. Like,
well, it's like I was saying, like you could just have like fucking Hellfire Peninsula as Outlands. You know, like you don't need the rest.
Yeah. Or like
in theory, like you can just have it be like, yeah, we're going through. You know, you go through the Dark Portal and fucking Hellfire Peninsula, and you know, Illidan's there maybe or maybe not, and
Illidan would have to be there, but it could be like
I would think. Or you could do just like Hellfire and Shadow, you know, like it could be like 3 zones.
Yeah, a little bit down there.
Like how.
Because we still, like, because there's all that time where fucking Illyria and, like, Terralion were fighting there. So it's like, we don't know what was going on there. So that could be a little thing they could show us, like. easily take us to Northern. See, like, and what if they're just saying like to them like Titanforge servers? What if that's them experimenting it too? It's like, okay, what if we have everybody at this level, but we're doing all these old raids too? Like, because you know about the Titanforge servers, I'm assuming.
Those are the Chinese ones?
Yeah, where
it's like each week is like a different raid lockout or whatever.
No, it's like you're level 80, but then like all the raids up to level 80 will be coming out randomly. So it's like like first it was like I think like Molten Core and I don't remember. But like they're releasing 2 like separate raids that are scaled to level 80. But there's old world raids. I don't know. Not explaining this well, but
I think you've told me about it before, so I have like a vague, not vague, but like.
And they've also added like new legendaries into it too. Crazy.
That is crazy. I hope they do like. I don't know. It's like I want them to experiment with it and get like a little bit weird, and at the same time, it's like don't get too weird. So I did not like the gems of Sod. Like I thought that was kind of like.
Gem? You mean?
Or the sockets or whatever the fuck it was.
The
enchants.
What was it? You mean for the skills?
Enchant?
Like your rune
skills,
slots?
yeah.
Runes. There we go.
Runes, yeah, runes. I wasn't like they were fine or whatever, but I like talent trees and fucking shit like that.
Yeah, runes. Getting them early on and stuff was really cool because there was like actual like content, like new stuff that was like class related to you, and it felt cool. But then they later on they got lazy and made it so like everyone would just do the same thing to get it. And it did suck because it's like having to put it on the piece of gear felt weird.
Yeah,
but
like it just felt strange.
They should just built it into the talent trees. There's a lot of bullshit in the talent trees they can just get rid of to easily put the new stuff in.
But yeah, get weird with the talent trees. Make it like almost like you could, know.
But see, then it's like I want them to do that, but like I feel like if you make Camelot, you have to say fuck you to the nostalgia people if you want to actually do it correctly. Like and make it really
Which is
good.
like that's like a tough sell. Like if I'm like Bob Microsoft and you're like, hey, I need $500 million to remake classic WoW, but it's not going to be a nostalgia bait, and it's like, oh,
just going to be actually like really good. I mean,
I
don't think you need 500 million. Like maybe 200 million.
Or like any amount of money. Like the business. I feel like it's like a tough sell, and like maybe with Sod popularity, it's like I trust you to do the thing, make the thing good. Is like the only way I could see that. But like it's possible, you can.
Yeah, it's just not probable.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a reachy.
Insane reaching, to be honest. Like, I know it too, but like, what if I'm just making that video was more just like a was a 5-head sleeper play. Because if for some reason I'm right, I feel like people could go back to that video and like people would go insane and be like, oh dude, this guy called this shit before, like what else has he done? Like let's see what he was saying, like how he figured it out, like I don't know. I just feel like you can't like lose though. Like even if you say you get all the money to remake it, the amount of people who will buy the box, like I was saying, like people still buy the new WoW expansions instantly. So they would guarantee like break even in like the worst possible case scenario, I think. But like in the best case scenario is untold wealth.
Yeah, the best case scenario would be like giga big.
As weird as this sounds, I kind of have faith in Holly Lawndale, whatever her name is.
Dude, like she honestly, like ever since she joined, like it's been fucking like nothing but bangers, you know?
Well, and plus, like, fucking Metzon's bitch ass told her, "Oh, I wish we never made it Warcraft," and she was like, "The fuck are you saying?" Like, it's
Yeah.
And I was like,
a
"Okay, that's
fucking-
based, Holly. You're right." Like, that's some weird cuck shit from Metzon. Dude, Metzon lost the way somewhere. I want to say. I don't know where.
Yeah, I feel like the old like Blizzard like breast milk shit fucking like scarred him. Like I don't think he like participated in it to that extent.
Yeah.
Or anything, but like I think just like having like all of his friends and fucking coworkers and shit turn out to be like awful people is like makes you really, you know, reconsider a lot of things about
Well,
like
it's like why
is it, you know, am I at fault? Did I like feed into that culture? And
Well, see, it was weird when he left. Because it's like, why would he leave? You know?
well, I think he wanted to like be more like. I feel like he's a guy that like would be like working like 80-hour weeks and shit just because he like loves the like just fucking loves it. And I think he like stopped to like be with his family and shit, you know.
But
and also like they were also like there was that like fuck, what was it? I remember reading it was I can't remember if it was like Mike Morhaime or like Tom Shilton or something, but it's like after like I want to say it was maybe like Cataclysm or Mop or whatever, but like when shit started, like there was that time period where you know they weren't rock stars anymore, and like sub numbers were starting to drop and shit, and it's like oh like the financial guys are now involved, and it's not like hey we're gonna make this cool thing and fucking whatever, and it's like oh well you know you have someone holding the purse strings, you need to like justify shit too, and you know like it just stops being fun, you know, to work in that environment, I would think, compared to like before where it's like hey I want to do this cool thing and it's just rapidly successful and you get like the you know the blank check and the fucking
well maybe it's
the
also
freedom to do whatever you want.
Yeah, maybe the freedom got taken away. Because like how
Yeah,
fucking
that's what-
Kaplan was saying, shit seems
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it got really fucking disgusting there.
Yeah, and you have to like now you have to justify like the cost every fucking time,
And then you
like,
have to
fight
also
for this
include-
shit, and it's exhausting.
And you got to include a bunch of microtransactions and bullshit because your profits before are never good enough for these fucking demonic lizard people who only care about a number going up. Like, but see, that's the thing. It's like they only care about number going up. You remake classic WoW, that number goes up higher than it's ever been. It's just like they're so greedy and evil, but they don't even have like the foresight to maximize their greed. It's just how do these people exist? It's so weird.
Yeah,
to me.
super strange, especially in like a creative industry.
Yeah.
I don't know if you like saw or like know about like Devolver Digital that like did they're like a indie publisher.
I know
that
about them a
published-
little bit.
Yeah, they went public. Like the strategy was like we'll fund a bunch of like indie games, and like for every like 10 that like don't do good, one is like Hades or fucking you know like Hotline Miami or some shit and sells like a gajillion copies. And they went public like 5 years ago, I think, and then like the public investors were not a fan of like hey this game didn't do good. So now they're like their stock price tanked and they're going like back to being private, and it's like kind of like a similar thing where it's like once you get like involved in like that big money shit,
you throw away
you
everything.
lose the and
it's stupid. All
it
because
is stupid, and it's
just they wanted a
ahead.
little bit more money. It's like for some like that.
Yeah. Or they like didn't believe in the strategy, or like it's like, hey, you made Hotline Miami last year. Where's Hotline Miami this year? And it's like, oh well, you know, can't have it every year.
Yeah, that's not how shit works. anywhere. Even Call of Duty is now like people are like almost fed up with that. Like
it's fucking just like been ran into the ground. It's in like the milking phase.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, it felt like it was maybe like already in the milking, like maybe they're turning it around from the milking phase back to the like reinvigoration phase.
It's like this thing that has said like been true has people have been saying that has been ringing true is like only WoW could kill WoW.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been like to me pretty like managed decline. I don't know, that's just how I felt for a while. But that's just because I don't like the game and how it is. So other people probably have it better, like wouldn't see it the same.
No, I think that's right. Like at the end of the, like, it's kind of like that shit with these, you know, like they make changes to the game because people want them, and then, or even maybe they want them, like Raid Finder or what, you know, like more convenient stuff. Because like they also age and don't have this, you know, the same amount of time or same amount of, you know, whatever, and then it changes the dynamic, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, is okay now that Tom Shilton or like Metzen is fucking 20 years older, does he want to make like a game with friction and, you know, like war crimes and shit? And like the answer seems like probably not. And it's like, okay, then like what do you do? You find a new Metzen that doesn't want to do war crimes? You let Metzen just fucking cook whatever he's cooking and call it a day?
Well, he was 42 when he left. So, I mean, he's already, like, I don't know. And see, that doesn't make sense to me because, like, if you're, like, this much of a gamer, you're making WoW and shit, like, I don't know, like, you would still, like, I feel like you still play the same amount of games. Like, they haven't, like, I don't know, like, sure, there's probably more, like, life responsibilities they might have, but I don't know.
But sometimes it's about like just doing something new, you know, like it's not like they had a plan for like 10 expansions deep or whatever that Metzen had cooked up. He was, you know, it's like, oh, what do you know, I've done the thing that I had passion for. Now, where the fuck do I go with it?
Well, but like he was making all the lore and shit though for like, I don't know.
Well, wasn't it like at some point it was like Alex Afriasabi and that other guy? Or was it Alex and Metzen? I don't remember.
Well, but like Metzen's lore that he created, like it didn't end in Cataclysm. Like his shit went super deep. Like he created all the stuff with the Titans, the Pantheon, like the Void Lords and everything. Like
yeah, but like the Titans like changed, even like the demons or whatever changed like 8 fucking times, like under Metzen.
Did they?
I know in like Legion, like I don't remember when they changed what Dreadlords were.
What do you mean?
Like in the Warcraft 3 manual, it's like fucking Sargeras was killing demons, and then the Dreadlords like corrupted him.
Yeah, but they didn't like they didn't like they.
That's like not.
They didn't really. I mean, they corrupted him by showing him what was really going on. They showed him like.
But that's not like what it was in the Warcraft. You know, like in the Warcraft 3 manual, it was like just like not that. It was like they corrupted him the way that like, you know, Kerrigan got corrupted or whatever. Like it was just like a, you know, corruption, not like a, oh, they've opened his eyes to the truth of.
Was it?
You know, whatever. Like originally, I think he was just like a demon lord, and then it was like he's a fallen titan who was corrupted by the demons, and then like current Sargeras is like a fallen titan.
Well, I got something here. Its original lore in the Warcraft 3 manual, the Nathrezim and the Eridar were depicted as demonic races that corrupted Sargeras through their influence and manipulation. Retcon, with the release of Burning Crusade, the Eridar were retconned as a mortal race corrupted by Sargeras, leaving the Nathrezim as the primary agents of his fall. But then, current canon, Sargeras was not mind-controlled, but rather shattered by despair after the Nathrezim revealed the Void Lord's plan to corrupt the Titan world souls, leading him to conclude that destroying the universe was the only way to stop it.
It is like he recruited the Nathrezim almost. Like it's like a, you know.
Well, then later lore reveals the Nathrezim were secretly loyal to Denarthrius and the Jailer, having manipulated Sargeras' fear of the Void
Jailer, dude,
to serve their own ends within the Shadowlands. Yeah, see, I don't.
And it's like at what point, like what part from was Metzen in? Like obviously, like, I think the most recent shit. Obviously, he wasn't. Presumably,
He came in 2023. He was fully promoted.
and then maybe it was, you know. But it, you know, and it, like I don't know, like it doesn't feel like it. They were doing like the rule of cool shit back then. Of like this would be cool, and they did it, and then like the world building wasn't like amazing. It was just cool, and then they tried to flesh it out, and it became less cool and also kind of stupid. And even like the old gods and shit. Like I remember like in like classic, the old gods, I thought like Cthulhu was so fucking cool.
Yeah,
and then it's just like, oh, he's just like a void seed that was tossed out, and it's not like he's actually a god. He's just I don't know, like a weapon. What? And I find that significantly less cool. They had like a real like eldritch, Cthulhu fucking thing going on with the old gods.
Yeah, I thought that's what.
You thought that's what they were still?
No, he is an old god, but he's not a void lord.
Cthulhu?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. But like, they're not like this ancient, unknowable fucking like god. It's just the fucking void lord weapon, or like it's. I find that like much less cool when it's not like an unknowable force from beyond our dimension, but it's just a void lord thing, I guess.
Well,
I don't know. I find the relation to the void lords to be really fucking stupid, and especially like now that they're in like the void expansion and they're just like blue guys that believe in like survival of the fittest or something.
Oh yeah, no, it got really, really dog shit.
Yeah, and it's like somehow even like just so stupid.
It's just the typical herder Disney stuff. Both people are good. There is no bad races of people. Like,
except for dude, the one villain, like modern WoW Gul'dan fucking went hard though.
I'm not
like WoD Legion Gul'dan was fucking straight fire, man.
Okay, I'm not familiar with his game.
Did you watch the fucking little like Warlords of Draenor shorts?
I've only seen the opening cinematic with Garrosh and Grom.
Dude, you gotta watch this fucking. Like, watch this shit, man. He's so fucking cool, and then he fucking like disenchants Varian, and his fight in fucking Nighthold is also incredibly sick.
Him disenchanting Varian is
like, it's stupid, but at the same time, it doesn't make Gul'dan's,
Well, it doesn't it doesn't make any sense, because I think I remember seeing that scene. I don't know, I need to see the whole scene, but it's like, there's no way Gul'dan should have been able to best Varian in combat, close
Well,
to where
it's not like he bested him in combat. Like Varian got fucked up by like a Bell Reaver or something, or an Inferno. I don't remember what it was. But and then he's just like injured and shit, and then Gul'dan fucking, you know, just like Neil soul drains the fucking, you know, underbog Colossuses. He got a soul shard.
Yeah.
Pathetic wretch! Long have you refused your place in this clan. Now, we rid ourselves of your filth once and for all. Get it over with. So, even now you test me! Enough! I have tried to help him find his place among us. I failed. Gul'dan, there's nothing more I can do for you. But no, I have always believed there is greatness within you. Seek out the throne of the elements. Perhaps there you will find your destiny. Begone, cripple! You are cast out. In the wastes, you will understand what it means to have no people. From childhood, my deformity made me a target for mockery and dismissal. I knew I was meant for more than the clan would ever allow of me, and I hated them for it. But after months, alone and starving, I began to consider that the safety and shelter of a clan might be better than endless suffering.
Those fucking birds. The birds in Outland.
Right, dude?
Oh god.
He's going for a node. Don't do it, Gul'dan.
Sustained me all my life, ate at me, until nothing was left. In my weakness, the words of the old shaman pierced the cold. Seek out the throne of the elements. There, humbled and broken, I offered myself in the service of whatever would end my anguish. The elements abandoned me. But in their absence, other voices whispered. They had come to me to offer a gift. In return, I would become the harbinger of their fury. Gul'dan. How dare you return here? You may never rejoin your people. My people? I have no people! I would Instead, I would forge a world that would grovel before me.
Like, why do they gotta make Gul'dan justified? Why couldn't he just be an evil warlock then?
I mean, I feel like he's like, it's got a cool story. He's a fucking.
Yeah, but now I'm on his side, and it's like, well, if he did nothing wrong, I would have done the same. Instead of like,
Yeah,
damn,
dude.
Gul'dan's done some fucked up shit.
No one living has heard of the village.
Like, I feel like that's like a good fleshing out of like a villain, where it's like, oh, like he's still a fucking evil dickhead.
But he's not really that evil, though. Orcs themselves are like savagery, garbage people. I don't know.
I mean, but it's not like he killed just the ones that were mean to him or something. He's like,
Well,
you know,
maybe they were, because he left them mocking. He left that guy alive. The guy who tried to tell him to go to the throne. He's constantly sad how like everyone was making fun of him for his like shit. So like,
but like even in fucking like Legion and shit, he's killing like Varian. You know, he's doing some bad shit, some bad
Well, I
mojo,
mean,
man.
Well, yeah, because he's with the Legion, but like, Targaryen just trying to save. Okay.
It's a misunderstood little guy.
Yeah. This is why bullying is bad. This is how you make serial killers or powerful warlocks.
Jesus. Good anti-bullying PSA, dude.
True.
This was 10 years ago? Jesus Christ.
Gul'dan 1, Elemental Lord 0.
Some of you are alright. Don't go to the Throne of the Elements tomorrow.
Dave, you were the good one. Stay away from the village tomorrow. Jeez. Oh. This is also alternate reality Gul'dan and not our Gul'dan.
Yeah.
Because I was like, wait, isn't that Ner'zhul? Shouldn't he be like apprenticing? I thought something was off when I was watching it. Now it makes sense.
Right? Alt Universe Gul'dan goes hard, dude.
The village should have listened to the DBM warning.
In return.
Yeah, there's one at 447, a little ding plays. Holy shit. Impressive.
That's good.
Man, I just think it'd be so cool if they remake WoW, like Camelot's a full remake, and then they just take the lore and they steer it like a completely different direction.
Dude, hear me out. What if you did WoW? Fuck, I don't know how you do it, but it's like Warcraft 2 or something, you know? Like you have the Alliance and you do have like the southern zones and then you have the Horde, like the
Oh my
Horde
god.
in
That is so smart. That would be so fucking sick. Like you're instead of going in after the fucking third war, we're going in at the start of the second war. Or even the start of the third war would be fucking insane, dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, yeah, you cooked right there. That would be so good.
Dude, I think it would be like really hard. Cause like if you do like Warcraft 2, it's like who, you know, cause like there's a lot of zones in Classic WoW where it's like, you know, Alliance and Horde are both there and they're both killing, you know, Earth Elementals or fucking bad orcs or whatever. But if everyone's a bad, you know, like who's the shared antagonist?
Each other's factions. It's Warcraft. I don't know. They could.
Man, make like a Dark Age of Camelot style fucking PvP thing.
Okay, that would be also super fucking sick. Because then there is multiple factions back then. Because the Night Elves are still like fuck the humans and shit. I mean, so I don't know if the Night Elves would even come into play though, because you don't see a single Night Elf in War 2.
No, yeah.
The High Elves are there, which
you would
are
have to
fucking
basically
pog.
just, like human, dwarf, or gnome,
or High Elf,
and then like orc, troll, like no Tauren.
The High Elves
were in War 2 either.
The
How
High
could
Elf
you be a Night Elf
archers.
in War 2?
No, High
are you
Elf
saying War 3?
in Warcraft 2.
High Elf.
Yeah.
Yeah, High Elves. You're right, High Elves. And then you'd have orcs, ogres, goblins, and I guess that's it.
I mean, trolls. Yeah, trolls were there. I don't know. They weren't.
Yeah,
no, because you made the axe throwers. Yeah.
Yeah. Orcs, ogres, goblins, and trolls. Yeah, that's fucking. I'd play it.
Dwarves, gnomes, humans, high elves.
That's fucking. It's a juicy one.
And then if they wanted to, like during Warcraft 2 or like right after Warcraft 2, like you could say like maybe the start of Warcraft 3 even. And then, dude, and that's how they could reuse Hydrol, because you're going there to actually stop Archimonde instead of going there in the past to stop Archimonde too.
I wonder if you could even dude, you could do Warcraft 3 kind of like sort of easily, because like you just have like a bunch of undead and demons.
Yeah, and there's still like the
as the zone antagonists.
Yeah.
And you could even use like the base WoW map and just like retexture, like repopulate the zones and change structures and shit.
True. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go AFK a few minutes to microwave some mini burritos.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna do the same.
Roger. Alright, I'm back. What the hell? I've never just crashed at the freaking surgery table before. Alright, it's back to chain killing a bajillion electric pals. Dude, do I need to collect this? Why I'm doing Verdant Hollow is because I need manuscripts. I got cock blocked on manuscripts when I was trying to finish out my research trees. 800 manuscripts now. Yeah, I can start blasting this stuff out. Put all of you back here. Kindling. Box management sort. Nice. Like, this is actually pretty significant. It's like if I have all these buffs going, my base pals will be very strong, right? Maybe at least as strong as my pals near me when I have the Orzerk buff going, or maybe more powerful than. I switched to using Brave browser, but this shit has been sucking. I'm switching back to frickin' Opera. I've never crashed so much web browser until now. What are you guys doing?
Extinguish all life. They slaughtered our loved ones. You were not prepared. The enemy came into our world. Their only desire to extinguish all life. They slaughtered our loved ones. They razed our homes, our cities, and our sacred places. You tried to stop them, and you failed. And so you came to me. Nothing remaining of you but rage and determination. And you learned that the things that once tormented you could give you power. Now you see that there is no sacrifice too great if it brings an end to the Burning Legion.
But Lord Illidan, demonic energies course through our veins. They gnaw at our every thought. What makes us any different from the monsters we fight?
You question the Master. We will not sit idly like those on Azeroth, waiting to become the demon's prey. We will take this war to the Legion's worlds and prey upon them!
interesting. Illidan had no answer to her. Kinda sus.
Demon hunters, you dare attack the Doomlord Asgarth in his own domain? Your mission has failed. Your cause dies with them.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
You smell more of demon than hunter. You would serve us well.
Never.
You wish to know the difference between the demons and us. They will stop at nothing to destroy our world.
And we will sacrifice everything to save it.
The Legion will know of this victory, and they will fear you, my Illidari. Now, you are prepared.
You know, these Harbinger things are cool, but I really don't like the art style.
It's not. I find some of them they're good and some of them they're not. Like obviously they're like lower budget. Because
Yeah.
it's like.
Well, but like,
I think they were just starting to do like the 2D, but like the arm moves or whatever. Back then.
It's not the animation, it's just how it looks. It looks like this is like the art just looks like it's drawn by some random woman who thinks she's really artsy. That might sound misogynist.
There was like some fire shots.
Yeah, but like, oh, we gotta show Gul'dan looking weak. Oh, he's hurt and he has to see the pain on his face. And then, oh, with the Illidan stuff, the woman has to speak up and ask about why are we doing this, Illidan? Like, what's the difference between us and the demons? Like, I don't know.
Shit, man, asking some good questions.
Yeah, she's like, what's the difference between us and a demon? Like, bitch, you're fucking your own person. You can make your own decisions. You cannot give in to the voices. Why would you even ask Illidan that?
She's struggling.
But like, of course, it would be a woman speaking up because a woman made this stuff, right? Like, oh, we got to have woman empowerment, and like, oh, look how artsy.
I mean, it was like the Gul'dan one had like 0 women.
Yeah, but they made Gul'dan look like such a little like bitch.
I mean, at the beginning, and then at the end, he's straight Liddy.
Then he looks fine, yeah, but like they had to show like, oh, look at him suffering. He's a man. He can show his emotion. It's so cool. Just the vibe I get from this art. Okay.
That's fair. I mean, I like that. Like, it has like an emotional vibe. I think it's, it helps me connect with the characters and shit.
I mean,
but if you don't, that's fine too.
Like, Gul'dan in my head is like, he wouldn't be wincing at this shit. He'd just be taking it, like going through the fucking. I don't know.
He's had a rough life. It was wearing on him, man.
I guess.
It's weird. Like the Battle for Azeroth ones are fucking really good, too. Despite like the expansion being like really bad, but like the Jaina one and the fucking Ashara one are fucking. I mean, maybe you won't like them because they're kind of girl bossing a bit. But
well, I can accept it if it's like about the girls themselves. But this is supposed to be like Illidan, but this random female demon hunter got more spotlight and was the one who to save Illidan from Asgalor's attack or some shit. Like what? She was able to cut the chains of his weapon? I mean, I'm thinking too much into this.
Feeling into her inner demon, dude.
I guess.
I don't know if that was ever like a. I haven't watched it recently. Did she die?
No, she survived, and they're like, okay, yeah, this is our difference. We're gonna do everything to save our world.
I wonder if I feel like they keep trying to like make new characters or whatever, you know. Like so it's like how many times can we bring back Gul'dan and Illidan and like I'm trying to remember like because there was like a female demon hunter in Legion that was like, you know, they introduced a bunch of demon hunters and like Cain and well, like Neltharius or whatever was there, but
yeah, but if you're,
I wonder if they're like trying to like here's a new character,
but
and
it's
you can
always
see her in the video.
It's always the women are like going to be the good, heroic people, and the guys are always traitorous and evil. That's just been their theme for a long time. And then it's like the women always have to come in and figure shit out.
There's like Ashara is a villain.
Yeah, and Ashara is based because she has previous lore. Xal'atath, I wouldn't call her any gender, but I guess if we're gonna...
Cordana Felsong in WoD was like that warden that was helping you, and then she gets corrupted and is a villain in Legion.
But she's a dungeon boss. It's a minor...
So is Ner'zhul.
Yeah, that's wrong of them to do that.
I agree. I think it's fucked up.
Also, wasn't fucking Blade Fist also just a bot? Like, he wasn't even a, like, don't you kill one of them early on in the...
yeah, you kill Blade Fist. Blade Fist is the first boss in the first raid, and it's an ogre raid.
Oh, well, at least he was in a raid. Okay. I was thinking, like...
Yeah. It is lame, though. I want to say it's in, like, in... It might have been, like, the normal heroic difficulties. It's, like, kind of, like, vague if he's dead or not, and then in the mythic, he's, like, turbo dead.
It's weird. And this Harbingers thing for Illidan, in the comment for... It says, only one demon hunter allowed per realm.
That was the restriction in Legion.
Weird.
You could only have one.
Why?
I think that was also the restriction on Death Knights for a bit, wasn't it? I don't know if it was just like, hey, it's a hero class, or you know, if there was more to it at that time. It might be just because they started level 70. I don't know if there's like a, I don't know, like I truly I'm not. Yeah, Death Knights also had a 1 per realm limit.
Weird.
Originally, I think it's been removed. Yeah, it was removed in 5.3 and 6.1. I want to say it was something with like because they started at a higher level was maybe the idea, but like I honestly have like I'm not sure what they were trying to prevent by like with that restriction.
Yeah, pretty weird.
fucked up there was no female warlord, dude. Sexism at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, it's Katrina. What if the wild legends you grew up hearing were completely real? Deep beneath the surface of Turkey's largest saltwater lake lies the remains of a forgotten empire. One that experts insisted was nothing more than a bedtime story until divers actually went down and found it. Today we're exploring 6 astonishing underwater mysteries that blur the line between myth and reality. We've got sunken castles, ancient sacrificial sinkholes, lost Indian temples revealed by tsunamis, and even a 125-million-year-old living fossil caught on camera. Let's dive in. Turkey's sunken castle of mystery. Every now and again, a local legend turns out to be completely true. Near the Turkish border with Iran, there lies one of the world's largest saltwater lakes, Lake Van. For years, locals have told stories about epic ruins hidden under the surface of the lake. Ask anyone who grew up on its shores and they'll say there are whole castles below the surface, left over from the Urartu kingdom. The Urartu ruled the area from about 860 to 590 BC. Little is known about their beliefs or customs because they didn't last that long and they left very little of themselves behind. Little, but not nothing. At the gate of Meher in Turkey, there is an ancient inscription in the lost Urartian language that lists the entire pantheon of gods. It's one of the most in-depth inscriptions anywhere in the world, listing the names of 79 deities.
How do you
and
feel
the number
about
of sacrifices
the
that must be offered to each
previous
of them.
intelligent
It's thanks to
civilizations
this
on the planet
singular
theories?
inscription that scientists know the entire roster of Urartian gods and goddesses. The
Like if
3 most
dinosaurs were
important
smart?
ones were
No.
Haldi, chief of the gods, Teysera,
There's not necessarily.
and Siuini,
Just
god
like
of the sun.
it could
These
have.
people built
I
spectacular
won't try and
castles,
guess
shaping
what
stone
form we
reliefs,
have. Just previous
created gorgeous reliefs,
intelligent
carved
civilizations on the
megalithic
planet
statues, and shaped
that were like.
metal into
Like
jewelry.
non-human
They
ones?
had their own complex
Or
society
I mean,
with
they
its
could
own
have been
unique
humans too. It's
traditions
hard to
and
say.
laws.
Potentially, we'll just say
European
non-human.
masters
It's just
pottery,
not
and were
non-modern
amazing
humans.
artists.
Maybe I
They
don't
were
know.
also really good at fighting.
Like I think that there
Records
would be
show the
like
kingdom of
some
Urartu was
remnant of
frequently
them,
at
I
war with
guess.
What do you
Assyria.
mean,
When I
like?
think about it.
Because I also think their
Time, they became the
technology
most
was better than
powerful
ours.
state
But
in the
like,
Near East. But there was just
would a
too much
block that is
consistent conflict. The entire
perfectly
kingdom was
shaped and
conquered
weighs
after
1,800
centuries of
tons
warfare, though who dealt the final blow is unknown.
convince
Some
you?
historians say it was
Or how about
Cyrus the
blocks that
Great
are
in the middle of the
1,300
6th
tons stacked
century.
perfectly on
Others
top of
claim
each
it was the
other?
Medes of Iran 50 years earlier. Regardless of who
And
ended
they've
this
done
kingdom,
like the
it's
calculations. These
centuries
blocks
after
would
they were
require,
gone, the people living
I
at
think
the
they
edges
said
of Lake
10
Van whispered of
modern
lost
day
structures
cranes in a
beneath the
circle
waves.
around these
But
blocks to lift them.
archaeologists didn't buy it.
What are the
Hussein
blocks?
Ceylan, who leads
Here,
the
I'll pull it
diving
up for
team
you.
at a local university, was told over and over again that searching for ruins in the lake.
They also have machine marks on them and holes drilled perfectly through them too. But let me.
Because like tools could exist still, you know. Like I don't doubt that tools, you know, like civilizations would have had tools and
Oh, they're
shit.
definitely. But like, this is just like. Hold on. It's Baalbek. Yeah, that's right.
Baalbek, Lebanon.
Here, just
A
like
site-
you can even just like you probably won't watch the whole video,
Yeah,
but you
that's
can.
right. I found the Wikipedia for Baalbek.
Oh.
You mentioned it.
Well, I just linked it, and you could just like see the size comparison of this guy to these blocks.
So
Those are
mysterious
fucking
that even
huge.
today's engineers can't fully explain it.
They're perfectly stacked, so you can't even like fit a piece of paper through.
Here, massive stone blocks, some weighing more than a fully loaded jet, sit perfectly aligned, stacked with impossible precision. The largest of them, over 1,000 tons, lies half buried in the quarry, as if whoever carved it simply walked away mid-project. We're told this was all built by the Romans. But that doesn't quite add up. The Roman temples that sit on top of these foundations look fragile by comparison. The real mystery is beneath them. Those impossibly huge stones that no ancient record can explain. No tools, no inscriptions, no evidence of how they were moved, lifted, or positioned. Just the result. So who really built Baalbek? How did they move the heaviest stones ever used in ancient construction? And why build them in the first place? Were these forgotten engineers using lost technology, or something we still don't understand? Tonight, we're peeling back the layers of this mystery, because the deeper you go, the stranger it gets. From the physics-defying precision of the Trilithon, to the secrets buried beneath the site, to a possible global connection that links Baalbek to the pyramids of Egypt and beyond. This story could change everything we think we know about ancient civilization. If you've ever wondered how ancient builders achieved the impossible, or whether history's enormous megalithic base, unlike anything else.
Like, I also think the pyramids were not done by the Egyptians at all or anything. But I can understand the cope there, where like maybe potentially somehow they could have possibly moved all those stones 500 miles and then also built them somehow. Like, those stones maybe could at least be moved by human hands, but like how do you lift stones of that size with old technology? Even with our current technology, it's a world-class feat. Like,
Probably like pulleys and ropes and shit, I would think.
Ropes and pulleys for 13,000-ton objects?
Yeah. Like, that doesn't sound like super...
Cranes can't do that, friend. You get that, right? Like, it takes 10 cranes to lift even one block with the tensile strength that they have for all their metallic wires and stuff. Ropes could not...
Why not? Like, the sources I'm looking at seem to point to it being like Romans, and like a lot of like the construction stuff lines up with Romans.
It doesn't, though. It's completely different architecture than what the Romans built on top. Can't look at Wikipedia, dude. It's gonna be bullshit. You have to watch videos.
I'm not on Wikipedia.
Oh, are you watching video?
See if I can link it here.
Local legends connected it to Baal, the ancient Canaanite sun god, and yet they're stacked side by side with machine-level accuracy. Their surfaces are perfectly flat, their corners perfectly square, and they're aligned within a few millimeters of one another. Even the Romans, master engineers by any standard, never built anything remotely like it.
Like, I think these are the same stones.
See. Oh, you.
For regular videos on ancient cultures and forgotten civilizations, please subscribe. If you would like to support the channel and become part of our ancient history fan community, visit patreon.com/World of Antiquity. Baalbek today is a small town at the foothills of the Anti-Lebanon mountain range, on the highest point of the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. The town's origins go way back, and the ruins of the ancient parts of the settlement can be seen in many areas of the town. Some of these were uncovered over the last 130 years, but others have been exposed since ancient times and have never been out of the public mind. The most spectacular part of the site is the Kala complex, sometimes called the Acropolis, which includes the so-called Temple of Bacchus and the huge sanctuary for Jupiter Heliopolitanus, which contains not only the Jupiter temple itself, but courtyards and hallways and all other kinds of architecture. But the part of the sanctuary that has attracted the attention of many are the 3 massive stone blocks that form the middle layer of the Western Temple podium. Together called the Trilithon, These megaliths, measuring 13 by 13 by 66 feet and estimated to weigh almost 800 tons apiece, are to date the biggest known building blocks used in ancient times. There are many local legends about the temple's origins. Some say Cain, the son of Adam, built it to hide from God's wrath. Some say giants built it at the command of Nimrod, and it came to be called the Tower of Babel. Others say that King Solomon built it as a palace for the Queen of Sheba. Archaeologists, on the other hand, say the stones were put in place here during the Roman period. But you'll find many independent researchers challenging this conclusion. How strong is the case for Roman placement of the stones? Let's take a look. And maybe, after we consider the evidence, you'll be in a better position to make a judgment as to whether archaeologists know what they're talking about or whether they're full of baloney.
Yeah. Archaeologists don't know shit. Spoilers.
Like archaeologists probably know some stuff.
Huh?
Like archaeologists are probably like fairly well, you know.
Myths of ancient history is aimed at dispelling common misconceptions about the past. If you're interested in ancient history, forgotten civilizations, and enigmas from antiquity, I encourage you to subscribe to the channel. And if you find this particular video valuable, please hit the like button and comment below.
I want to see what this guy. I'm watching this video though.
And feel free to ask any clarification
What I
questions
linked?
that you may have. The earliest excavations took place at Baalbek between 1898 and 1903 by a German.
Oh no, it's a freaking 40-minute video. You gotta watch the whole thing. I can't, you know.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm 3 minutes in.
Has continued there ever since, except during the Lebanese Civil War between 1975 and 1990, when that was pretty much impossible. More recently, since 2004, ongoing archaeological study undertaken by a collaborative research project of the German Archaeological Institute, the Brandenburg Technical University, Cottbus, and the Lebanese Antiquities Department at the Lebanese University have provided more information and insight into the history of the site. Let me give you a quick overview. There was a settlement at Tel Baalbek as far back as the Stone Age. The first German archaeological expeditions didn't find anything before the Roman period, but later expeditions found Persian, Bronze Age, and even Neolithic artifacts. The Neolithic remains were found at the edges of the Tel and indicated that the settlement from that time was small and that it most likely extended underneath the temple complex. A shaft was excavated in the middle of the Acropolis, and sure enough, the remains of the original settlement were found underneath, thus confirming that the temple complex was built on top of it. The artifacts underneath indicated that the original settlement was inhabited continuously from the pre-pottery Neolithic period into the Iron Age. Written records describing the area during the Iron Age make no mention of Baalbek. The Assyrians ruled over this area for a time, but there's no record of Baalbek in their records. Even in a tribute list of Shalmaneser III from the 9th century BCE, which delineates a bunch of cities in this region, no Baalbek. Baalbek definitely existed at that time, but it may have been so minor that it didn't merit mentioning. Same thing during the time of Babylonian, Persian, and Greek Hellenistic rule. Silence. Since the Iron Age settlement is small and we don't hear about the place, archaeologists are inclined to think it was of minimal importance. The Romans took over when the Roman general Pompey conquered the region. Strabo, a Roman geographer of the late 1st century BCE and early 1st century CE, described this area in detail, but he never says anything about any great structures. The great temple of Jupiter was built after that. How do we know? Well, we can date the temple of Jupiter rather precisely. A graffito left by one of the stonemasons on top of one of the column shafts has a date of August 2nd, 60 CE. This means that the temple was nearing completion at that time. Many people don't know why the archaeologists working on the site believe that the trilithon stones, specifically, were put there by the Romans.
See, what did he just say, dude? You can't trust archaeologists, man. They don't.
Up the Temple of Jupiter.
They say one thing, and it has to fit their narrative, no matter what.
Romans decided to construct the temple. Well, here are the reasons.
Like it's not like all archaeologists are like a monolith, you know. Like some archaeologists probably say some stuff and some say other stuff.
Well, 90% of mainstream, it's mainstream archaeology will always say shit like this, where no, we said it was this, so it's going to be like that. And then if you're stupid for going back and looking at it.
By the Romans. First, the whole sanctuary was built on top of the original settlement. Since the settlement was inhabited continuously from Neolithic times until the Iron Age, that means the sanctuary must have been constructed after that. There's no other viable conclusion.
Yeah.
Unless you think that the people built an open-air village underneath the temple, but that would be impossible, obviously. It appears that when the Tell was architecturalized, the residents were forced to move into the surrounding hills or into the plain. The Tell was then only for cultic activity. The podium, which includes the trilithon, must therefore have been put there between the time the settlers moved and before the Romans built the Temple of Jupiter. That means it has to be Hellenistic or early Roman. Excavations under the floor of the great courtyard revealed the remains of an older floor, which was about 16 feet lower, and revealed evidence also of monumental construction, an earlier stairway, walls, and a freestanding podium monument. These indicate an earlier sanctuary entrance on the eastern side. More archaeological research is planned, so further finds are forthcoming. But one thing's for sure, the sanctuary that you can see today was not the first one. Underneath the 6 huge columns of the Temple of Jupiter that are still standing is a monumental podium, which has been dubbed Podium 1. Archaeologists believe it comes from a time earlier than the temple that now sits on it. Why? Well, an important thing to note is that the temple is a peripteral temple. That means the cella, or inner chamber, is surrounded by a porch with columns on all 4 sides. We call this colonnaded porch a peristasis. In this case, the position of the colonnades, flush in the north and south, but removed from the edge on the western side, is unusual and awkward, which means that they made an adjustment to the standard design, and a reasonable conclusion is that the podium was originally made for a different kind of temple, and the newer peripteral temple had to be adjusted to fit it. If you compare the masonry of Podium 1 with that of Podium 2, the one with the trilithon in it, you'll notice that even though they are both made of limestone, Podium 1 is made of significantly smaller ashlars, which were formed into a regular and attractive grid. The wall was built without mortar, and the ashlars were cut very precisely, leaving almost no gap in the joints. Drafted margins are visible on the stones. That's a narrow dressed border around the face of the stone. These characteristics, the careful cutting of the ashlars and their finely smooth drafted margins, finely cut, indicate they were meant to be visible on the outside. So even though parts of the podium were subsequently covered up, that was not the original intention. The row of headers underneath the bases of the columns don't have drafted margins or flat boss, which suggests that they are from a later phase. The earlier podium consists of 11 courses of masonry above the old floor level. The lowest and highest courses were laid as stretchers. That's bricks laid the long way. The rest of the courses were laid in alternating rows of headers and stretchers. Headers are the ones that go the short way. But now here is something super interesting. At the eastern end, the drafted margins and even surfaces of the blocks suddenly stop, and the ashlars become irregular. Headers start sticking out willy-nilly from what earlier had been a perfectly level vertical surface, but the stretchers continue another 32 feet, where they stop, and then after that the stretchers become significantly smaller. When archaeologists observed this, they surmised that the eastern end of the podium had to have undergone some modification to accommodate the new temple. And this may have been because Podium 1 originally had wing walls. So recently, they opened up the area in between, and lo and behold, they were right. Branching off in between the 6th and 7th column of the Roman temple, right between the older podium and the newer giant Podium 2, were the remnants of the wing walls. So that's how they figured out that the original podium was T-shaped, and these wing walls were later entirely integrated into the podium of the next phase of construction. This T-shaped terrace was at least 16 feet higher than the Tell and the original platform. So that means it must have been built after the village had been there. That means Podium 1 of Baalbek comes from either the Hellenistic period or the early Roman period. Some archaeologists have noted that Podium 1 bears a striking resemblance to what remains of the Temple of Jerusalem built by King Herod of Judea, which was completed in 20 BCE. The masonry is similar enough that it could have been the same construction staff that worked on both temples. Is it possible that King Herod sponsored the project at Baalbek? A reasonable supposition is that it was constructed at the foundation of the colony of Berytus, Beirut, around 15 BCE, whose territory included this hill. We don't need to get into that for the purposes of this video, so I'll leave a link to an article on the subject if you would like to explore further. Because no architectural fragments of an original temple on Podium 1 were found, archaeologists think that the project was abandoned and the temple was never built, just the terrace. Then, sometime later, a new major construction effort to monumentalize the temple complex was undertaken, and the unfinished sanctuary construction was incorporated into the master plan. And this is where we get to the trilithon. Here is the Western Temple podium, 39 feet high. If you notice, there are several layers of masonry, and the stones kind of get bigger as we go up, which is unusual. But the trilithon is there, you can see, with the biggest stones. There are actually 3 walls of Podium 2 that go around Podium 1, like a big giant U around Podium 1. Now, it's a few feet away from Podium 1, but it's clear that Podium 2 is trying to hide Podium 1. Now, let's entertain the idea for a moment that this temple podium predates Podium 1. Is that feasible? Well, it would suggest that the makers of Podium 1 decided that they didn't want to use this podium, the big one, and instead chose to go through the hassle of building an entirely other podium on the inside of this one, and made the wall attractive to look at without ever intending for the wall to be seen, and oriented the same way as Podium 2, just a few feet away from it, but instead of using Podium 2, which is stable and ready to go, they made another one. What kind of builder would ever make such stupid decisions? On the other hand, if we assume that the makers of this podium, Podium 2, wanted to build something bigger and grander than the one that existed, we would expect to see exactly what we're seeing. They built this around the older podium, hiding it and its inconvenient shape, but still using as much of it as they could. Did you know that on top of one of the trilithon stones, there's a drawing of the plans for the Temple of Jupiter? Yeah. Foremen on Roman sites often copied the architect's plans by scratching onto parts of the building close to the spot that they were intended for. They knew either that the sketch would be covered over later or smoothed out. Because the Temple of Jupiter also was never completed, we have found all kinds of etchings all over the complex, and this is just one of them. Anyway, on the southernmost of the 3 trilithon blocks is a large etching of the plan for the pediment of the temple. Larger stones, which are still sitting in the quarry, were meant to cover this one up, but they never were brought here. This suggests that the trilithon stones were part of the Roman plan, and the ones in the quarry also were. Mind you, it doesn't prove it, but it does suggest it. Did you know that below the base was discovered part of a column drum? Yeah, and the drum is the same type as the drums that were used in the columns in the Jupiter temple. That means that the drum must have been there already when the stones were put there, including the trilithon. Otherwise, we'd have to conclude that the Romans dug underneath the temple podium to place the column drum there. By having pieces of the Jupiter temple below the trilithon and the drawing on top of the trilithon, we can be reasonably certain that the trilithon stones were put into place contemporaneously with the construction of the Temple of Jupiter. In summary, we have 3 supports for Roman placement of the trilithon. 1, the existence of a village underneath the sanctuary. That dates the beginning of the sanctuary to the Hellenistic period or later. 2, the fact that Podium 1 apparently predates Podium 2 means that Podium 2, which includes the trilithon, is not the earliest part of the sanctuary. 3, the existence of Roman material both on top and below the trilithon suggests that the placement of the trilithon was synchronous with the construction of the Temple of Jupiter. Okay, so now that you know why archaeologists date the trilithon to Roman times, let's consider a video which is concerned mainly with arguing against dating the Trilithon to Roman times. As you know, this series reacts to popular YouTube videos dealing with ancient history. When I typed in Baalbek into the search bar and sorted by number of views, this video by Amazing Stock came up as number 1 in English. 1.3, almost 1.4 million views. It's titled, Historians Are Forbidden to Go Here, Baalbek Building Technologies That We Can't Repeat. I was disappointed to discover that he never once discusses how historians are forbidden to go to Baalbek. Doesn't even bring it up. So it looks like the first part of the title is only clickbait and has nothing to do with the video. And you already know, of course, that historians are welcome at Baalbek. So, yeah. The second part of the title about us not being able to repeat the Baalbek building technology, he does briefly mention that, but most of the video is designed to make you doubt that the Romans put the Trilithon in place. I'm going to warn you ahead of time that he doesn't address any of the evidence I just gave you. He doesn't consider the stratigraphy of the site, the order of construction, inscriptions, construction drawings, or any of the means that archaeologists have used to date the levels. He has chiefly only one argument, and this is it. The Romans, he says, did not possess the technology to move those Trilithon stones. Now, most people would consider the existence of a structure that is solidly datable to Roman times sufficient evidence in and of itself of the Romans' ability to make it. I mean, there it is. There's your evidence. The natural response to the information that the Baalbek site is giving us is to say, wow, this is an amazing feat of Roman engineering. You have to give kudos to those Romans. But Amazing Stock does not respond that way. But still, he may have some irrefutable evidence that will change our minds. If he can demonstrate convincingly that it was impossible for the Romans to have put the stones there, that would be solid enough to overthrow everything else. I mean, if they couldn't do it, they couldn't do it, right? So, was it impossible? Let's see what he says.
Scientists have a hard time describing the history and geology of Baalbek.
Wait, I have to stop him already. I'm assuming that when he says scientists, he means archaeologists? Because later in the video, he uses the word scientists again, and he definitely means archaeologists there. Scientists have a hard time describing the history and geology of Baalbek. This claim appears incredible after we've just considered a small sample of what archaeologists have said about the site. I haven't seen any evidence of difficulty. Maybe he means that there continue to be unanswered questions about the site. But of course that can be said about any site. So it's just a weird way to put it. I expect he's saying this so his audience believes there's a great need for a new explanation. But no, archaeologists are not having a hard time.
The official story is that the temples and buildings here were put together by the ancient Romans. But the Romans were never known to work with stone blocks as massive as this.
Yes, as we've seen, archaeologists working on the site have attributed much of the work here to the Romans. But it's not an official story, because there's no authoritarian body that governs archaeologists and tells them what they have to say.
This guy's nitpicking a lot of shit that doesn't matter, but I'm letting him go.
But here we have his first argument. The Romans were never known to work with stone blocks as big as this.
I mean, it's pushing a narrative. Like it sounds like it's,
I guess.
You know.
I get it, but like he's doing that so he can push his own narrative at the same time.
Never built a building this tall
He's trying to be as like objective as possible.
Or this runner never ran this fast before. I mean, it implies that records can never be broken. No, it's very possible that Amazing Stock is not using this as an argument, but he's just pointing out how unusual this was. And indeed, that is agreed by all. It's unusual. The Romans did not commonly work with stones this big, even at this location.
He said commonly, but he's not going to name any other place where Romans have used stones this big. So he is also pushing his own narrative, but I'm still watching.
No, he didn't say that. He said he was like very specifically there aren't others, but that doesn't mean that
the mystery has become even deeper. Fresh excavation.
That doesn't make this one impossible. It just means that there aren't others. You know,
well, but why people know about? And based on the results,
like he used an analogy of like if like Usain Bolt
Roman origin
breaks a record,
even worse.
You know, like it's
He's
just
referring
because
to an
it
excavation
doesn't happen commonly doesn't mean it's impossible.
In June 2014, conducted by a team
Technically,
from the German
nothing's
Archaeological
impossible.
Institute, under the supervision
God, all things are
of
possible.
Marguerite Van Es and
Inshallah.
Janine Abdul Massiv from the Lebanese University.
I
during
want to
which
see
a
him.
large stone
Like, I want to see this guy talk about the actual movement and stacking and how he explains that logically. Like, that's what I really want him to say.
I feel like he's, I think that's going to get addressed relatively
twice the size of one of the
soon.
trilithon
That's what the
stones.
video he's watching is
More on
talking
that in a
about.
minute.
Faced with
so.
the size and complexity of the blocks here,
Their size is notably heavy, yes, but the complexity? They're rectangular blocks. This is complex. This is basic.
faced with the size and complexity of the blocks here, the only thing we're able to assume is that while moving around lumps of rock weighing 1,000 tons or more would be a difficult operation for modern builders, it was a walk in the park for the builders of our ancient cities. It would seem we've either lost some vital building technology over the past few centuries, or our ancient ancestors were much more resourceful and clever when it comes to construction than we are.
Why does Amazing Stock think that moving these blocks was a walk in the park for the ancient builders? Can you see by looking at them that it was super easy to put them there? There could have been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into moving them. He has no way of knowing. I often hear claims like this, oh, it would be difficult for us to move these, even today. Later on, he goes further and says it would be almost impossible for modern technology. But he doesn't provide any proof to demonstrate this, other than that we don't do it anymore.
And then
fact
he's
is,
not going to provide
can
any
we
proof
do
on how
something
they
like
did
this?
it.
Do we want to when we don't have to? Of course not. If there's an easier way, modern technology will invent it. But we can do it.
There's a quarry close to the town of Baalbek, in which it's the famous Stone of the South, also known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighing in at over 1,050 tons. It's one of the largest stone blocks ever quarried by human hands.
Okay, now this stone has been exposed and known for a while. I believe it's estimated to be about 993 tons. But yes, one of the largest stone blocks ever quarried, or I should say almost quarried.
Now archaeologists have found another stone in the quarry, and it's over 1.5 times larger and heavier than the Stone of the South. Just how did the people of the time go about rendering stone blocks this huge?
Yes, this new stone was discovered and estimated, had it been completed, that it would have weighed about 1,673 tons. Keep in mind that unlike the trilithon stones, neither this stone nor the Stone of the South were ever finished or moved. He then introduces the trilithon stones, providing their measurements, and then he says this.
Despite their monolithic size, they were somehow moved to the top of a hill, which is 22 feet above sea level.
The Baalbek complex may be 22 feet above sea level, but the quarry is not at sea level. So don't interpret his words to mean the stone had to be moved upwards 22 feet. It didn't.
Going back to the Stone of the Pregnant Woman for a moment, you can find that in a natural limestone deposit, which is around half a mile from the temple. Based on its design, it would appear that it was intended to be the stone that would complete the temple's platform, but it never moved from the quarry. The 65-foot-long, 13-foot-high stone is still partially buried in the ground at one end, but offers no clues about how it was quarried, or how anybody intended to move it.
The archaeologists say it provides plenty of clues about how it was quarried and how it was intended to be moved. An analysis of the tool's impacts on the rock shows that several quarrymen were simultaneously working to separate the block from the bedrock, and that vertical trenches were dug on 3 of the 4 sides of the block using extraction picks. The trench enabled the quarrymen to stand inside it for deeper and easier cutting. The faces of the megalith are well shaped on 3 sides, but on the unfinished western side, you can see a reference line carved on the upper face of the stone. There's a similar line drawn on the northern side of the megalith underneath as well. The quarrymen would follow the reference line when shaping the stone. There are a large number of carved holes, some square, some round, on the stones and on the floor of the quarry, which indicate where wooden pins were inserted and ropes were tied to hold the stone in place while the detachment work was being done. See this crack along the bottom? We know from elsewhere that the Romans detached stones from bedrock by digging a small, narrow, and shallow trench at the base of the block, and then they would put wedges into it and hammer them until a crack appeared along the entire width of the stone. This crack is evidence of that. You can see here that a trench had begun to be dug from the highest part of the stone underneath. As they worked their way forward, they would have put rollers underneath that fit the size of the trench. In 2014, a circular trace of wear was uncovered on the rock that indicates the action of a capstan, which was a rotating mechanism that would be attached to pulley blocks and placed on both sides of the stone. It's been calculated mathematically that 16 of these capstans, each with 4 pulleys and each one operated by 32 men, would have been able to move the stone. Yet inexplicably, despite all this evidence, Amazing Stock has told over 1 million viewers that the stone offers no clues as to how it was quarried or intended to be moved.
It was while attempting to find out more about this massive stone that its new, larger brother was found during the 2014 excavations. It's lying right underneath the stone of the pregnant woman. This newly discovered stone is an absolute titan. It weighs approximately 1,650 tons. It's enormous.
It is. The archaeologists estimate 1,673 tons, so even heavier.
At the same time this new stone was discovered, the research team also located 15 small caves, within which human remains had been buried. They date back to the time of the Byzantine Empire, and so they give us a small clue about when the work on the South Stone and its bigger sister was being carried out.
Amazing Stock seems to be suggesting that the work on the stones was carried out during the time of the Byzantine Empire, which is later than I think he wants to date the work, so it's confusing to hear him say that. The caves were also in use earlier than that, he'll be happy to hear. The cave cut in the eastern quarry face of Area 3 shows traces of a possible workshop related to a forge. The remains of a furnace and pieces of iron slag indicate it was probably installed for the maintenance of the extraction tools.
The larger stone block is 20 feet wide and tall, and around 63 feet long. It was a research team from the Laboratory of Alternative History led by the famous scientist adfjkhakjsdhra who made the discovery.
Amazing Stock is confused. The Laboratory of Alternative History, a group that was, I think it no longer exists, but it was devoted to the search for physical evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization. They visited Baalbek in 2009, 2014, and 2016, but they only took photos and measured things with a tape measure. They didn't discover the stone under the stone of the pregnant woman, nor did they claim to. Neither did they excavate anything. The head of the lab, Andrei Sklyarov, now deceased, was apparently an experimental physicist, but he never was famous. Amazing Stock, sadly, gives no credit to the team from the German Archaeological Institute who did make the discovery.
The discovery was made after the team noticed a very thin slit, which looks like an incision just below the South Stone. Now they've noticed it here at the South Stone, they've also seen an almost identical incision made in the stone steps at Baalbek.
The photos that Amazing Stock is showing don't appear to show the slit that he's talking about, either on the stone of the south or on the steps, so I can't really address this point. I even went to the site of the Laboratory of Alternative History and couldn't find a single reference to the slit. Then I found their YouTube channel and watched a video in which they did a complete overview of their investigations at Baalbek, and nothing about the incision. Which is weird, because Amazing Stock says they are the ones who discovered it. They did refer to the crack along the bottom of the stone, which I already referred to as created by the Romans, driving in wedges on one side. But the Laboratory of Alternative History suggested that the crack was natural.
Geologists have tried to claim that this is just a natural fracture in the stone, caused by years of pressure. But if that's true, then the presence of similar natural fractures in both structures is quite a big coincidence. What else could it be then? Alien technology, as some of the more extreme conspiracy theorists like to believe? Or common and regular rock carving skill? If it's the latter, then those skills are anything but common and regular today. It would probably have amused the workers of the time to know that scientists would be tearing their hair out trying to work out how all of this was done thousands of years later.
I really wish I could comment more on this, but Amazing Stock doesn't cite the geological studies or even name the geologists, so I have no way of checking.
There are a few theories, though. Some people believe the entire block was cast as one stone and then left to harden. Another stone was then cast and placed on top of the first, leaving a tiny slit where the two were joined. Others feel that the stones were cast together, but there was an imperfection in the casting process. That meant that when the casting plate was removed, a tiny gap was left. Both things are possible in the case of the steps, but doesn't explain the strange arrangement we find in the vicinity of the South Stone. We know that many of our viewers are keen researchers and theorists, so we invite you to put forward your ideas in the comments.
This is one of the strangest sections of the video. The narrator assumes through the whole video that the blocks were quarried. And of course they were. They're in a quarry after all, and direct evidence of quarrying is clearly visible on the blocks. But here, he discusses two theories by some people, whom he never names, that assume that the blocks were cast. You know, poured into a mold. I'm befuddled.
In the same quarry of the Stone of the South, you'll also find another unfinished megalith, although this one isn't as well known and isn't quite as large. It's called the Stone of the North, and further work had been performed on this stone before the construction process was abandoned. Large, flat bricks have been carved from the Stone of the North and taken to Baalbek, which begs the question of how?
I think he means raises the question of how, not begs the question. But anyway, how do you think bricks were carved from the stone? You guessed right. Regular, run-of-the-mill, iron carving tools.
Andrei Kutsinov, who also works with the Laboratory of Alternative History, took some measurements at the site. His findings were surprising. The lowest of the blocks that make up the foundations of the Temple of Jupiter are 65 feet higher above sea level than the limestone quarry where the rocks were cut. That means that the ancient workers at this site not only dragged rocks which weighed hundreds of tons half a mile across the land, they also raised them up above the height of a modern 6-story building. It might even be further than that.
Earlier, Amazing Stock said the temple was 22 feet above sea level. Here he says the temple is 65 feet higher than the quarry. That would put the quarry 43 feet below sea level. There's something wrong with his math. So I checked the measurements. Turns out that the lowest part of the quarry is higher in elevation than where the trilithon sits. The stones, therefore, would have been moved downhill, not uphill.
We don't believe that the rocks which make up the trilithon came from the highest parts of the quarry. It's highly likely that they came from much further down.
The lowest part of the quarry is still higher than the temple floor.
To sum up all this information one more time, we have 2 blocks of quarried rock half a mile away from Baalbek, which weigh over 1,000 tons. They've both been carved perfectly and evenly using unknown tools.
The tools used are well known, and I think he has a different definition of perfection than I do.
We also have stones weighing 800 tons which were moved uphill for half a mile before they were installed on site at the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek. This would be almost impossible even with modern technology. Based on what we know of the people who lived here at the time, they had no tools capable of doing the job. It's no wonder that science prefers not to think about Baalbek too much.
I think having looked at the evidence, you can probably spot the numerous errors in what he just said. First, the stones were moved downhill. Second, modern tech can move stones of this size. Third, the ancients had the tools capable of doing the job. And fourth, archaeologists have been studying the site of Baalbek since 1898, with the only interruption during the Lebanese Civil War.
Occasionally, a scientist will come forward with a theory and try to explain how they believe this incredible task was done. They have some great ideas, but their ideas usually overlook critical aspects of the process.
One of the most important studies on this subject is by Jean-Pierre Adam, written in 1977. It's in French, but if you know French and want to read it, I'll leave a link. Amazing Stock shows some of Adam's illustrations in his video, so at first I thought he was going to address Adam's theories, but he doesn't really get into it at all.
Some, for example, say that the stones were built elsewhere and then moved downhill to Baalbek. and that the reason the north and south stones have been abandoned in the quarry is that the workers realized that they had no way of moving them. If that's true, though, where is the quarry that's uphill from the temple? Nobody has ever found one.
The quarry is located on the slope of the Anti-Lebanon mountain range, southeast of the temples, and covers about 25 acres. The extraction area around the stone to the south is just one sector of it. There were, in fact, 4 extraction areas. We have evidence of monolith extraction from the bedrock in Area 1. Area 2 is currently buried under a huge quantity of mining waste, but it appears that it too was used to extract huge monoliths in deeper trenches than Area 1. Area 3 is where the stone to the south is. Area 4 is located in a depression and has huge quantities of extraction waste. It's where the stone to the north is located. All 4 areas are higher in elevation than the temple foundations.
Another idea is that the blocks were moved or dragged along on a series of wooden rollers, but there are problems with this idea too. Loading the south stone onto rollers like this would be impossible because it isn't horizontal. It's sitting on a slope with a 30-degree incline.
He doesn't say where he got his figure from, but the archaeologist who studied the site measured the slope as approximately 15.5 degrees, not 30, descending towards the northwest. And guess what's towards the northwest? The temple. It slopes towards the temple. So I ask you, how is that a problem for rollers?
On top of that, where...
This guy, I don't like this guy, Nick, I'm sorry.
Like which guy?
Both of these guys, both this guy and the video he's reacting to are fucking stupid.
The guy, I mean...
Because he's like...
He's reacting to that's stupid.
Wooden rollers could not...
what?
It wouldn't support objects of that weight.
He just gave a literal example of it doing that.
Where is the road that the wooden rollers
What time are you
like
at?
a documented one. 39:53.
Okay, I'm at
There's
37.
no road between the quarry and the temple now, nor
You'll
any
get there, you'll
signs
see.
that a road
Okay,
has
let's
ever
see.
existed there.
Is Amazing Stock suggesting that a temporary construction road would still be there after 2,000 years? I'm sorry, but it's just not reasonable to suppose that there would still be evidence here of a dirt road that was used for a few months back in the 1st century.
Also, with such a method of
In a few
transport,
months, you think
there would
they
have been
did
some
this?
damage
Okay.
to the rocks, leaving them cracked or uneven in places. That isn't the case here.
The few months jumped out to me too, but I also don't think even if it was a year or 2 years or 10 years.
Well, but then the reason why you're saying a month is weird because he's saying the road. No, the road would have lasted like years.
On the way, not making any effort to protect the stones from damage.
Yeah. The masonry is so tight that you cannot even slip a needle between the stones.
The Romans did amazing work, didn't they? You have to give them credit. You can go around with a needle testing a lot of their masonry around the Mediterranean and get the same results.
The Mussolini obelisk in
The
Rome
thing with
is
the needle
frequently
is-
cited by scientists who support the idea of wooden rollers.
What about
But
the thing with the
comparison
needles?
is laughable.
He's right, but like
The
it's the
largest of the
size that he's
stones
trying to say
in
how
the
these stones
Mussolini
are so
obelisk is
perfectly
300
fitted
tons,
despite their
less than
size.
half the size of the stones in the foundations of the Temple of Jupiter.
But like they fit other
Also, the stones
stones
were delivered to
and
Rome
other masonry
using a road. To
like
say the
that
same
precisely,
method
so I
was
don't
used
know
at
why, like,
Baalbek is as
Because the
what
other-
about the
absurd
size
as
makes it more
the
difficult
giant stones were
or impossible?
transported by balloons.
More difficult,
Keeps
probably,
talking
but
about
like
that temporary road, which he
A
believes should
lot
still be
more
there.
difficult.
This is a good example.
Because you have to somehow
Is the moving of the moose?
Because you've got like you're slowly leveraging this thing up because you can't lift it. You have to get stone fulcrums to like I guess seesaw it back and forth to get it up to the height you want. And then you're gonna be able to just maneuver something that heavy so perfectly with just manpower. It's like if it slams on the block and they're like, oh crap, we can just push it back or move it a little bit back. Like how were they able to move it after the fact when they put it down to make it sure it was perfect, or like
Mussolini obelisk.
I would think you'd be able to move it, like, to adjust it.
Stones on wooden
Maybe
rollers.
not like a ton, but
Amazing stuff.
I would think
Deliberately
like
using an example with stones that weigh less than the trilithon stones, so that he can point out that they weigh
I
less.
can't see why you wouldn't
This
be able
is a
to
bronze
like move
horseman
it slightly,
monument depicting Peter the Great in St.
or even like have it perfectly lined up
See that
as
huge
it's
stone underneath
being put
it?
in position.
It's called
Like
the
there's nothing
Thunderstone, and it
like
weighs
difficult. Sure, yeah, like that's why it's
1,250
cool.
tons.
Is because it's like
Heavier than
difficult
the
and like this
Trilithon
huge
stones.
testament
It was
to
moved in the 1770s
like ingenuity and
from
like
Finland
precision
to
and
Russia
craftsmanship.
by
Why
but,
didn't
like,
they
not.
do it
overland
anywhere
for
else?
4 miles without modern technology, using only human
With, like,
power,
such large
rollers,
stones?
Yeah.
and capstans. These are the tools that were available.
If it was that
I
easy
mean,
for
like-
them to do, and if they really wanted to
How the
show
stones
off,
were
nothing
transported
could
is
beat
a
that.
major
No one's
question,
saying it's easy.
But it isn't the only one we
This
need
could
to
have been, like,
consider
the
Well,
when
he
it
said.
comes
apex
to
of
I mean, he said
that
they did it.
craftsmanship.
Go back to
He
that
said they did it in like a
strange
month or two,
incision
so
below
it must have
the
been pretty
south
easy
stone
for
again.
them.
It's so perfectly
I mean, he said the
carved,
road would have existed
and
for a
yet
few
we're
months, which is
supposed
like
to believe
I don't know
that
how
this
long
was
it would have
the
taken
work
to
of
move those into
laborers
position, but like
working
isn't
with brass tools.
super crazy to me.
How?
If you have
Guess
that many
how
men working like
scientists have said that
that
brass
long, like
tools were used on these stones? You're correct. 0. Everyone agrees that iron.
you're
tools
talking
were
like
used.
thousands
So
of
why
people
is he
most likely.
complaining that he's being forced to
Yeah,
believe
but-
that brass tools were used? I have no idea.
I also
never
assume that
says
probably a lot of
where he
people be
gets his
dying in
information
old
from.
school construction
If we
methods like
were
that too.
attempting to perform
It's like
this
he would have
kind
like
of work in the
sacrificed like
here and now,
hundreds
we'd
of
use
thousands of
giant
lives
chain-
for
Well, Neil, do you think
a
it's
regular thing.
you think it's viable for ancient Romans to be cutting and moving 800-ton objects that are even heavier than that in some cases?
I think it's more likely than aliens.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's definitely aliens aren't. Anyone who says aliens doesn't understand shit.
I think it's more likely than anything else that could possibly be used as an explanation by like a significantly large margin.
Okay, so how do they do it then? You realize that's 2 million pounds, right?
Did you get to the part where they moved like the bigger rock in the
Install like
1770s
tools
from
to
like
perform the
Finland to
carving
Russia?
for us. Note the shape of the cutting.
So we're gonna compare 1970s tech to.
1770s.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah,
I'm at
so
40 and I
similar
didn't hear
does
shit.
all the
I
work.
got go through.
It's natural.
Let me go
Talk
back.
about like the
balloons.
Thunderstone or something in Russia.
Talking
It's
about
at
that
39, like 39. I don't know, around
Let me
39
look.
minutes, maybe just before.
Point out that they weigh less. This is a bronze horseman monument depicting Peter the Great in St. Petersburg, Russia. See that huge stone underneath it? It's called the Thunderstone, and it weighs 1,250 tons. Heavier than the Trilithon stones. It was moved in the 1770s from Finland to Russia by sea and then over land for 4 miles without modern technology, using only human power, rollers, and capstans. These are the tools that were available to the Romans.
How the stones were transported is a major question, but it isn't the only one we need to consider when it comes to Baalbek. Let's go back to that strange incision below the south
They moved it,
stone
but they
again.
didn't.
It's
Okay.
so perfectly carved, and yet we're supposed to believe that this was the work of laborers working with brass tools? How?
Guess how many scientists have said that brass tools were used on these stones? You're correct. 0. Everyone agrees that iron tools were used. So why is he complaining that he's being forced to believe that brass tools were used? I have no idea. He never says where he gets his information from.
If we were attempting to perform this kind of work in the here and now, we'd use giant chainsaw-like tools to perform the carving for us. Note the shape of the cutting attachment, which does all the work. It's natural to assume that this is a modern design, but we're not so sure. Something that looks very like those cutting attachments turns up in ancient art and sculpture all over the world.
Wait, if we were looking for evidence that saws were used at Baalbek, wouldn't we be looking for saws at or near Baalbek? Why are we going all over the world?
Be back really quick.
These are museum exhibits from Costa Rica and Nicaragua. Notice anything familiar about them? Why do these animal carvings appear to have cutting saws on their heads, or on the tails of these items found in a burial site in El Cano, Panama?
Even if Amazing Stock could show us actual saws for cutting stone, even then, we have no connection with Baalbek unless they were from the time period that the Baalbek stones were quarried and in the region. He could have just stopped after showing us the modern saws. They're no further removed from Baalbek than these things are. But these aren't even real saws. I really was hoping that he was going to show us the tools, but he's showing us...
Also, this guy has lost more credibility. He's talking about bronze tools. Because they were in the Bronze Age. Rome didn't get iron tools for another 400 years to when they were supposed to have been able to work on Baalbek. Man, both of these videos are so bad.
So to move a 2 million people to pull it levers with rolling.
You're going roboto. We cannot hear you. What'd you say? It was complete robot noise.
Definitely seems like it. Like 2 million pounds seems like it's definitely doable for a few hundred people to do, depending on the tools available, even with like wood.
How? Because if I've got, did you ask AI?
So apparently you need about. So I guess the average person could pull about 100 pounds of.
Yeah, they just told me that bad math too. They literally told me like 5,000 people could do 750. No, they told me 5,000 people could move 750 pounds, which is less than the.
I mean, what are you trying to argue for here? Like, what's the actual argument?
That I think there is previous or like intelligent civilizations on the planet before.
But then, if they had something that could do that, wouldn't those technologies have outlasted the stone that was a far more basic material? Because like, there's like Viking things from like their like tools and fucking.
Well,
swords
that's the thing.
Like, predate that.
That's the thing. Like, we don't know. Like, how like if there was a previous cataclysm, let's say there was a cataclysm 10,000 years ago that wiped everything out or something like that, we wouldn't see any of their remnants left over. But like maybe giant stone monuments.
We're finding like remnants from like bones from like things far older than that, though. But you could, I guess that's not a very good argument. Though.
I mean, you're trying to compare fossils in an oxygen-denied environment where they can't degrade.
And you're saying this cataclysm would be putting those same things underneath ground in layers of dust and debris that would also be in that similar situation. Like if there were like remnants of an ancient civilization, we would definitely find like there's areas of like finding like ancient Mesopotamian like empires and shit like there.
Yeah,
like,
just like
there.
Just like how Zahi Hawass, Egypt's prime archaeologist, is only telling the truth and he isn't pushing any narratives. See, that's your problem, Neil. You always believe what people tell you, and that's.
I mean, I believe science, but I don't believe random narratives that random people on the internet with no credentials come up with.
What about Zahi Hawass? The Egypt's prime, he's their #1 archaeologist.
Oh, is that the same Egypt that came up with the Tylenol giving autism theory country? That published that?
But see, now that you've got something official, you also say, well, that's not good enough for you either.
So what is, I mean, where is this, like, this paper been published? Has it been proven? Does he have any documentation that backs up anything?
You don't even know what we're talking about, friend. Like,
but the theory was that he came up with an ancient civilization that we could easily disprove. So it's
no,
not a.
You don't know what my argument is to you, because you seem to just say yes to whatever the government says.
We've had this argument about like old civilizations before.
Yeah, I know, but you're not seeing that you could be lied to, and they could have found all this shit. They're just not telling you because it lets them.
Oh,
dude, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this with someone who isn't even going to try and open their mind a little bit. Like, Nick is giving good discussion, but you're just straight up like, no, it can't possibly be. And I bet you think we also landed on the moon, don't you?
Nope, no moon. Doesn't even exist. And the birds are robots.
See, because you're so programmed, you can't even begin to question the normal things. It's insane, my dude.
Okay.
I can't even believe this guy's so fucking ignorant, and he's proud of it. He refuses to do any research by himself and just says, "No, I know better." Because this is what I've been told. It's fucking insane and pathetic. Also, he literally took AI's answer at face value and didn't question anything of what it said. He just looked at the result and didn't even process the numbers. Crazy. People like him are why we'll never get the truth. So fucked up, dude. Like, imagine being so ignorant you can't even open your mind to try and see what the other person's saying and you just laugh it off because you think you're right. It's just utter fucking madness. So low IQ. Actually crazy. Did I get any immortalities? All of that. I got one. I wish I could turn this into actual fucking, like, oh wow, when am I ever gonna need immune to explosion damage? Oh, what? Okay, that's giga insane. It makes them immune to kamikaze moves.
This has to be an AI developed game, right?
still complete fucking garbage, though. Some gimmick shit, but more uses than I thought for it. Like, that can go giga hard for breeding. So if I just have 8 of those at my breeding base, Demon Hand, well, Hermit Sage is just fucking you.
You mean yourself on purpose, Adam?
Do you think this game is an AI development?
Yes.
It is supposedly developed by one guy. But I feel like any game that has like decent graphics and like combat animations has to be like AI assisted.
Go back over here. Killing electric pals in a
I mean, I don't even care if it is AI assisted.
Anything's possible. But sometimes, like with like Unreal Engine and shit, like there's like the shop, and you can buy animations and
yeah, you could buy so much
you know,
for
like a
animations
bunch
and, like
of
the
stock shit.
probably like the entire like map and stages are just like puzzle pieces you could like mesh together.
Yeah.
With Unreal.
Like nothing is like jumping out to me as like being AI.
Is like I feel like that almost looks like they like copy and pasted a lot of like Fire Emblem.
Yeah, it's like very Fire Emblem-y.
A developer said he was trying to make a game like Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics was his goal. But I feel like developing any game solo
off, but
yeah. You know what? Maybe it'll be good. Who knows?
Maybe it will be.
Wales Interactive has not put out anything for that looks like it's anywhere passable. And this is the first thing that studio's ever made.
I don't like the hexes. I don't like that. Like it's. I don't know. There's something about the way like the grid looks like that I just don't like.
Reminds me of For the King map, kind of.
Yeah, it does.
Did the last Fire Emblem game have hexes like that?
Not exactly. I didn't play the one with like the.
I didn't
cutscene
play
things.
Engage.
Yeah. Possible. Like, I don't think there's anything here that's like is like
Yeah.
impossible to be done by one. And sometimes even though they're done by one person, it's like, but I contracted out this, and it's like.
Oh, where they like
one guy, but like he.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Maybe can't do the music, so he fucking hires a music guy just to do something.
Yeah,
And it's still
I
like a
can see
single
like
dev, but
I can see like a lot of it's very easy to come up with like a generic beat and just have like AI replicate something similar to for music. And it's not like you need high-end music or you just pay some like random band in your like local town $50.
Yeah.
To do something basic, I forget what game it was. It was like I think it was a horror game, and they like paid some random like metal band where the guy was from, and he paid the guy like $150. The game like kind of went big, and he felt bad and just went back and paid the band more. He's like, yeah,
That's
you guys
good that
deserve more than. I don't think he gave them a lot, but like it wasn't like he went. Massive,
but like something is.
Yeah, he gave him a few grand instead of like 150.
Yeah.
Local farm here has an entire fucking road blocked off. Pissed off about it.
That time. I was at.
Oh no, they're doing a 250-year birthday celebration for the farm.
Oh, that's cool.
The farm's been around since like the colonies.
Shit.
I think the farm was officially founded like slightly after the country was founded.
It's pretty
officially.
Cool.
So,
history.
Yeah.
Did you end up playing Beast of Reincarnation?
I did not.
That's fair.
I haven't even installed it. I thought about it, but I'm like, am I gonna do this?
Yeah.
Like,
do this. Probably not.
It just doesn't look.
Doesn't look like something I would enjoy. Sometimes I'll think about it, and then I'm like, eh.
There's been points where stuff like that looks like it could be passable, but then it's like, okay, well, what?
And like, there's so many. Like, I guess it's on Game Pass, but it's like, man, there's like a million fucking middle of the road Souls likes to play.
Yeah.
If that's something
and it seems like on the
you
lower,
want.
like, it seems like most people like struggled to even play it for an entire day, other than Phil.
Yeah.
Like most people like struggled to get like 3 hours out of it before they were like ready to like Alt F4 out. Where Phil's like, this is a great game. I want to keep playing. Yeah, I don't think it's worth the time to put into it.
It's fair.
Which maybe it's not, and maybe it's one of those things where they're going to patch it a bunch and make it better, but
they said they came out. They said they're making like story changes and like to the cutscene shit, and it's like, damn, that's fucking ambitious.
It sounds like they really want to make this succeed. They're like, yeah, we kind of realized that we kind of made something not good.
Yeah, and it's like, again, like, I don't know what game like, do they care about their reputation? Like, it's not like they have a great reputation as is, aside from just being like the Pokemon guys.
Well, I think they view Game Freak seems like a company that doesn't really care about the reputation; they care about the sales.
Yeah.
And so, like, Because every Pokemon game still sells out like fucking massively, even like the ones that aren't pop, like people are like know are bad, you know.
So it's like, what are they gonna do with fucking? I feel like that game is not gonna like, oh wow, they fixed it and it's selling a bunch now.
I feel like it's very
You kinda
rare
only
for
get
a
one
game to
shot at
fix
that kind of thing,
themselves.
typically.
Yeah, like, can you think of another game other than Cyberpunk that fixed itself properly?
I mean, No Man's Sky, but other than those two, like, not really.
I mean, No Man's Sky did fix itself, but like it didn't get like the hype afterwards, though.
It kind of like sometimes like I feel like there was a period where people were like, actually, this is really fucking good now.
I've heard a lot of people say that, but no one's like, yeah, this game's really good though. Like it's like, yeah, this game's passable now. It's like not bad.
I hear
Which
like
isn't
the
quite
people
same
like
as-
I don't think it's my kind of game. But like the people that are into that kind of thing, I hear, they'll be like this is really fucking good now. Like there's so much shit to do.
Yeah. Doesn't happen very often though. Usually games kind of
No,
come out
it
and they
does not.
bomb. They
Typically,
kind of just
they're
like get written off, or it's like a fucking
yeah, usually it's like a lot of work to fix it, and it's probably not
Yeah.
gonna like unless it's like you're a giant like fucking
even giant studios that kind of just say fuck it. Like
yeah.
remember when Anthem came out back in like 2019?
Oh man, I like how they said they were going to, and then like they just like a year later,
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, it's unfuckable. You
And then they
cannot
didn't,
unfuck this
they
game.
didn't fix anything. They never even tried. They just were like, fuck
Yeah.
it. But that was like a game that like it just like had a first good half the campaign, and it seems like the developers gave up after the first like.
It's like they just didn't figure out how to. I mean, they didn't have like the live service industry was not what it was, so I think like I don't know what they were going off of.
I felt like they could have almost done like a fucking clone of like
Destiny or something.
Yeah, it's like I know it was robots instead of like mecha people, but like it still was a futuristic sci-fi shooter game.
For regular videos on ancient culture, a number of geologists have waited. Is that in the cool of the night, with the arrival of the dew point, water vapor
and like you've seen
condenses
like other
on the
games
stone
that
surface.
have RPG aspects.
The
you're
water
like,
is
okay, I
then
know
drawn
how,
into
like,
the pores
gear progression
by
works, and
capillary
WoW's been
suction.
out for
The
20
salt,
years, and I know
present
how
at the
fucking,
surface,
you know,
as well
Destiny
as lot.
gear works.
The final thing that they had was
genre.
down over here, and that is the copper chisel.
But it seems like they just didn't know
and
what
they
to
only
do
use
to
that
actually
for
like
detailed work.
give you gear.
I'm
maybe?
saying there's very little
Like they didn't know like
any,
they could.
and
They didn't
because
plan
it's
out any
buried
sort of
in
end
sand,
game.
there's no wicking going on.
Yeah,
so there's
like,
very
it felt like they
little
were like, we'll figure it out
weathering
later
at
kind of
all
thing,
going
which is
on
like
for
a
the
very
last
BioWare.
4,500 years.
Well, I feel like for
So where do I stand on all this?
if you're gonna have a
I'm
late
not an expert in geology, but
like
so
a game
far,
that's
based on
focused
what
on
I've
like
read and heard,
retaining a
people who
player
do
base
have
with
the
an end
knowledge,
game fucking
I think
gameplay
they
loop.
all
I
have
feel like
something
you almost need to
valuable to
start with that
contribute.
first and then work
Schock
backwards.
and Christensen
Yeah,
have made a
like,
solid
having
case
the
that
core
precipitation was a
design,
factor in the erosion we see in and around the Sphinx enclosure, and that geologically it began
what you
occurring
want
a
for
very
like,
long
I mean,
time
look
ago,
at Diablo
long
4
before
kinda
the
fuck
Old
you up like
Kingdom.
that on its
But
release
Christensen
compared
has
to
shown
3, but
evidence,
on the fucking
which
DLC,
seems to
they're
me to
like,
be
okay.
solid, that this erosion
Diablo 4, like, they
occurred
didn't rebuild themselves
before the
as, like,
Sphinx
seasons or
enclosure
whatever,
was
but, like,
excavated. Reader, I
first
think,
couple
makes a good
seasons of
argument that
Diablo 4 were, like,
runoff would have
really
been a
fucking
major
rough.
factor
And, like,
only prior to the reign of
expansions have
Khufu,
really-
because the quarry that was excavated
it's not
in
like
his
a perfect
time
game or
would have
whatever, but,
protected
like,
the
it's
Sphinx enclosure
miles
from
better than
much
it
of the
fucking
runoff.
was.
I
The
haven't been
weathering
following
process
this
that
season
Gory
that much,
proposed,
but I
salt
saw like there's already
exfoliation,
leaks.
was probably a factor.
There's leaks for the
But I
next
think
season, and
Reader
like
is
the
right
guy
that
was like
runoff
pissed
would have
off about it. I
contributed
didn't
to this
see what he
more
was
than
pissed off
Morning
about yet,
Dew.
though.
And Schneiker is probably right that
I
groundwater wicking would have
I
had a
don't know if
greater
it's like
effect
I don't know what would
in
make
salt exfoliation than Morning Dew.
Diablo 4
And I
players
find
happy.
myself leaning towards Schneiker's proposal that the body of the Sphinx,
Like,
or its core anyway, was not greatly eroded.
I
Was
feel like they're
always
not
rough cut,
leading into making like
and
a
that
big
the brick
seasonal
veneer
mechanic.
is part of the original design.
Yeah.
By no means do I think
They're
the
like-
geological
Some of these
to
seasons have been
estimate
really,
the
like,
age of the
pretty
Sphinx.
in-depth.
Unquote.
Yeah, I feel like they need to
Christensen
focus more on
says,
that type of
quote,
stuff. Like,
the
hey, here's
Sphinx
your
was
big
carved
seasonal
as an
mechanic,
integral
and we
part
decide
of a
like
larger
after the season's
construction
done, we're
master
gonna keep
plan
it.
on the Giza
you know?
Plateau. In my
Yeah.
mind,
Like they see that
geological
works for
and
PoE. Why not just
geophysical
like
work
literally say, fuck it,
done
we're
so
doing that.
far
We're gonna use each
offers
season to
no
experiment with like new content.
Yeah, and it's weird because like PoE like will like very often do a bunch of different like very different. Well, I shouldn't say very, but like relatively different like gameplay loops. Like as far as like
Yeah.
the thing you're doing, like Delve or like even that fucking All Flame.
Yeah,
Like
like and sometimes you don't like it. Like I didn't like the fucking all flame mechanic, but I like
it
fucking
played differently. It was kind of cool, like doing the torches. Like in concept, like I didn't think I enjoyed it, but like the concept of like doing the torches and underwater and like that shit is pretty fucking neat.
Yeah, and I would
whereas,
like take
Diablo, it seems like it's like just they'll add a new boss, and they'll like just like it's Helltides, but like slightly different.
So the next
Like,
season,
some
I guess
shit like
the
that.
big mechanic is like be able to like make fucking legendary or the what's the highest tier called again? Ancient uniques.
Yeah, ancient uniques.
I think you could craft ancient uniques next season or something.
You can craft one this season.
It just seems like it seems like the seasons that they're going for lately have just been like entirely loot focused.
Yeah, and
not adding an actual mechanic. So there's no gameplay change. It's literally just changing the loot you can get from the same mechanics, which people don't.
Yeah, I don't want to like just keep doing Infernal Hordes or
Yeah.
Helltides or like give me something new to
like the gameplay loop like this season did not change from that first season whatsoever.
Yeah.
Really.
It was yeah, I agree.
And I think they kind of need to like new gear is great, wonderful, super. That's needed for every season, but I think you need a new way to get the gear too that like engages people.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. It's sad.
And they did a good job of like kind of updating the D3 endgame mechanics.
Yeah, like they
and that's
I don't
good.
know why they're so like there's something about like Rifts in Diablo 3 felt kind of fun, but like the pit or whatever in Diablo 4 like does not feel fun. And I don't know why they're not like trying
I know
to
exactly what you mean.
fix that a bit more.
Like I can't even put a finger on why they're not as good.
It feels
in
like
theory,
it's because they're fucking
they should be.
Like the maps feel very samey. Whereas like in D3 at least like there's like, oh, this is the mushroom level, or there's there's like a decent amount of variety in
There was like an RNG off of like the 12 different maps you could get or 15 maps you could get. And then like then there's like different versions of those same 15 maps. You're like, I got a really shitty tile fucking for this type shit, or I don't know. Maybe they'll do a season where they just do a big update to that tower thing, or that pit, or whatever it's called.
Like that, honestly, that's I think what I would like to see. Like make it, give like.
Sorry, if there's anybody watching, that's probably hella loud. My bad.
What was up with the other pit thing? That was like. What was up with the other pit thing they did? It was kind of the same thing but different.
I don't know. It was like the tower or whatever. It was in like beta.
Yeah, and they did that last season, and it didn't seem like it did anything different.
I think I did it once for like season completion.
I did a few.
And like I could not tell the difference.
And all it did was it seemed like it gave less gear but more mats, maybe. I can't really.
Yeah.
I can't put a finger on what's actually different. Like in reality.
It's like it's. I don't know. It's just weird because it's like there's just activities that like just don't matter. Like Infernal Hordes is like what's the point of Infernal Hordes? Like there isn't one.
Yeah. It'd be nice if like one of the.
PoE, but
it'd be nice if one of the towers, like if the pit was like focused off of like map clearing, like the old Greater Risk, where like the tower was more like a boss challenge like thing, maybe. Like as you climb the tower, you went like up to different bosses that were harder with like different, challenges. I don't know, like something that was done the exact same thing in a different map.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Because there's a ton of good bosses in D4, like a shit ton.
Yeah, there's like a lot of really, and it's like,
and they don't use most of them, and I don't understand why they just have like all this like good ass like content, or like do like a throwback thing where like, hey, fucking
even
this area of D3,
seasons, dude. Like it took them a long time to add like that Endariel fight again, or like Duriel or like any of them, and it was like just so like why is it like every 3 months they'll add a new boss, and now that's just like the thing they do, like every 3 seasons it's like, oh, there's the fucking the undead angel dude or whatever in this season, and it's like I don't know. The way PoE does it, where like there's an activity, and typically that activity also has like a pinnacle boss of some kind.
Yeah, that's what that was how I expected D4 to do it. Was like just kind of steal the PoE formula for seasons.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're gonna use each season to experiment with a new mechanic, and then if the mechanic works out well, we keep it. If it doesn't, then we kind of toss it to the side.
Yeah.
Show yourself at once.
And then do some like nostalgia seasons where like, hey, this season's gonna have like some Diablo 2 bosses fucking invading your ass because fuck you, you know.
Yeah.
Or like that D3 thing they did for that one patch where like they brought back like the D1 mission that you could go do in D3.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that where fucking leading into nostalgia, fucking.
Yeah, just like get creative with it, get weird with it, you know?
It won't be long now.
I have so much, like I said, like there are so many bosses in D4. Like that they had through that entire fucking game. Like mini bosses and state, you know, area bosses and shit. And it feels like they're not using like 3/4 of them in any way, shape, or form.
You?
Yeah, it's really, it's just really weird. Like again, like what is their? I don't know. I think it's very curious to just like know what their like plan is.
And even in
they have one.
And even in the pit, I feel like the pit was another example where like you could just have like, you know, like I feel like in D3 like there was a lot of different bosses you give at the end. And I feel like in D4 it feels like in the pit like you always get the same like 4 bosses.
Yeah.
For the most part, and I don't know why I'm always getting to say like, cause I did like pit like straight for like a few hours and I got like 3 bosses the entire time. And I'm like, oh, this wasn't very.
It does feel like the ideal like. I guess maybe this is PoE as well. I don't know. Like, the ideal farming in D4, like I'm either blowing shit up like immediately or like it's like murdering me in 1 second, and there's like no middle ground.
1,000 years.
It's like where I struggle, and I guess that's probably why they added like more torment levels to like try to like find that gradient. But like even like this season or whatever,
feels like D4.
Like
it feels like D4 has a more complicated relationship with defense layering.
Yeah, it definitely does, because it's like there's just not as many defensive stats, I don't think, right? Like PoE has like evasion and energy shield and all the like these.
Well, the other thing too is like there's a lot of extra percent modifiers on top of your base ones, right? Like for instance, in PoE you could do like the shit where everything you take is chaos damage and you have 1 life, but everything is taken out of your energy. Like there's like a bunch of different shit you could do for different defensive layers. Where like, hey, my armor now impacts fucking this, and that armor now impacts elemental types too, and fucking you could raise your max defense, like, you know, resistance caps that are very clearly defined. Where like it doesn't seem like resistance caps are clearly defined in D4 either.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And you don't know, like in armor, it's like not nearly as useful, and like you don't have like endurance charges and fucking frenzy charges, like all these other things you could use to like reduce damage in different ways that don't seem like they exist as much in D4.
Yeah, I would say.
Because I feel like, and they have the built-in resistant armor and stuff already there. It's just like make it actually do something instead of just being kind of like a stat that you never want to see in your gear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in E3, you can kind of like layer shit a lot more for that. Like using Unity, you know, and having your mob take 50% of your damage, doing, you know.
Yeah, it's just strange. Like it's just
like you can do so many big fucking like uniques in D3 to reduce your damage taken, where in D4 it doesn't seem like those exist nearly as much.
Yeah. There was like material, like material, in some seasons it does, like materials might or whatever, like maybe like pretty invulnerable if you got it in earlier seasons, and then they like changed the formula or like nerf something, or they did something, and now it's like, oh, like that doesn't work that way anymore.
It's like good, but not nearly as good.
Yeah. I think it was maybe when they like changed resists in the most recent expansion. So, like it used to be like PoE or whatever, or like D2 or any, like, you know, there's a resist cap. You try to get to it, it makes your life a lot easier. Yada yada. Whereas like now it's just like, oh, there's no resist cap. It's just like armor, but for elemental damage.
I can't remember, was there a resist cap in D3, or is there just a diminishing return of something too?
That I'm not sure on.
I vaguely remember there was a point you wanted to get to for resistances, but I don't remember if there was a cap. Like Diablo 3's big thing was like effective hit points.
Mm-hmm.
With like, there wasn't a way to maximize your fucking resist. Like there wasn't like exact set caps so you knew you could hit and then focus on something else.
Why doesn't Orochimaru ever
It was just, like, a
implant
nice to have.
Sharingan eyes onto
Yeah,
himself?
it was just
That's a
more
good
like, hey, but then you
question,
like went
right?
for like
After
big
all, he was
resistance
after
buffs,
the
like
Sharingan for the
you know,
entirety of the series, pretty much.
as a
up until
barbarian,
he
you
gives
use
up in the
Unity with your
war.
follower,
But the very
and then
first thing
as
we
soon as
ever
you
see
take 50%
Orochimaru
of your
doing is fighting
damage, like
Sasuke
flat out,
and
and then you
planting the
take
curse mark on him to make sure Sasuke
the band
will
of
be
channeling
tainted
thing
by
that made it so you
Orochimaru's
took
powers
50%
and
less
will
damage on
eventually
channeling,
go
and then you
to
take the thing that
Orochimaru
your
seeking
ancients
that
also
power
took 50%
so
of
that
your damage.
Orochimaru
So
could
like you're taking
eventually
like
get
giant
Sasuke's
percentage
Sharingan.
modifiers
We
off your
also saw
damage
in
taken.
flashbacks how much Orochimaru
Where it doesn't
craved
feel like the
Itachi
uniques
as
do
well. He even
like
tried to get Itachi. That's why he
the
joined
defensive
the
uniques are
Akatsuki
good,
in the first place.
but it
Of
doesn't
course,
feel like
he
they're doing like
failed
50 to
miserably,
75%
and that's why he
damage
had to
reduction
move to the younger
for each
brother
one that you
because
just keep
the older
stacking in.
one was too much for Orochimaru to handle. And Sasuke also proved too much for him to handle in Naruto.
It seems like they're
Shippuden
weird
because when
additives now and
Orochimaru
not
tried
like
to take over Sasuke's body.
percentages
Well,
off
Sasuke
entirely,
in reverse
which
caught him and
I
absorbed
don't know if that's the way
Orochimaru
the math works
instead. That's the
exactly.
thing, right? Why wouldn't Orochimaru just implant
But
Sharingan if he
Like,
can
I think
get
what you're
the
saying,
bodies? Especially when we know
I don't know enough
Orochimaru
about it,
has
so.
experience
I didn't play enough
with
seasons in
implanting the
D3 and D4 to
Sharingan,
like
doing all his
really
Sharingan
dive into
experiments,
like theater
enhancing the
actions for damage
Sharingan
reduction,
powers,
but I just know
and
that
there's
I felt
several
squishy as
characters
shit
that
like all the
get
time.
the Sharingan and
Yeah.
not
with like
Uchihas.
2 or 3
Kakashi, the
defensive
most
traits
famous
on.
one, getting Obito's
But yeah, if you get
Sharingan,
hit by,
and
like, a thing
Danzo,
that the
who
game
gets
does not want you to get
Chisu's
hit by,
Mangekyou,
you're
and
just
also
fucking
several
And then
other
there's like
Sharingan on
weird
his arm
things
for
that like
Izanagi. And Danzo's the important piece
I don't even know
here
what
because
hits me hard half the
Orochimaru was
time.
the one who helped Danzo to
It's not
master
even
the
things that like you think
Sharingan.
it would
We
be.
know
It'd be
from
like, oh hey, I
Orochimaru's
went through
time
this
in the
red circle of the
village
floor that did
he
look dangerous,
worked
but
for
apparently killed
Danzo
my
in
ass.
the route Ambo.
Yeah,
We
no,
even
it's,
see
like, big
Orochimaru and
dangerous.
Danzo together
Like a
during
death void
Kabuto's
or some
flashback.
shit
That's
that
how Orochimaru met
doesn't make any sense.
Kabuto, who eventually becomes his right-hand man. And we also know that during the time Orochimaru and Danzo were working together, Orochimaru was doing experiments on Danzo's
I just hope D4's next
body,
season isn't
mainly
just another, oh hey,
implanting
here's your basic loot
Hashirama
upgrade
cells.
while you're doing your
Obito/Toby/Madara
table
Yeah,
is
fights.
the one who
is
deduces
also
that
what
when he's watching the Danzo versus Sasuke fight, and when he realizes Danzo is using Izanagi and that he
I'm hoping
needed
it's, like, a little bit more
Hashirama cells for
in-depth
that,
than
and then eventually he sees Hashirama's face on Danzo. He figures out, oh, so Orochimaru was doing experiments on Danzo, and he is trying to master the Mangekyou Sharingan that Chisui has with the Hashirama cells, because he's probably trying to obtain the
Apparently there's a
nine-tails with all that
one-button
power,
fucking
but
necromancer
Obito's mind
build that's
immediately
like
goes
shitting
to
on the
Orochimaru
PTR right
because
now.
he knew they worked
Oh,
together,
that's funny.
and he also
Necromancer
knew that
is either,
Orochimaru
like
can handle
grossly
Hashirama
busted
cells
or
in those
fucking,
experiments, and he's probably the only person in the Leaf Village with that type of
you know, not
knowledge.
great,
And
I
he
guess.
also knew that
Seems like there's, like, the two
Orochimaru
options.
must have done that before he left the village. And that
Apparently,
Danzo probably got several of those Sharingan during the Uchiha clan massacre, so it's been a long time. And yes, Orochimaru left the village before the Uchiha clan massacre happened, but the timeline actually fits, because when we see Orochimaru and Danzo in Kabuto's
I don't know if
flashback,
these are
which
challenge
also happens
dungeons.
before
Challenges
the Uchiha
we
clan
enter through
massacre,
portals in
Danzo's
the
right arm
overland,
is already
enter them to
covered
fight
in
against fearsome
bandages, which
bosses in Tormented.
indicates that arm was already completely
So it sounds like there's
taken
a
by the Hashirama
upgrade to some
cells,
dungeon
and
types.
he was using bandages to cover that
Okay,
up.
yeah, that
And we can
sounds-
also note that the sealing implements were not
Uh.
present yet, the ones he has to undo before he fights against Sasuke. Well, he actually meant to fight against quote-unquote Madara, so Danzo tells Fu and Furune, the duo, to go and distract Madara for long enough so Danzo can undo the sealing. Of course, they get killed, but eventually he manages to undo it and reveals his Sharingan arm. Now, we don't know exactly what this sealing was for. Maybe it was to contain the power of Hashirama cells,
I mean,
to subdue
I
them
don't
enough
mind
and
the
only
dungeon
keep
stuff
them
in
at his
D4.
arm
It's
because
just they weren't
are
really worth
infectious,
doing
essentially, and
much.
very
Yeah, they weren't
difficult
really worth
to
the
control,
squeeze.
so much so that
And they were, like,
Danzo
sometimes
will
annoying to
literally
get
loses
into, or,
control over
like-
them during that
Well,
fight.
fuck
When
sometimes
he
with the
gets very
dungeons,
low
they
on
have, like, the
chakra
whispers, and
and
then
the
it's like,
tree starts to emerge off his body,
give
so
me
much so that he
whispers
has
for the
to
dungeon, you know, like,
essentially
it
get rid
feels,
of
like,
half
stupid
of
doing
his
a dungeon
body
that
to
doesn't have a whisper
survive.
for it.
And no, I don't think
Also,
the ceilings would be
sometimes
sealing the
the
showering
dungeons have
powers
like
away
weird
because it would
layouts
have
where you have
be
to go to those
sealed away,
portals.
I guess. I
Some
mean,
of them
and
are just
Danzo,
like
you
terrible
can see
to
through
do.
those eyes. I don't
Some of
think
like,
so.
especially
They're
some
no
of the older
optical
ones, like
nerves
it felt
running
like
through
they
your
like kind
arm,
of
so they're just
like the
there
newer
to
expansion
be
ones tend to be like
fodder
really
for
good
his
in my
Izanagi.
experience.
So
Like,
maybe he
oh,
didn't yet
you just
have
kind of like run at your own
Hashirama
pace,
cells
and there's
during
some
the
side stuff if
flashback
you
in
want to do it, but
Kabuto's
it's not like
orphanage, or maybe he had a
mandatory
newer
that you
version of the Hashirama cell
are
arm and
completing it this
wasn't
way.
required to be
So you can
tamed
upgrade
by
direct
the
items
sealing
to
implements.
mythic,
Or maybe the power of the
and you can do
sealing was
rune
for the
crafting
showering
to
gun
mythic
and the
uniques.
Hashirama cells put together, but it feels like there was something being done to that arm already, so Orochimaru was certainly worried working on it. And of course, Orochimaru knew that
Here's the
Hashirama
PTR
cells would
notes
enhance
that they
the
kinda have
connection
out
the user
right
would
now.
have with a Sharingan, make it more powerful, make it
For the
easier
current
to
PTR
use,
stuff.
reduce the cooldown of specific abilities like Hoto Matsukami, for example. And even
I've
though
never
it's
seen this. Like
likely
this came up in
Orochimaru
my feed the other
didn't
day. I just didn't
implant
look at
any
it.
of the Sharingan eyes on Danzo, we certainly know that he didn't implant Shisui's eye
Challenge
because
dungeons.
Danzo got
Oh, they're putting some
Shisui's
new
eye
uniques.
after Orochimaru
Fucking
left
Leorix,
the village.
Crown Nemesis,
Maybe
Bracers.
Orochimaru
Stone Jordan
found
was
one
actually
or two
really
spare
big before, if I
Sharingan
remember
from some
correctly.
Dadochihas along the way and implanted on Danzo's
Yeah, it's a
arms
reference
to test
to
things out. But even if he didn't, which is more likely,
That was a
he
was
would
a
know
D1
how
item.
to implant eyes
It was
and
a
make
D2
it
item. It
work
might have been also in
properly.
Diablo
I mean,
1.
let's
Adam
be
probably
real
would know
here.
for sure.
Rin Nohara, a 13-year-old Chunin, was able to transplant Obito's eye onto Kakashi on the fly in the middle of the battlefield without any proper
Because it essentially just
equipment or
did like
sanitary
a
conditions. And yeah,
damage
this is
increase
where
of
the
his
meme
magic
of, oh my
type
god,
with a
eyeballs
base
are
stat.
pretty
It was
much
actually a
light
really good
bulbs in
ring.
Naruto series, you just have to swap them out, starts. But it
In
feels like the only
D3?
real
Three.
thing you
D2
need
or-
Yeah,
to transplant
D3. Yeah.
eyes is, you know, some
Like, it had, like, a
expertise
base
in
stat,
ninjutsu.
and then it had,
That's
like,
what Rin
you know, any
needed.
of the
She
elemental
was
types
a
were like 15
healer,
to 20%
and
more, and then
Orochimaru
it had
would
like
certainly
your
have something like that. Maybe Orochimaru himself doesn't
spender
have
on it,
access
like
to regular
Essence, Wrath,
healing
Fury,
ninjutsu
whatever.
like Tsunade has, for instance, but his people would certainly
And then it
have.
had like 2
Kabuto
bonus
certainly
traits
has,
on it
and he
too,
would
like
help
crit and crit
Orochimaru
hit
with a
or some shit.
transplant.
Like, so you could actually get it
plugging
to be really
Sharingan
fucking
eyes
good.
onto himself wouldn't be a problem at
busted.
all. Well, the question would be how
Also,
to
they're putting the
find
furnace
some
back in.
Sharingan. But I'm pretty sure Orochimaru would be able to solve
Furnace?
that
Oh,
issue
the
very
butcher
easily,
thing?
especially right after he left
The furnace
village
was a
when the
two-hander
Uchiha
that just
clan
did like
was still
50%
alive.
Oh,
damage
that's
plus
the
his
item,
Capture
release.
one or two
I think
Uchihas,
the
get
furnace is
some
also
Sharingan
the
eyes,
butcher's
implant
arena.
them on himself, and get access
I
to some
think
pretty
you're
good
right.
abilities. After all, the Sharingan was what made Kakashi famous. A
Oh,
jutsu
in Genome
he didn't
too.
originally
That
possess.
could be
And we know
interesting.
how Kakashi feared Orochimaru, especially in Naruto Part
In
1.
Genome had
When
like a
Orochimaru
fucking
confronted
cooldown
him
reduction
after
after you
Kakashi
kill an
sealed
elite.
Sasuke's curse mark,
that's kinda
he
cool.
was pissing himself.
Uh,
He was even having visions of
There were
getting
some
a
builds that
beheading
just
by
used it because
Orochimaru
you could
from the
just spam
sheer
out an
aura
ability
that
that
Orochimaru
like
was
like
giving
the
off.
like
Or
screen
maybe he
cleared.
could find Obito's Sharingan stash because he had like 160
I don't remember what this
Sharingan
item
lying
was.
around, even
And
though
there's
it was in his
Miss Reaver.
hideout, and that's probably difficult to find.
This
But that would be
was dog shit.
doable, right? So why would Orochimaru not try that? Well, Orochimaru knew the problems of using a Sharingan when you didn't have an Uchiha body. Kakashi was the most famous example of that. Even though he had the Sharingan in Naruto Part 1, he couldn't use it for very long. Even the regular 3 Tomoe version, when he used it against Zabuza in his very first major fight in the series, he passed out afterwards. And that fight lasted, what, 10-15 minutes in universe
Oh, it was a
at
two-hander
most?
that
So it was
reduced
something
cooldown,
that
but you
really
had to, so you
drained
essentially couldn't
Kakashi
use 2
because
one-handers.
he was not
Okay.
a true-blooded Uchiha. The eye wasn't
It's another
fit
cooldown
for his
thing.
body, and he
It seems like they're putting a lot of like cooldown reduction stuff here.
Of course, Kakashi gets stronger with time. He learns how to use his Sharingan more
I have no
properly.
idea what
He even
Aerox
masters the
Needle is.
Mangekyo Sharingan, which really tired him out in Naruto
That might have
Shippuden,
been-
much more so than the regular
It was a
Sharingan in
D2
Naruto
item.
Part 1. So Orochimaru was not just after the eyes themselves, he was after the Uchiha blood, which he also tells Kakashi when they had that encounter.
Enhanced
he wishes
damage
to use the
50%.
body of an Uchiha with the
Deadly
Sharingan
strike,
to become
poison
the most
damage over 10
powerful
seconds.
shinobi ever.
I mean, I don't
First
know
he
what'll be in
tried
D4,
Itachi, then
but
Sasuke, but if he had the
I guess it
body,
was some
he
sort
would
of-
be able to use the
yeah.
Sharingan and the Uchiha powers to the fullest. He wouldn't
Oh.
be a copycat like Kakashi. And even though
Ignores target
Hashirama
defense.
cells can mitigate a bit
That's
of the
kinda cool.
problem when it comes to the downsides
That's
of the
some
Sharingan being
potentially
used
fucked
by
up
an
damage
Uchiha,
output,
like in
depending on your
Danzo's
class,
case,
probably.
it is still not the same thing. Each Sharingan that Danzo had allowed him to use Izanagi for 1 minute.
I mean, Lorix
That
Crown
sounds
was like
pretty good.
useful
It's
for
a minute of
leveling, but that was about all
immortality,
it was
and
good
when you have
for.
10 of them, like Danzo, he had 10 minutes of immortality. But when we look at Obito and his fight against Conan, when
that
he
the
also
ring?
uses Izanagi, he escapes
Lyric's
from
Crown is the
Conan's
helm that makes
600
its own
billion
10-minute.
Reaper bomb motions
There
that
was also
explode
a
for
ring that
10
made, like, your
minutes
set bonuses
straight. So his
need
Izanagi
less-
with just 1 eye, because
Yeah,
he only had
like one
one
less
spare
piece or
eye in
some
his
shit.
other
Or something.
socket, had to
Yeah.
last for at least 10 minutes units of immortality, and that's much better
And
than
Nemesis
Danzo,
Brace
and
was
that's
really good
because
for farming because
Obito's
anytime you did like
Uchiha.
a
Sure,
pylon
with
or a fucking
Hashirama
shrine,
cells,
it spawned an
actually even
elite.
more Hashirama cells than Danzo,
Oh,
but
that's fucking
still,
badass.
10 minutes at least
So those are
is at least 10
like they're
times
not good
stronger
for
than
like
what Danzo had.
actual
And
damage
Orochimaru was
output
also
in any
after
way,
a
but they're good for like when you're like
vessel,
farming
something
and just
he
doing
knew
shit.
Sasuke
Yeah.
would be.
I
Because
wish
of his
that's
Uchiha
right.
blood, he would be.
They did like that war plan stuff with like a skill tree for your things, which is really cool in theory. But they don't change it a lot between.
Okay, I'm gonna go
Like
make
I
some
thought
more
they would
breed.
like that would be maybe their lever or whatever for seasons. Like, hey, we added a new fucking like there's a bunch of new nodes and like they do different shit and like, you know, this one spawns 1 million treasure goblins and you know now you can do this. And,
Yeah.
But they don't like that's. I was shocked that this season they like made like 0 changes to the war plan tree or system, and I was like, huh, that's really fucking strange.
Wasn't there some nerfs to some war plan things, or no?
Oh yeah, like they adjust them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're not adding like, hey, like we added a bunch of cool new shit to war plans.
I feel like if you're gonna nerf
War
stuff, you gotta
plans,
have to
man.
buff something somewhere too. You can't just be like, yeah, we're nerfing your primary source of the gameplay
Yeah.
loop here, because that just leads to the player base getting pissed off about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're adding rebirth for characters because I think people are running out of character slots.
Oh man, yeah, I could imagine.
Which I guess they did that in D3 in like the second or third season, so that makes sense that they would.
Yeah, it's like I think you only get like 16 or something like not a ton.
Yeah, it's not money. They're adding mythic unique charms. I don't know if I like that.
Huh, that could be something, I suppose.
Unique versions for iconic mythics. Apparently they're making some basic mythic versions that are easier to acquire. These build-defining uniques will be easier to get early on in your character's evolution, ensuring you don't need to spend as much time to work on.
I guess I could see like sometimes it does suck when you're like, hey, I want to make this like this build, and you're fucking like farming to get like even just like a base unique that like
I did that for one of
makes
my.
your skill and makes it come online.
I did like that because I didn't when I was doing the one whirlwind build, I fucking had to sit there and farm a stupid ass sword, and never even got a good version of it repeatedly.
Yeah.
And, like
Uniques
all
with
my keys.
randomized fucking stats are like I'm still not sold on that one. That seems fucking
Yeah, because the
like a bizarre
mythic
change to
uniques
me.
have standardized stats, right?
Yeah, usually they're set. Like maybe
I thought they were
like
set.
the value will be different or
Yeah,
whatever. But
yeah, like it could be like one might have 35% crit damage and one's 50, but like it's still crit hit damage.
yeah, it's just always gonna have crit damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like some of them are like also I wish they wouldn't. So I noticed this on Paladin and Barb was one boss had a unique that I needed on both characters. But like a barbarian unique shouldn't be able to drop with paladin stats on it.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, I agree with
so
that.
like if you're doing something and you get like a sword that's like only for a barb skill, you shouldn't roll like for spirit board or fucking whatever on it. Which I don't think is a controversial take. It's just I don't think they care enough
sucks
about
fucking like kind of getting close to getting good loot that you want, and then it's like fucking unusable garbage because of like this one reason.
Yeah, and it's just I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to fix. It's like, hey, there's a coding where like unique items for a class are only drop with that class specs on it, not generic shit, or not like rotating like that characters. Because I understand that like the generic uniques are always going to do that, or legendaries, but I don't know. D4 gave me a taste of it. The fact it could be good with like some tweaking.
Yeah, like there's something there that like if they build it the right way, would be
It's
really
like
fun.
they've gotten the game to be pretty close to being real, like where it could be very good. But they just haven't
figure
quite.
out some of the bad shit.
I feel like they're very, very like. It seems like they're way too fixated on like uniques, though.
Yeah, they like. Yeah, especially like build defining uniques, where it's like, oh, like your build is kind of garbage. Then you get this thing that like almost like the Diablo 3 trap of like sets or whatever, where it's like, oh, now the skill does 16,000% damage.
Yeah. And I don't like these habits where they just keep upping the tiers of the same items.
Oh, like ancestral uniques and shit.
Where it's like here's unique and here's mythic unique and here's fucking whatever. Like it's already hard enough to get some of your uniques for a build as it is.
I'm back. I just
And
had
then
to
it
heat up
feels
some.
bad knowing that like statistically
a body Orochimaru could inhabit that would never wither away and start to reject Orochimaru. He could keep Sasuke forever and just become immortal in that body, a very powerful body with the Uchiha Kekkei Genkai. That's why it was so important for Orochimaru to train Sasuke very hard so that eventually he would inhabit an extremely powerful body. But even still, before Orochimaru took over Sasuke's body, what is stopping him from just plugging some Sharingan eyes onto himself and make himself a little bit more powerful? Even if he would discard these eyes when he changes bodies and goes to Sasuke, that would still provide him a pretty interesting buff in strength. After all, we see characters putting Sharingan eyes onto other characters, like when Obito projects the Sharingan onto his 6 paths Edo Jinchuriki in the War Arc. He's obviously giving them one Sharingan because that's gonna give them an advantage in the battlefield, but that's also a very exceptional circumstance because the Edo Tensei have infinite chakra, or not infinite. I made a video very recently about that. The chakra replenishes forever, but they don't have an infinite chakra pool. However, what that means is that the Sharingan is not gonna burn through their chakra very quickly. Kakashi mentions that when you have the Sharingan activated, the jutsus you use on top of the Sharingan use way more chakra because you're also using the Sharingan at the same time. And even though the Sharingan may provide this amazing boost in reaction time and other things as well, there is the chakra problem you're gonna run into. And this problem is much greater with non-Uchihas, because if you think about it, Kakashi is always hiding his Sharingan eye when he's not in very difficult combat. There are several combat situations in which Kakashi is not using his Sharingan, especially in Naruto Part 1. For example, in the invasion of the Leaf Village during the Konoha Crush arc, when Kakashi and Guy are fighting against an army of sound ninjas, Kakashi is not using his Sharingan for most of the fight. And yeah, the invasion lasted for over an hour, so that was a good call, because if Kakashi is passing out after his Zabuza fight, imagine after fighting an entire army of sound shinobi. Even though they're much weaker, having to use a Sharingan for such a long time is gonna tire Kakashi out and probably make him pass out as well. And we know Kakashi from the get-go doesn't have a whole lot of chakra. People tend to exaggerate the amount of chakra Kakashi has in terms of how low it is, but it's not that great of a chakra reserve. But then when we take a look at Itachi, who is another character that doesn't have this amazing chakra pool, his Sharingan is activated pretty much every single time he's on screen, and even though he's not fighting, he's just walking around, he's just entering the Leaf Village, for example, during his first on-screen presence, his Sharingan, his 3 Tomoe Sharingan's activated. You're going to struggle to find situations in which present-time Itachi doesn't have his Sharingan activated when he's on screen or on page. So it definitely takes way less chakra for a real Uchiha to use their Sharingan, especially when you use it for a long period of time, and Orochimaru would run into that very same problem if he were to implant eyes onto himself. Now yes, with Hashirama cells maybe this could be circumvented, but Orochimaru didn't have as many Hashirama cells as many other people. Sure, he certainly had them even before he started to inhabit a White Zetsu body in the War Arc, because we see how fast he can regenerate. When Sasuke absorbs Orochimaru, he also comments on how much faster he's healing, and that's certainly because they're Hashirama cells that he absorbed with Orochimaru's body. They're doing that job, but it's not as if he's healing instantly from wounds like Hashirama himself, or like people who have way more Hashirama cells, such as Obito and even Danzo, because in the War Arc, when Obito gets hurt several times, like when Naruto lands Rasengans and things like that, he starts to heal pretty much instantly because he has half a body of Hashirama cells. Orochimaru doesn't have that many, and that's probably because he wouldn't be able to handle that many, especially not with the body he was inhabiting at that point, which was that woman that we don't know the name of. It's not Shiori. Shiori was just a disguise he took for the Forest of Death. But when Orochimaru was fighting against Hiruzen, he was using the body of that woman he showed to Hiruzen during their fight. And honestly, we don't know how powerful she was. She was probably kind of strong, but the body Orochimaru takes after her, which is that green-haired guy, is also not, you know, an extremely powerful dude. Sure, he won the Battle Royale in Orochimaru's hideout after Kabuto told him that, oh, one of you will survive, so fight to the death. and whoever wins can live. And of course, Orochimaru just went ahead and got that body. So that was the strongest guy they had access to in their prison system there, but it wasn't as if he was Kage level. So maybe the body of that woman wouldn't be able to handle that many Hashirama cells to begin with. And the only Hashirama cells Orochimaru actually has go on his original body, which is that very strange snake that we see in the fight against Sasuke and Shippuden. And so because he doesn't have that many Hashirama cells, they're not going to circumvent the disadvantages the Sharingan can bring you if you use it and you're not an Uchiha. And also, maybe that woman's body wouldn't be compatible with the Sharingan as well. Even if you have Hashirama cells, your body needs to be somewhat compatible to the Sharingan too. Kakashi, of course, wasn't 100% compatible. However, he was still somewhat compatible because he managed to use the Sharingan pretty well. A less compatible body may completely reject the Sharingan altogether and make it a very useless endeavor. Also, there is the psychological factor to these things. Orochimaru wished to master every single jutsu in the universe. He wished to tap into the powers of a god. He wished to create new things. He wished to evolve himself beyond the state of a human. And to him, using Sharingan eyes as an imperfect version would be outrageous. It would be absolutely beneath him because he wouldn't settle for anything less than the real thing. To him, it would be exceptionally frustrating to have a taste of what that power could look like, but never have the fullest potential of it. His obsession simply wouldn't allow it. So even if he could, in theory, implant Sharingan eyes onto himself without an Uchiha body and get some benefits out of him, despite all the limitations of an Uchiha using the Sharingan, he wouldn't do it out of principle. Help others attaining a power like that and experimenting.
Oh, episode 17 of Slime is finally out. Crazy.
間もなくだ。魔王リムルは勇者のなり損ないたちを連れルベリオスに赴いた。異世界人に執着する魔王レオンもじきにかの地へ向かうだろう。北の守りもなくし勇気神楽坂とその手勢も手はず通り。五大老の皆もロッツォ一族のために動き場は整いつつある。すまないマリア。私は約束の地へ行けそうにない。出陣だ。すべてに決着をつけるとしよう。
久しぶりに会いに来てくれたというのに相変わらず不愛想なのね。レオン君は
今は笑っていられるような状況ではないのでな。
あなたが勇者だった頃から笑っている顔なんて見たことあったかしら。
時間がない。さっさと本題に。
魔王リムルの国で子供たちを見かけなかったかとかかしら。
こちらの状況は把握済みか。そうだ。魔王リムルは私に思うところがあるようだ。こちらとしては敵対するつもりはないのだ
が。あなたの普段の行い、異世界から召喚された子供たちを集めていることがネックってわけね。いいわ。テンペストと遊戯を結ぶつもりなら私の方でも動いてあげる。あなたたちにドンパチされたらこっちとしても迷惑だしね。それで子供たちだったわよね。見たわよ。
本当か。
ええ、開国祭で嬉しそうに遊んでいたわ。
その中にクロエという名の少女がいなかったか。
やっとチンを信じる気になったか。
友と認めた相手にいつまでも隠し事をしていられる状況ではなくなったのだ。
いいでしょう、魔王レオン。あなたが私を信じるのならば協力は惜しみません。確かにいたわ、クロエ・オベールという名の少女が。あなたが探していたのはその子でしょ。
最初から知っていたのか。
あなたは無口すぎるのよ。そんなんだから英雄静江伊沢からも信用されなかったのでしょ。
つまらん邪推だ。俺は彼女を救うためならどんな手段も厭わない。
そんなんじゃクロエちゃんからも嫌われちゃうぞ。
黙れ。それで子供たちはリムルのところにいるのだな。
何か疑っているようだけど、テンペストとルベリオスはシロね。
お前本当にどこまで知っているんだ。
それが政治というものよ。怪しい動きを見せているのはロッツォね。北の守りも全てなくしてルベリオスを襲撃するという情報が入っているの。向こうでは大騒ぎよ。
それではギーが動くぞ。
ええ、だからメイガスを北へ向かわせる準備をしているわ。あなたもルベリオスに行くつもりなら途中まで送ってあげる。
悪いが私は目的のために動く。ギーに口利きしてやりたいが、下手な干渉は逆効果になりかね。
大丈夫よ、さっさと行きなさい。
すまない。
ケルベロスの方だけど、間違いなくあなたを巻き込むつもりだわ。確実に罠よ。
知っているさ。
本当に不器用なまま。
例代わりに一つ教えておく。ジョーヌが消えた。お前でもこの話は知らなかったみたいだな。嬉しいよ、役に立てたみたいでね。
どいつもこいつも好き勝手してくれるわ。
気持ちのいい朝だ。
おかわりはいかがですか？
いや、いいよ。
私はいただこうかしら。
デザートにこちらのスコーンはいかがでしょう。紅茶とも大変よく合います
お、それじゃあやっぱりもらおうかな。
美味しそうね。
こちらを。
あら、ありがとう。
こいつら一体何をしているんだ？
呼んでおいてなんだけど、今日はイングラシアで評議会があったわよね。あなたは出なくていいの？
ああ、俺は明日の本番を見届けなきゃいけないからな。それに評議会の方は新設した外交部会に任せてるんだよ。ディアブロがすごい人材をスカウトしてきたんだ。
へえ。その外交部官って誰に？ 日向様、何者かが大聖堂へと侵入した模様。現在交戦中とのこと。先に行くわね。
ああ、状況はみんな大丈夫か？
うろたえるな。リムレ様がおられる限り心配することはない。練習を続けろ。
シオン様のおっしゃる通りです。みんな練習を再開しよう。そういう状況か？ディアボロ。
すでに手は打ってあります。傷一つつけぬようにベノムとクマラに守らせています。
リムル先生、心配するな。
みんなで練習を見に来たら急に外が騒がしくなって。
大丈夫、ここなら安全だ。シオン。
はい。
子供たちを頼む。
先生、俺も戦うよ。
私も行けます。お前たちは俺が守るからここで待ってろ。こいつは油断できないな。
これは珍しい。インセクトですか？
インセクトならうちにもゼギオンとアピトがいるけど、あんなのとは全然違うぞ。
あれは完全形態です。インセクトはその性質から我らデーモンの天敵のような存在なのですが。
大丈夫なのか？
ご心配いりません。この程度の状況に対応できないようではリムル様にお仕えする資格などありません。
ならあいつはお前とシオンに任せる。
かしこまりました。リムル様はいかがなさいますか？
俺はお邪魔虫の親玉を排除しに行く。
日曜シグラン、今度こそ滅ぶがいい。ディスインテグレーション。
生き残ったか。そこの魔王に感謝するのだな。
リムル。あれが勇者の卵が孵化した存在。あいつが？
ええ、五大老の長にしてロッツォ一族の総帥グランベルよ。後ろの女性は知らないわ。
マリアベルに雰囲気が似ている。いや、それよりも。はじめまして、グランベルさん。
魔王リムル、わしのマリアベルをよくも。
おいおい、それはそっちからって言っても無駄か。敵討ちが目的か。マリアベルが事故したというのは伝わっているはずだが。
コク、どのような結果でも主義主張は相入れないと推測します。
分かっているさ。だったら
たかが新参の魔王の分際でわしに勝てるとでも。
仲間がやられているのをただ見ているわけにもいかないからな。
抜かしよる。だが貴様の相手をするのはわしではない。この者どもに任せよう。
伏兵？こんな奴らが俺に通用するとでも。
同郷の者がいるやもしれぬゆえ、せいぜい楽しむがよかろう。
こいつら異世界人か。
コク、この異世界人たちは呪言だけでなく精神支配も受けています。
貴様は甘いと聞いておるからな。罪もない人間を殺せるか。
じゃあ先に私の相手をお願いしようかしら。
ひなた、気をつけろ。
あなたに言われるまでもないわ。
マリア、お前はルミナスを探し出し、ここまで連れてきなさい。抵抗するなら殺しても構わん。
承知しました。命令を実行に移します。
そんなことさせると思う？そう、騎士王としては実力を隠していたってわけ。
力を見せるまでもなかっただけの話よ。
その余裕、私が剥ぎ取ってあげるわ。
くそ、めんどくせえな。シオ！シオ、大丈夫か？
私は問題ありません。ですがあいつの様子がおかしくて。
デーモンの天敵というのは本当だったのか。ディアブロのやつ、何を気にしているんだ。
コク、個体名ディアブロが見ていた方角から何者かがルベリオスに接近しています。
そういうことか。ディアブロ、お前何か気になることがあるんだろう。
これは失礼を。リムル様にこの場を任されながら苦戦するなど許されたる失態。
ラファエル先生が警告するほどだ。 それだけ緊急事態ってことだよな。ランガいるか。
我が主よ、ここに。
お前はシオンの援護に向かえ。ランガ。シオン聞いたな。お前はランガと協力して敵のインセクトを倒せ。
はい、命じられるまでもありません。
我が主の期待に応えてみせましょう。
ディアブロ、お前は心配事を先に片付けてこい。
しかし
なんも、お前はもっと仲間を信じて頼るように。
どうやら少しうぬぼれすぎていたようですね。承知いたしました、リムル様。気づいているでしょうが、あれはあなたよりも強いですよ。大丈夫ですか、第一秘書殿。
貴様が私の心配をしてくれるとは思わなかったぞ、第二秘書。いや、ディアブロ。認めよう、貴様は強い、この私よりもな。だからこそリムル様のためにいかなる敵をも打ち倒せ。それこそがお前の仕事だろ。さっさと行け。この場は私とランガに任せるがいい。
あなたが私の名を呼ぶとは。シオン殿。
シオンでいい。お前に敬語で呼ばれても気味が悪いだけだ。
ではシオン、ご武運を。
お前もな、ディアブロ。
ベノム、死ぬ気で。いや、お前は死んでもいいから子供たちを必ず守りなさい。
はい、ご武運を、ディアブロ様。
黙れ。お前ごときに心配されるつもりはありません。
クランベルメ、見えすいた陽動など、奴ならばわらわの大事な性質についても知っておろう。であれば彼女を解き放とうとする可能性もゼロではない。
なんや、ワイらの侵入がバレとったんかい。
ほっほ、それは残念。
あんたが魔王ルミナス様なんやろ。
許す。名乗るがよい。
お初にお目にかかります。ワイはワンダーピエロのラプラス言います。
ほ、アングリーピエロのフットマンと申します。
それともう一人おりますね。相手で。こっちの無口なんはマリアはん言います。ほんでグランベルはんから伝言があるんですわ。わしは上で待つ。決着をつけよう。早く来なければ貴様の大事な者どもが死ぬことになるぞ。だそう。
君だろう、私の弟を殺したのは。
人の話は最後まで聞くもんやで。
では私の相手は貴様じゃな。退屈させるなよ、若造。それはこちらのセリフです。
ルイ、ギュンター、性質を傷つけるでないぞ。マリア、クランベルメ、マリアは死んだのじゃ。失われた魂まではどうにもならぬ。それをあやつは治療魔法を使ってまで。これはマリアではない。よかろう、わらわの手で引導を渡してくれるわ。
こんな簡単に思惑通りになるとはね。へえ、これが魔王ルミナスの秘宝か。さて、純粋な霊視だけで構成された物質、魔王薬棺ってわけだ。でも僕にとってはそんなもの。
やはりあなたでしたか。
お久しぶりですね、ノーワール。待ちくたびれましたわ。
私のことはディアブロと呼んでほしいですね。ブルー、いや、あなたにはレインという名前が与えられていたのでしたね。
そう、私たち原初の中でも最強たるルージュ、 偉大なるギー様によって授けられた名前です。どこの雑種とも知れぬ魔王に名付けられたあなたとは違うのよ。
この世から消滅したいのですね。その望み叶えてやろう。
ずっとあなたと戦いたいと思っていたのです。
くだらない。戦いになると思っているのならお前の勘違いだ。
さあ早く戦いましょう、ディアブロ。同じ原初でありながらハーツを作るでもなく使命を帯びるでもなく受肉すら笑い飛ばして、それが今さらどういう風の吹き回しなのかしら。あなたの言う通り避けてばかりでは戦いとは呼べないわね。
だから勘違いするなと言っている。お前程度に本気を出すまでもない。
負け惜しみかしら。受肉したばかりで全力を出せないのでしょうけど。かつてギー様と引き分けたことすら許しがたいというのに、強さを求めるでもなくフラフラと。デーモンならば進化の先を目指すべきでしょう。いつまでそうやって逃げていられるかしら。
逃げる。次は私の番です。
多段式ディスインテグレーションですって。あなた戦いながらこれを。
あなたとの戦いは私にとってゲームとも呼べないつまらないものでしたよ。
こんな自分の身をも砕きかねない魔法をなぜ。
主への信心深さがあれば霊視すらも支配が可能となる常識ですよ。我が麗しき主であるリムル様を愚弄した罪、その身を焼いて反省するがいい。弱い。やはりあなたでは進化前のテスタロッサにも及ばないでしょう。
テスタロッサ。
あなたには関係のない話です。それよりもなぜここに来たのですか。
誰が。ノワール貴様、最近ようやくデーモンロードに進化したばかりのくせに。
やはりあなたもいたのですね。ルージュ、いえ、今はギー・クリムゾンでしたか。
よう久しぶりだな、ノワール。
Why'd slime have to end right there? It's always like the next episode. I'm just waiting. Freaking slime, man. What the hell happened to my sound? That was some shit right there.
特定条件下で発生するレアイベントである。主に追い詰められた魔物が窮地を脱するために自身の潜在能力を発揮させ、別の種族へと変異することを指す。マジックワールドでも正確な存在進化条件は明らかになっていない。この状況、運が悪かったとしか言いようがない。ゴタン、前に立った。テイル、ホル、デカブツの木をそらせろ。どうしろと言うんだ。あんな化け物に魔法攻撃したら私がぶっ殺されてしまう。ゴータンがやられたらどの道全滅だぞ。勝ち筋を残せ。
状態異常麻痺。
俺が引きつける。テイル、ゴータンを回収してヒールとパララヒールで回復してくれ。ヒールはあるがパララヒールはない。スキルを攻撃力上昇に振ったんだ。麻痺は直せない。何を思ってそんな中途半端なスキル振りを。とにかくゴータンを連れて安全な場所で回復させろ。走れ。分かった。マットヘッドの特性、しびれ毒の腐肉による麻痺は平均3分間で自然治癒する。その間死んできれば。テイルのヒールでゴータンが立て直せる。だがゲームと現実ではここまで違うのか。ゴータンが立て直すまで俺が相手をしてやる。マットヘッド。F 級冒険者があんな化け物とぶつかるなんて無理に決まってるだろ。バカ、今のうちにとっとと逃げるぞ。あいつが殺されたら次は俺たちだ。待ってくれ、俺も。それでいい。下手に加勢されても10秒と持たない。さすがにこいつ相手だと下級冒険者をかばって戦う余裕はない。俺はレベル16。対してマットヘッドはレベル40。一つのミスが死に直結する。自分の実力を限界まで問われるこの状況で 燃えないやつは男じゃない。おい、あの重騎士ゴータンさんを吹き飛ばしたあの化け物と対等に戦ってないか。バカ言え、どう見てもジリ品だ。今生き残っているのは奇跡だぞ。このままマッドヘッドに一方的な攻撃を許していては今の俺には回避しきれない。こちらからも牽制攻撃していく必要がある。
初級剣術がレベル5になったためスキル当て身切りを取得しました。スキル当て身切り、ゼロ距離から剣の腹で殴りつける技、防御力の高い相手にもダメージを通しやすい。剣のリーチを捨てるため外れスキル扱いされていたが、ダメージを通しやすい性質は攻撃力が低く防御力が高い重騎士とは噛み合っている。だがこれで倒しきれるほど甘くはない。動きが乱れてるぞ。そうだよなマッドヘッド、ここからが本番だよな。だが俺の役目は終わりだ。 レベル16からレベル23になりました。
たかが F 級冒険者がわしでさえ殺されかけた魔物の猛攻に耐え続けておったというのか。
ちょうど限界だった。助かったゴータン。
すまんかったエルマー。式の甘さ、安全管理のずさん、すべてお前さんの言う通りであった。
ゴータン、
あれはお前さんが持っていくがいい。
レベル40の魔石か。それなりの値がつくだろう。くれるなら正直金欠の俺にはありがたい。いいのか。
ああ、あれはお前さんが倒した魔物だ。ん？レベル40の珍しい魔物からドロップアイテムか。
そっちは譲ろうか。
バカ言うな。わしに二言はない。奴はお前さんが倒した魔物だ。アイテムの詳細だけ確認していいか。
ああ。
狂気の盾
防御力プラス25、市場価値300万ゴルド。この盾で相手の攻撃を防いだ場合、次の自分の攻撃をプラス8する。
市場価値300万ゴルドのレアドロップ。城壁返しは鎧で受けなければ発動できないが、この性能であれば同レベル台の攻撃はほぼ盾で完封できる。だがやはりこれだけ高額だと売り飛ばすのも視野に入るな。
おお、300万ゴルドか。
それでゴータン、昇級の件なんだが。
心配するでない。お前さんを昇級させんのはギルドの損失であると伝えておこう。とっとと E 級にしてやれとな。
本当か？
ギルドからエルマがズルをせんか見張ってくれと言われておったが、とんだ見当外れの忠告であったな。もし反対する者がおったらわしがぶん殴ってやるわい。
え？
ゴータンさん、私の昇級、認めてもらえたりしませんかね。ゴータンさんが立て直せたのも私のヒールのおかげで。
お前は魔物相手に完全に足がすくんでおったではないか。そんな状態では昇級は認められん。ダンジョンには今回以上の難事はいくらでもあるのだぞ。適切な依頼を積んで精進せい。
こたびのレイド報酬が、まずこちら13万ゴルドです。それからワイト魔石10体分20万ゴルド。それからこちらが
まだあるのかよ。
グールヘッド改めマットヘッドの魔石の買取額、よいしょ、60万ゴルドです。
今回に限ってはわしより稼いでおるぞ。
レイドは儲かるもんだな。
ゴータンさん、本当にこの人がグールヘッドの変異体を倒したんですか？
そうだよ。そいつ前にもレベル高い魔石持ってきて疑われてたじゃねえか。
なんか裏があるんじゃねえか？
レベルいくつだよ。防御クラスなんて外れじゃん。
ゴータンさん、なんか言ってやってくださいよ。
そうだ、防御クラスの重騎士でどうやってそんな量の魔物を狩るんだよ。
貴様らエルマを疑うつもりか。それは昇級を認めたわしを侮辱しているということだぞ。
いろいろと世話になったゴータン、ありがとう。
また会おう。元気でな。
ゴータンのおかげで陰口を叩く者も一気にいなくなり、俺は無事 E 級冒険者へと昇級することができた。
君、頼りになる前衛と組まないか。
ちゃんと強いの？
さて今後どうするかだな。 E 級に昇格してダンジョンに入れるようになったので、そこで金策でもいいが、防御力で圧倒する必要のある城壁返しのカウンター戦法が通用するのは最初期が限界。現在のスキル構成のままだとしばらく泥臭いレベル上げを強いられることになる。方針を定めるためにも一度あれを探してみるか。いぶり狂う牙のスキルブック。スキルブックとはスキルツリーを取得するのに必要なアイテムだ。希少なアイテムであるためすぐ見つかるものではないが、探してみるのはただだ。獣害の誓いといぶり狂う牙、この2つのスキルが噛み合って初めて重騎士は完成する。完成された重騎士はもはや防御特化のクラスではない。攻撃特化と呼んでもまだ齟齬がある。その姿はまさに人間兵器。いぶり狂う牙、重騎士が進化を発揮するための最重要アイテムだ。だが
I guess I can be watching this and just mindlessly killing the Electric Palace. Go to carry more weight. Carry more weight. Probably didn't crash during that loading. Having trouble loading like a monitor here. Why is it so loud? I'm sorry to anybody watching them. Of course, all anime have to do this thing where you have to skip way ahead to get to the actual start of the new episode. They gotta replay all the dumb shit that you just saw.
もしこの町で見つけられれば儲けものなんだがな。 すまん。ヒールポーションを3つ頼む。
はいはい。72,000ゴールドですよ。
ゲーム時代より随分。
Yeah, what do you mean 72,000 potion?
背に腹は変えられないか。わかった。ところで一つ聞きたいんだが、スキルブックはどこで買える？どの店を除いても見当たらなかったんだが、重騎士はいぶり狂う牙を手に入れるまでがチュートリアルのようなものだ。あれがなければ話にならない。
お客さん、何も知らないんですね。もしかして最近クラスを得たばかりの1年目の方ですか？
ああ。
スキルブックの売買は禁止されてるんですよ。
え？
手に入れた人が自分で使用するのは認められていますが、それ以外は冒険者ギルドが買い取って貴族や教会へ流すことになってます。
嘘だろ？スキルブックは大体とんでもない低確率ドロップだ。取引前提。自力で狙ったものが手に入るような甘い仕様ではない。ゲームと比べ貴族の力が強くなっているのは感じていた。いやしかし、まさかこんなことが起きていようとは。だとしたら都市ロンダルムで徴収されたスキルブックは俺の実家エドバン家が独占している可能性が高い。
仕方ないですね。やたらめったら教えるのはご法度なんですが、特別ですよ。ヒールポーションのおまけってことで。はい、ここへ行くといいですよ。
これは？
萩屋のアイテムを扱っている店です。
萩屋？冒険者の死体あさりか。だが本来その手の遺品は冒険者ギルドに報告しなくてはいけないのでは？
半ば暗黙の了解ですよ。冒険者ギルドもこの手の闇店の存在を知ってて放置しています。萩屋でもやらないと生きていけない冒険者の方もいますし、それにちゃんと手続きしたって遺族には渡らず、大半は貴族の懐に入るだけです。スキルブックだって貴族たちは安値で巻き上げ使いもしないのに溜め込んでるんです。冒険者たちの苦労も知らないで。
俺はとんだ世間知らずになっていたようだ。もし前世の記憶が戻らず順当に牽制になっていたら俺も。
あ、この店のことはお偉いさんたちには内緒ですよ。
ああ、もちろんだ。俺がそこの子息だなんて口が裂けても言えないな。
It's fucked up that I wish I could just go out and risk my life fighting monsters instead of going and being a wage somewhere at a job. That would be millions of times better.
本当にこんなところにスキルブックがあるのか？あった！しかも5冊も！
弱っちい防具さね。ここ破れた魔導書堂はあんたみたいな新人が来るところじゃないよ。
お金ならある。スキルブックを見せてもらっていいか？
見るのは自由さ。ガキの手垢がついたって価値は変わらんかね。
すまない。
初級弓術のスキルブック、市場価値200万ゴルド。
200万ゴルド？ゲーム世界から50万ゴルドも値上がりしている。市場価値はゲームではプレイヤー間の取引履歴から算出された値だった。この価格もおそらく実際の取引価格から算出されたものなのだろう。貴族の独占のせいでスキルブックの価値が跳ね上がっているのか。
言っとくけどそれうちじゃ300万ゴルドさね。
300万？
当然さね。こっちだって危ない橋渡ってるんさ。役人は見て見ぬふりしてくれとるけどね。もっと上にバレたら私は最悪打ち首さね。
初級の基礎スキルツリーでこのありさまか。仮に凶器の盾をうまく売りさばいても合計で300万ゴルド。とてもじゃないがレアなスキルブックを購入できるとは思えない。初級弓術、魔法力上昇、びっくり箱、エレメンタルガード。なかなかレアなアイテムが揃っているが、やはり目当てのものはないか。最後の一冊。
When you scroll on your library, it's like your play next queue, and it's like, I don't really want to go play Darksiders or fucking Warframe. So,
someone's unmuted.
これさえ手に入ればこっちのものだ。
Oh wait.
機嫌良い顔して。
Oh no, Adam turned his
そ
stream
んなの
back
が欲
on.
しいなん
So
て
good
あんた
because
変わったやつさね。
I was getting feedback.
店主さんよ。
he unmuted us. I think he was muted before.
うちじゃ5000万ゴルドさ。
So you're saying your discovery key?
Yeah. Why is it giving me Warframe and fucking Darksiders?
Well, because they're both
Like
great
Darksiders
games,
1?
Darksiders 1?
Darksiders 1 was a good game. Yeah.
用心棒も置かず、よくこんな高額アイテムを置けるな。
Sounds like you're complaining that your discovery queue fucking knows you too well.
Dude, I could see Warframe and Witcher 3, and Soulstone Survivors, and maybe even Shadow of Mordor. But I don't know about Warframe, or Killing Floor, or fucking Killing Floor 2, or Black Desert.
That's
絶
fair.
対に5000万ゴルドを用意して戻ってく
There's
れ。
a lot of mixes in here.
Lot of questions.
私に何の得があるんだい？
え？それは。
あんたみたいなガキは嫌いじゃないよ。いいさね、取っといてやる。
本当か？
At some point, I get to like a certain spot in Guild Run where I'm just like not sure what's synergizing with what with what, and it's just fucking
証拠たくますぎる。
pop TF off, you know.
しばらく金策を練ることになりそうだな。
I don't know. I cannot tell you.
I don't expect you to be able to. It's just
I wish I could.
feels like I'm playing Rise on ARAM Mayhem, and I've got like random augments, you know.
And you're just mashing out any button you can.
Yeah, it's
Hope for
just
the best.
fucking happening. I'm just letting it happen.
Just I'm gonna log in a while and see what the fucking daily heroic was.
I kind of want to play WoW. Like, there's something about like a chill MMO that I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I think I could do that.
それを相手取ってる天使たちは金銭感覚がぶっ壊れてる。いぶり狂う牙は確かにレアスキルツリーだが、あれを欲しがる人間は重機しか破滅願望のある生粋の戦闘狂くらいだというのに。
I wish Wrath would just like skip fucking tier 6 and just go straight to.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hey, look at it, instantly get a message from Tenenbrighter saying.
From who?
Tenenbrighter, the fucking Shadow Priest.
Jesus, the priest? You got Tenebrated?
Yeah.
What was his message?
Literally just. Like literally just like moaning at me, like with like M's. Like Like, I don't know what this guy's on.
You know, dude. I guess you know there's people that play that probably have like guild notifications on for when like,
for
you plug
logins.
in.
Yeah.
重騎士の人気は最低だが、
Like
以前のレイドクエストで俺の名は売れたはず。他の冒険者と組めれば戦
this
略
is
の
just
幅が
what
一気に広がる。
I don't understand this person. I like him.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's like the way he is.
He's a real one.
I wonder if he messages Adam blankly like this. Like he messages you toward the right too, right?
But only like not all the time. Like he'll say like rats sometimes or fucking you know like if I'm
just
just
messages right away.
Yeah. Be like kiki or some shit.
Yeah. He follows me around jumping a lot too.
まさか血まみれの剣がドロップするとはね。
You know, that's fair. That makes sense. He's kind of break.
Oh, it's wait, riding crop. Is that? That's fucking ramparts, right? Hellfire still, yeah. That might be a doable heroic for ease.
You can do a heroic? Jesus.
Maybe. Probably depends if you or Adam do it.
I
剣士と
definitely
盗賊と
Not
道
doing
化
it.
師のパーティーか。
definitely not doing it.
お前のおかげね。何度もダンジョンに潜ってやっと出たレアドロップだからな。本当にお前のスキルのおかげか。怪しいもんだ。
そうですよね。でももっと回ってたらきっと目に見えて違いが分かってくるもんですよ。ここからです。ここから。
レーチェ、お前まさか。弱いくせにこの剣の分配金もらえると思ってるのか。
We did a mags last night.
Oh, you did Mags? How'd that go?
レベル上げを行えない。
あのさ、ろくな攻撃スキルもなしに攻撃
It
分
went.
散程度にしかなって
It went.
ないの
Fair
が
enough.
問題だって言ってんだ。
We wipe.
役に立ってないだろ、お前。
That makes sense in a pug Mags. Did you eventually get the Mag?
Yeah, we wiped because somebody just like they decided they weren't gonna stop blast wave at like 7% or 50%.
Those are always the most tragic ones. 'Cause it's like, man, how did you like
It
just
is
forget
more.
how to do this?
素早さ上昇か。不要な武器系統のスキルツリーにでも振ってしまったのか。
Then we wiped again because one of the fucking clickers got killed randomly by a cave-in. And I don't know. We wiped 2 times for sure, maybe a third. I don't remember. I was happy we wiped the first time because like they like really clumped up the ads and I did an AoE, so I was like way lower on damage than I should have been.
Yeah.
I got the Giga Blast after that. Adam lost the bag by like a fucking like 85 to 87 or some shit.
Actually, I might try to do my ghouls.
Yeah, he did the girls last night. They went well. Although the guy forgot to put on fucking Master Loot for hiking.
Yeah, but then he somehow nobody rolled on it, and then he somehow rolled 84, 85, 95, 89
Yeah,
on all 4 items.
All four items he had like 85s plus. You know? Dude, 2 of them were like 90s out of what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
There was like a 92 in there.
Yeah.
95. It was like 85, 87, 92, and 90, like 95. Like all 4 rolls were fucking godlike.
It was insane. Also, the cloak dropped again for me.
Yeah, the cloak dropped on his run. And I can't get a cloak to drop to save my life anymore. Why are you murdering all these fucking electric guys, Adam?
Because the Palworld developers decided that for ancient holy water and like the stuff you mine can't make it at your base. To get holy water, it only drops from pals.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up. That's why I'm just going around in a circle, killing all these. Huh?
Is it fun for you?
Oh no, this is pretty bad.
You should stop playing games when they're not fun, man.
What else is there to do?
You should play the other game you have available to you.
Take a look at your Steam or whatever.
Yeah.
I already know what's there. Nothing like.
No, you should check from what just got there in the last like 20 minutes.
Okay. Hold on.
Dude, there's somehow like 3 gruels going on a Saturday evening, which feels weird to me.
That seems low. Probably gonna go
That's
higher.
pretty low, right? Like where is?
The girl's actually DST open, or are you just gonna do it just to do it?
I'll wait for DST open. I'm not gonna.
Holy shit. Got me FF7?
It was a good sale, and I was like, I'm not missing the sale again this time.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that is something. All right. Well, thank you so much. Damn.
See, I told you. I was like, I was just like looking. I was like, Adam needs a game that isn't Palworld. Play.
Fucking.
But WoW's not available.
200 Palworld. 200
And
pals.
I was like, I was just autistically scrolling through Steam, and so I was like, you know what? That's a good ass deal for the remake and interlude or intergrade.
Oh, is the 2 out right now?
2 is out, but intergrade was the DLC with Yuffie.
Ah. Okay.
So it's the remake part 1 and the DLC for 1.
Okay. I'm downloading it now. Palworld was so good up until this point, I will say. They really dropped the ball.
Is there any other way to get holy water?
Oh, okay. I lied. There is one way. There is.
Like, can you not just like console command it in?
I've almost gotten to that point, but like I'm trying to keep my run, quote unquote, like legit.
Legit.
But there's these springs that you can hit on a 10-minute cooldown that give you 10 water each, and there's only 3 of them on the entire map.
Oh my god.
Slay wild level 70 plus pals around the world tree.
Yeah.
Dusty ravine farming loop in springs and shrines. Oh, you're just actually fucked for this. There's only 3 ways to get it. 2 of them are just farming, killing shit.
And my stupid ass, I thought there was no pals that increased the drop rates of things, but there are. So like for a long time, I wasn't getting 180% extra drops or whatever. I was just doing it at the default level.
You were just fucking. So you were doing something that required magic find without magic find.
Yeah. Basically. And like that's not the only thing. Like the last boss is way overtuned. Like they want you to like have 15 pals out that you can, in addition to your party pal, while fighting the last boss on hard mode. On hardcore, that kind of just doesn't really work because like if I go in and I try and I get pals dead during an attempt and I have to alt F4, I'm just fucked. Like those pals are just gone. I don't know.
Fucking pals, man.
Did you finish watching that fucking video, Adam? Did you understand the rollers?
That I got. I just don't get the raising part of it though.
I
But it's
really
probably
think about the raising part to it too.
what I was looking up for how they raised it. They were saying they like lifted up one end and shoved something over there, and then lifted up the other end and shoved something
Oh, that makes
underneath.
sense.
But
Yeah.
then I'm like, still, that's like 200, 300 tons. But I guess it's within, like, if you had enough, like, you got
If you
like
do, like,
2,000
sewing
people on
fully.
one side, 2,000 people on the other side, you had enough ropes.
Mm-hmm.
I like how it must have pillars and like wood stuff like planted around it to create leverage off of the pulley system to like do like partial raising court like side by side.
Yeah, that's how they were saying they like transported it on the rollers with like a bunch of like ropes and pulleys, which is wild.
Why wouldn't they just keep doing that though? Like, cause that would be hella style, like styling on people. Like, if imagine you had giant walls like that for your castles or something, they ain't getting through those walls. That shit's like impenetrable.
I think it's because like the building system with smaller bricks that were mortared together was actually more structurally sound because you could have better supports in them.
And also like repair it and shit.
Well, I mean, that thing lasted a long ass time. It's still standing. I mean,
like if you're doing like a castle army wall, it wouldn't be as like stable.
yeah, I mean, it's
Castle
only
army
stuck.
walls like also like they're constantly like expanding outward and shit. Whereas like if you're doing like big like gigaton blocks, you're like kind of like really limited to your the area you're making.
Yeah, can't really expand it.
And like they were going
But even for other temples and stuff, like, because that's what I mean. Apparently,
Yeah.
that like our temple is the grandest. Look at this, you know.
It's progression, dude. They they started, and then some dude was like, "I think we can do it bigger," and they fucking did it bigger, and then.
But then why didn't they
That's
just
how they
keep
got
doing it bigger elsewhere too? I mean, maybe the only thing I can think of is like they went in,
fucking-
they realized that it was way more trouble than the shit was worth, so they just did it the one time, and then they're like,
That could be too.
no more.
Also, finding like pieces of rock like that you could move without it having like breaking. And shit
Yeah,
on
like it might
itself,
just be like a very specific quarry layout.
Because even like rock that size becomes like unstable when you move it, with it like breaking on itself. I feel like natural rock isn't like perfectly even
They're
through
like
it.
perfectly smoothed and shit, dude. It's fucking wild.
I feel like I just say fuck it to hardcore at this point in Palworld.
If you beat the last boss on regular like hardcore, like without doing the like you beat the last boss already once on its
Yeah.
normal intended difficulty, right?
Yep, and then I've also been.
I feel like you could thoroughly say you've beaten Palworld at this point, because I feel like when you start going to like the new game plus version, I feel like it's not really balanced around the hardcore experience if it's gonna kill your pals with like making you use 15 of them.
Well, those are just some of the degenerate strats online. I haven't personally gone in and tried it. It's just when I was looking it up, because I went in and it had like 1.5 million health, and I just did a like hard tower boss that had like 500k, and I would get to like the 1 minute or 2 minute left in the fight. You know, I'm just like, how am I going to do that much damage? Like, if my pals didn't die, this would be a lot more doable, but like, my pals permadeath.
Yeah. Fuck hardcore. Fuck you, game.
So were we doing ramparts or no?
I was just looking at the browser. Nick hates being able to do it.
Well,
rules browser.
Yeah. Because ramparts is the easy heroic.
Quick.
And it's the daily, so there's not even any groups in Ramparts right now. Like to even request to join, it's just a bunch of people.
Do you think
there's a tank?
Daily and there's no groups. That's fucking crazy.
There's a tank in there. There's a healer and a bunch of DPS. I guess we could theoretically make a group.
Just invite the tank and the healer and a DPS, and then make the tank leader, and then.
Last time I did that, Nick, was a paladin tank that was like possibly the worst player we played with this entire expansion when we did Black Grass. It was my RNG for picking the random tank out of the fucking queue is.
Why is it exclusively paladin tanks that are dog shit? Like every druid tank we've played with has been great, except for I think maybe one.
Paladin thing.
Just paladin things, dude.
Also, is it worth it for us to just try and do Underbog? Slave pens. Just do a slave pen heroic, even if it's not the daily, because it's so quick.
It probably is efficient just to get the.
Yeah,
I need
just
fucking 25. I need.
I mean, is there like dailies or heroics that you still need? You know, like have like a wand or something, where it's like, hey, yeah.
Underbog would.
Oh.
Shit.
Underbog would have a wand upgrade directly. Off Blackstalker. It's just like a 10 spell power upgrade. It's like that one's essentially comparable to the Magtheron one.
That's pretty poggers.
Yeah.
I like how there's a cloth belt in there that is class restricted.
Is it?
Yeah, it's fucking priest mage warlock cloth belt, but it has like extra armor for some reason.
Oh.
And I don't know if they just like they didn't want like druids going in on this or like what the.
205 armor is a lot for a cloth belt.
Yeah, like that is quite a lot. It's just very curious that it exists.
But it also has like no strength or agility, so like there's no way a bear, which is the only one that cares about armor, would fucking use that anyway. Like
Whoa.
They're trying to keep paladins off it or something. Well, it's got spirit. I don't know.
Get Moonkin get an armor bonus.
That's true. Maybe the Moonkin compounding would be too much.
They couldn't let the ultimate Moonkin spec exist. Tank Moonkin? That would go so hard.
That would go really hard.
You think in Classic Plus they need to have shamans and paladins on like both factions?
Yeah.
I mean, I do too.
I think
like that it just has to happen.
Didn't they do that in? Was it that way in SOD or no?
No, it wasn't actually.
Because I feel like at that point Horde just becomes way better because paladin or shaman tanks were fucking busted.
Shamans are also just more pog than paladins.
Because like if you take away the need for Blessing of Salvation in vanilla.
Oh yeah, paladins basically don't exist.
And then at that point it's like, why do you like that? It's a shaman or is universally better.
Yep.
with Wind Fury. So I feel like you kind of need to if you want anybody to play Alliance.
And then, well, it's like I can easily picture like you can make like dwarves, shamans, maybe night elves. But like do you make undead the paladin for
I feel
horde?
like you could also like you could introduce fucking Draenei and Blood Elves.
Yeah, you can just
Like, I
put
don't
the
think there's
newer
anything, like,
races into. Fuck it, like
necessarily wrong with that.
Yeah, you could do that too. That would also.
yeah, put in like you can also maybe even put in like other newer races too.
You could put in
It's like
goblins. You could put in.
Oh
Volpera.
god, please do Volpera. We need our furry little. Oh god,
Mechanomes.
dude. I'll be honest. Wallow Crew, if they do ever fucking do a Classic Plus and we fucking go to Wallow Crew on that fucking Classic Plus server, if they put in Volpera and they don't force everybody in the guild to be Volpera, I'm gonna be giga disappointed.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really upset.
Like, you can't be a furry guild and not make everybody be the furry race.
Dude, I don't think we're a furry guild.
I'm a war cat rank, Adam.
Dude,
right? Look at our guild ranks.
How are we not? Like our Discord little fucking emblem.
It's a cat.
Yeah, but like. Must understand. They probably would have, like, if they were real furries, it would be in the guild title somewhere.
What if Wallow Crew is a furry reference we just don't understand?
Is Wallow Crew a furry reference I don't understand? Oh, wait, what?
Is it, dude?
No, I just was not expecting this. The archive of our own fit to burst - Wallow in brackets 64 - furry fandom.
Is it?
I'm not clicking that link.
There was a furry fandom in that word sentence you just said. But if you look at, like, we have GM Cat, Dark Warded, but I'll get Dark Warded. Then you have Feral Vanguard, War Cat, Night Fang, Clawborn. As you like, all our ranks are fucking cat, like, furry related. Like,
Do I just ask Smelled? Do I just rip the band-aid off?
I've been afraid to ask if I need to take a persona test. Like, the fucking. Like, do I need a persona to be in this guild?
I'm not gonna ask. Not knowing.
I'm gonna
could
ask in
be
my
better.
party chat later, like on Tuesday. I feel like this is wait, what days are raid? Is it Tuesday and Wednesday or Thursday?
Correct.
Wednesday. Okay. I feel like I need to. This is a party chat thing that I need to, or maybe just a whole raid thing. I don't know.
Ask Tenenbraider. Oh, he's not on anymore.
If I take you all my items from me, I still like Tenenbraider.
I like Tenenbraider too. He's very aware. I noticed him because I got knocked up. During the TK trash, I got knocked up to some ledge you couldn't get to normally, and I got
slow-falled you?
No, and I got the mind vision icon. And I whispered him immediately, and I'm like, "That's you, isn't it?" And he's just like, "Yeah." He smiled, like.
Because I'll be honest, I don't know if our other like, I could see Slide doing that maybe, but I don't think he cares enough, and I don't think Lumare is, like, aware enough to do that.
True, or would do something like that, where like Tenenbraiders, he's just like, he's like, I'm a shadow priest. I really can just look around. I don't need to be looking at any bars.
Oh, I was looking at fucking. Did you find a girl's neck?
AFK. Oh, he.
Of course.
I just messaged Tenon Braider.
Did you ask for a furry guild?
Yeah. I'm like, is our guild a furry guild?
Take the persona test. I don't mind.
So, no clue. Do you want it to be? I'm like, not really. But I was just wondering.
I feel like Spelled would have been the better person to give you an answer.
Oh yeah, I could probably get an actual answer from him.
Because I feel like, because Spelled and ZVN are both on, but I feel like Spelled is like actually our guild leader.
True. Smelt's my guild leader.
Because like, if there was a guild civil war between ZVN and Spelled, we're all Team Spelled, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like Sevian, but I'm like Smelt more.
ZVN's AFK half the raid. Like, he's AFK stealth, like 2/3 of the time.
No, I mean, I'll see him pop off on damage fairly often. Like he'll keep up with me when I'm going super hard, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I see him stealth in corners a lot, and I respect that as somebody who also wants to be AFK.
Are we still trying to rampart, by the way?
I'd like to do a rampart and maybe like an underdog or something, because I need badges and maybe a wand. Because that would be a wand and an offhand if I get enough badges. I got lucky with a wand.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
You're welcome back.
Thanks, dude.
You ready to hit some heroics, Nick?
Dude, maybe when
pigs fly.
Yeah, well, when my gruels is done.
Are you in the girls? I was asking you, but you
No.
AFK'd.
I am still looking. Still cooking.
スキルポイント制度はなんと残酷なことか。
血まみれの剣がドロップするだよね。
I'm trying to think if there's any heroics I just would not do, period. And maybe...
Turnhold?
Yeah.
Arcatraz?
The one, the third orc dungeon, Shattered Halls.
Oh, Shattered Halls.
Shattered Halls isn't bad because you get so many badges.
Yeah,
Shattered Halls, yeah, I would say if I had a good tank.
Yeah.
Like that one Shattered Halls we did with the fucking good paladin tank, we just AoE'd everything that went super fucking fast.
And, yeah, Shattered Halls is one of those dungeons where you can like blow everything up really easily if you have the damage.
And Shattered Halls is like a lot of fucking badges too.
Yeah, it's like what, 6, 5, 5, 6?
It's like, if you do it fast, I think it's 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think it's so okay. You got 3 regular bosses and then Toron, so that's 4.
And then you get the thing, so
and
it's
then
5.
you get
I
the
think.
Executioner, so it's 5. Yeah.
Oh, it's an epic wand in Underbog.
Yeah. It's actually fairly comparable to the ones out of Mags and
Wait, is it just better? Is it better than the Mag Wand? Because Mag Wand is less crit.
Mag Wand has int on it too, which is also super crit.
Oh, that's true, but isn't it like a super bad ratio?
It's not good.
So I remember back at 60, because of the World of Roadcraft video, he made it very clear that every 100 int was a critical strike. And I've just remembered that ever since then.
So the Mag Wand is like 3 or 4% better.
Oh wow.
Supposedly, but I think it is still comparable because like for the flat stats, you still get you're still getting about the same amount of spell power and more crit, but less in.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know.
後悔すんなよ。まあ、その無能を引き取ってくれるなら、こっちも心が
I had DST Ninja tell me I think I would play the game.
That makes sense to me.
勝手に連れてけよ。
No.
So 80 int is 1% crit.
Oh.
And 22.1 crit rating is 1% spell crit. So it's like so 10 or 11 it would only be about like less than 5 crit rating.
Oh, that's
Maybe
a little more than I thought.
5. It's like 3.5 or 5. 3. Usually 3.5 5 crit rating would be off that like 10 or 11 in. Which doesn't make up for the actual crit rating loss. It's like kind of evenish. But then you also get the increased mana pool too. To make your life taps more valuable. Yeah, the Underbog one is actually really good.
That it's an epic.
Me too.
The fucking drop chances.
Yeah, lower. Although I don't think there's that many epic items that could drop off him.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 4.
Yeah, there's only 4. God, maybe that's better because there's like fucking like 15 rares.
Yeah, like it's like you kind of have like a 1 in 4 chance to have it drop, which is the worst.
I think there used to be decent skips in Underbog too, that I think have like since been
fixed or.
Yeah, I remember like specifically like the first part of the instance or something. I don't know.
やっぱりあれの恩恵って大きいんじゃ。
必死になりすぎたが、いや効果なかったろ。本当は意味ねえんだよ。
でも
何言ってんだリース。黙って行かせておけばいいんだよ。今穏便に出て行ってくれるなら都合がいいだろ。そもそも冷静に考えろよ。ソロの中騎士がレベル23まで上げられるわけないだろ。不可視かパーティーから追い出されたんだよ。それかナンパ目的か。ルーチのやつ面だけはいいから。
まあそうだけど。
それにちょうどいいじゃないか。スキルぶりミスったやつを追い出したなんて悪い噂が立つと俺らにとってもよくねえだろ。
まあ確かにね。
エルマ、君みたいな人を待っていたよ。ルーチェのことを頼んだぜ。
でしたらご好意に甘えさせてもらいます。よろしくお願いします、エルマさん。
ああ、よろしく頼む、ルーチェ。俺に初のパーティーメンバーができた瞬間だ。
いやー、パーティー結成おめでとう。今までまともな武器も買ってなかったんだろ。なあ、ルーチェよ。
So there's a healer for Underbog and a tank in that queue too.
10万ゴールドは俺たちからの選別だ。
How many bosses does Underbog have?
うまく使ってくれ。
Why do you know that?
拾うな。クライントやら、自分でばらまいたものは自分で拾ってくれ。子供でもできる。ましてや地面にばらまいたものを選別とは笑わせる。行こう、ルーチェ。
でも10万ゴールドは大金で。
ああいう手合いには少しでも借りを作らない方がいい。
はい。
バカにしやがって。ハズレクラスが無能同士仲良しごっこしたら。行くぞリース。
じゃあこのお金私がもらってもいい？
Got him.
Yeah.
Or are you dead?
I tried to solo tell Bim for this elite quest I had inside the inn, and my ass.
You need help?
If you want.
Is it a two-person thing that's doable, or is this like a?
Well, I got him down to like 20%, so it's close.
不安がることはない。スキルツリーにあった魔物を倒せばレベルなんか。
I could pull out a Void Walker.
そこで思ったんですけ
You
ど
could
もしかして
maybe
さん
tank a bit or something.
With you and me, just like your Void Walker out and me nuking it, he'll die quickly.
何の話だ。
どうしてレベル上の人がかばってくれるんだろうって私ずっと考えてたんですけど、それしかないかなってやっぱり私って可愛いですし、エルマさんのことは素敵だなって思ったんですけど、やっぱり最初はお友達からだといいかな。
I just logged in your. I tabbed your stream and you were dead.
私そんな
So I'll sell a Bim. Strong. Alright, I'm gonna aggro him.
Alright, mashing head attack.
持っているんだろ。
Item?
Yeah.
There, you can daze me first hit.
You can just DPS. I'm gonna Void Walk stack here.
Oh, we're good.
He's done.
Nice. Oh! Why do you aggro again?
What the fuck?
Out of here, I'm running.
Try to fear him.
Oh, we're gonna gank him.
Oh. Try to. Okay.
Alright, thank you. I've had this quest since before I was 70. This item has been sitting in my freaking inventory.
Dude, that's understandable. You'd want to get that done.
マジックワールドにおけるダンジョンとは、眠れる創造神アルザロスの見る悪夢である。アルザロスは悠久の
It's just weird to see you dead running back to Shattrap. I'm like, did we just have an elevator accident? What happened here?
永遠にも等しい時間の中で絶対の神であったアルザロスは正気を失い、自身の生み出した神々によって封印されることになってしまった。しかし今なおアルザロスの悪夢は現実へと影響を及ぼす。
Also, Nick, how
アルザロスの悪夢は
you feel that out of all the Gruul runs we've done, like combined together, we've seen 0 DSTs drop.
見えたぞ。
I heard him, kinda.
Yeah.
Far away.
それがダンジョン。故に夢の穴である。
天使の玩具箱入り口、推奨レベル50。
本当に私で大丈夫なんですか、エルマさん。ほら、私こんなありさまですよ。こんなありさま。
あまりそれは人に見せるものじゃないんだが。
そうなんですか？大丈夫ですよ。エルマさんわざとばらまくような人じゃないってわかりますし。それに期待してもらって後で失望されるより先に見限ってもらった方が楽と言いますか。唯一の攻撃スキルダイススラットもサイコロで6が出ないと使えないですし、せめて愚者の曲芸と攻撃力上昇にポイント振ってればよかったんですけど。いや、盛大に失敗しちゃいました。
大丈夫だ。ルーチェ、
Oh, wait. Did your thing trigger to slap him in the no, okay. That was just some random player. I think that somebody slapped him in the face but didn't help us kill him.
Was that person a Shadow Priest?
Warneris or something?
Oh. Because there was a Shadow Priest who helped us on the second go. Like he dotted it or something.
It's a hunter.
Oh, maybe he also dislikes that man. I dislike that demon too. I don't know why we even let him in town.
Yeah, why are we letting these demons scum in the fucking City of Light?
I know. Absolute madness.
Fuck that. They should be fucking crusading these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Did you find a girl, Nick?
I did not. Clueless.
This tank has himself queued for Underbog, Slave Pens, and Heroic Durnhold Keep. And one of those is not like the others.
Yeah. That's fucking painful. Maybe there's something that drops there.
That's what I thought right now. I'm looking at. I don't know what the fuck he could be wanting. There's nothing, like none of the epics are tank epics.
Yeah, there's not like any trinkets or anything either.
Doing it for the love of the game.
Jesus.
Maybe there's some like how Neil has to do Black Morass. Maybe it's one of those situations.
Like he has to do it for a quest, yeah.
Or maybe it's like, well, no, that's like a cloth pattern.
HP は残るな。クリティカルが出ればさすがに耐えられないが、攻撃モーションに入った瞬間体勢を崩せば完全に阻止できる。なんでそこまですぐわかるんですか？継ぎはぎ部屋好きなんですか？別に好きではないが、俺が奴の攻撃を裁く。近くから攻撃して倒してくれ。
So.
This fucking... Oh fuck, I gotta send this.
マットヘッドから得たポイントで取得したスキルだ。これを使ってルーチェのレベルを上げる。影は意外と伸びるから気をつけろよ。わかりました。
Fucking X-Men fighting game for the PS1.
噛みつきに気をつけろって言ってましたけど、継ぎはぎ部屋って別に爪も牙もないよ。
Dude, that fucking spinning chair.
Yeah, the spinning chair, dude.
I liked that his upper launcher was like doing a wheelie in the chair.
It's fucking, that's so base.
That was incredible.
Dude, really? We thought that the fucking, like, Bardock and fucking Marvel vs. Capcom was fucking funny looking. It's just fucking Giga one-upped it.
It's like a new level.
ルーチェ、レベルはどれだけ上がったか。
これじゃまた私の居場所なくなっちゃうじゃないですか。
いや、そいつはただのレベル上げ用だから大丈夫だ。それにあと数体倒すつもりだから、そのうちドロップも。と言ってるうちにまた来たぞ。さっきと同じ要領だ。行くぞ。はい。へっ。
レアシールド防御力プラス12、市場価値20万ゴルド。可愛らしいクマの丸太手。
私連れててよかったですよね。ねえ、使いますエルマさん。
え、まあ一応もらっておこう。
その方がいいですよ。
おかしいな、そんな連続でドロップするアイテムじゃないんだが。ドロップ率を間違えて覚えてるのか。あ、いやでもルーチェの持つ招きニャローは幸運力を 500% アップする特製スキルだ。ルーチェの初期幸運値が純粋に上振れを引いたのであれば、このような偏りもありえなくはない。
血まみれの剣がドロップするだよな。
ほら、私のスキルのおかげですよ。私の。
本当にお前のスキルのおかげか。怪しいもんだ。
だったらなぜクラインたちはこのドロップ強化に気づけなかった。
弱いくせに。
初期パーティーだからありがたみに気づかなかったのか。この世界では魔物の情報も少ない。最初からドロップ率がいい状態に慣れてしまっていたのだろう。
エルマさん、私役に立っちゃいました。
ああ、ルーチェ、俺と組んでくれて本当にありがとな。
そんなに欲しかったんですか、このベアシールド。今日中に10枚集めちゃいますか。
いや、レベルも十分上がった。ここからが本番だ。
レベル20になりました。
本当です。いつの間に。
これから俺たちは今回の目標、成金ラーナを狩る。
成金ラーナ。
いや、
Am I right to guess that the Insanity Fang skill book basically is like turns your turns your defense stat into an attack stat or something? I don't know. He hasn't got it yet.
Think of it like a Giga Cutter based off like missing hit points. It depends on which skill's being used.
Wait, so like the Insanity Fang book like gives him like it augments all his skills, or like it can?
It essentially adds another skill tree.
Yeah, but okay. So it's not just one thing. In my head, I was thinking it would just be like, yeah, I was thinking just one thing, but they did say it unlocks a whole skill tree. Damn. Okay.
Yeah. Do my stupid soft raises for SSC. I see Adam's already ×3 on the my long bow.
Jesus, what a Chad dude.
Man, it's fucking really funny.
Dude.
There's like 3 people soft res, and they're all ×3 on one item.
Dude, it's...
Ilari is on ×3 on the scepter. Or fucking Toldruid's ×3s on the sea witch robes. And Adam's ×3 on the bow.
Well, for ranged weapons, literally, like, I can get something maybe a little bit better, but it's a drop off fucking the world boss Void Reaver thing.
Doomwalker?
Yeah.
What
or
was my soft rises last week?
yeah, Doomwalker, correct. Yeah, and that's like I know why I'm getting that.
Okay. I guess I'm times 2ing on that ring.
Nice.
Because other than the offhand, there's not really much in SSC that's like my bracers and wand are there, so it's like there's a lot of shit in TK still, but like not so much in SSC.
Is there a way to have Discord open links in like not Edge? What is the fucking setting for that?
It doesn't open your it doesn't use your default browser?
No, it doesn't.
What the fuck?
There is a way to change that. I don't know where it's at because I have it open in Brave when I click them.
Yeah, for me it just uses my default, like whatever I launch normally, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm the same, you know. Like the only thing I really need from SSC is the neck off trash.
My offhand would be really nice, and the ring is nice, like an upgrade. But I could do without the ring. I mean, if I see other people go in the Fathom, so I'm just gonna times 3 it. I don't give a shit. And TK, what is? Man, snaps are slow for the shit this week.
Feel like they're starting, you know, the attrition is beginning.
Or if maybe just people are like, you know, I feel like attrition has already begun, but
yeah, but like it's, you know, entering into more overdrive maybe.
Okay. Got soft res is done for that shit. I remember somebody said they were going on vacation. I don't remember who, because I don't know everyone's voices other than like Meldon ZVN and like fucking Angelic Halo.
oh yeah, someone. You're right.
Someone is.
So I was like, I'm going on this cruise to fucking Alaska or some shit.
No, there's two people actually. Now that you said that, one guy was going on the cruise because they're like, they said they always went hot, so it'd be nice to go somewhere cool. Which is like, why would I don't know.
I mean, like when you think cool is 70 though.
Yeah.
It's not like it's, you know, it's not like you're going to like anywhere that cool. Like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like the 70s. I'm like, okay, well, motherfucker, that's still pretty warm. That's like pleasantly warm.
Mm-hmm.
Like if ideally it could sit between like 60 and 75 all year round, that'd be like perfect. I'm not sure what area gets that temperature though. Perpetually.
I did find the setting.
It might be in your browser, like in your Windows
Yeah,
setting.
right. Yeah, I found it. I'm good. Free.
Dude, you're fucking living a hard life with an
I
opening
was.
Edge.
I'd open it in Edge, and then I'd copy paste the URL, and then fucking go back to Brave, and then paste it in, and
Oh my god, you're fucking.
yeah, right.
You're like in the Stone Ages of fucking opening URLs.
It was like fucking when you ran out of keybinds in vanilla, and you fucking just had like Control V as a fucking cast macro.
I had like 1 2 3 4 5 shift 1 2 3 4 5 alt 1 2 3 4 5 EQ like EQRs F V ZXCV alt and control modifiers for both of the or alt and shift modifiers for all those keys too.
Damn.
I mean, as a shaman, I had to have a shit ton of keybinds.
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. It's a fucked up world to be in. I don't even bind half my totems. I just fucking like just click it. I got one of each element down, and I swap out the fucking actual button in my spell book.
You know, keep them like off to the side and just switch. I
keep some off to the side, like poison cleansing and disease cleansing, where like you know I'm never fucking binding that shit. It's just like occasionally, and like grounding. Serpentine Cavern. It's like Ring of Lethality. Dude, I wonder if I should go on Tsunami Talisman or not.
100% you should.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I was on a warrior, I'd be doing it.
I mean,
and by warrior, I mean prot warrior, Adam.
yeah, I was gonna say like for Fury Warriors, it's really good, but for arms, I just don't like the hit on it, and I know that I would replace it with Madness of the Betrayer anyway. I'd probably still
what
just.
What if I would use that and Madness of the Betrayer?
It's true.
Well, you want to log on Helonus and we can start getting you there?
That's true. I was going to see if we were going to do a heroic or two.
I mean, I've been fairly looking at the group finder, but
yeah, we might have to be in a world where we fucking wait to snipe a tank and healer out of the fucking queue.
Well, I was gonna say a world where we have Nick here to form the party because
yeah, he's way better at it than we are.
Not capable.
You are a fucking fearless leader. There's like nobody even in queue for Underbug. It's like not even it's like a full page of people and that's it.
I've got Ramparts up right now. I wasn't.
Yeah, I was like good at both. I was switching back and forth. How's the rules going? Anything?
Honestly, they're starting to dry up.
Yeah, I would try probably around 7 server time. Oh, good message, Prost. It's Hellfire Ramparts. Sorry. It's they just need 1 DPS.
Who?
Prost.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna message this person.
Oh,
they're
they
out.
filled. Yeah.
They have 2 warriors, a rogue.
They got a shaman, so that's actually yeah. They got a
that's
good
actually
comp.
pretty good. Yeah, you don't need a lot. All I would do more damage than those people unless it's like a super geared warrior.
True. Well, even then, even if he was, you probably you should if they had no shaman.
Yeah, it's true.
DST open.
Oh.
DST open.
DST open.
You
Nice.
get in that group and turn on your Discord stream so we could watch you go get DST, and I can live my vicarious DST streams or dreams through you.
Hope so. I'm here for it.
How's your DPS feel with the better offhand?
I have not.
I don't think he has swung it yet.
Yeah.
You have not bonked anything with your stick yet.
What's your weapon
Nothing has been
skill?
bought. It's 350. It's
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
With maces, it's fucking.
I'm pretty sure he had a mace that he got right at 70 in the auction house before he had a decapitator.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah. That I don't remember the exact order, but I was using a mace for a long time. Yeah.
I remember like we hit Sony. I was like go through auction. I was like, oh, there's this decent one-handed mace that isn't amazing, but it's level 70. I mean, it was like 50 gold or some shit.
This guy said I could heal. Okay.
You can heal?
Yeah. I told him I had like I have healer off spec stuff. That is,
I mean, I see a lot of healers healing these shit at like 1500.
Yeah, like
so.
I can't imagine the damage on Gruul is particularly fucking intense.
I mean, and you're just chain healing into the melee, so who the fuck cares?
Yeah. As long as no
Like,
one
if you-
expects like your gear isn't enchanted or gemmed, I'll be okay.
If you just hit chain heal, you're gonna be pretty much fine.
Yeah, I'm not. I feel confident in my
You need to
based healing ability.
I need to go farm some soul shards because I only have 2 in my bag.
Unlucky.
I don't know what it is about Mag that just takes all my fucking soul shards.
Probably the 4 attempts we did.
You're between putting down lock rocks, soul starting people twice, fucking spit like
Yeah.
Like you actually use shadow burn a lot. I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because when you're getting knocked around, yeah.
Yeah, you just hit the thing that it just takes a soul shard, and you have to use your soul shards to actually like min max your damage, which seems like that's not a thing that should be done. It'd be like Earthshock taking a fucking soul shard that you could only carry 20 of.
Wait, so it comes out, Black Temple comes out on the 27th. That's a Thursday.
Yeah. It is indeed.
I mean, the first half of Black Temple is definitely puggable.
Yeah, but how am I going to get my Cataclysm's Edge week 1?
I don't know.
I mean, maybe they'll do a. Like, it sounds like some people are around Thursday. Like, depending on interest, it might just be like, hey, show up on Thursday if you can.
I could see them doing
And
a
we'll
full
fucking talk the rest or whatever.
Thursday or Saturday or some shit, and doing the day that has like the most people available.
Yeah, although like doing pugs in Hydral sounds like a fucking real.
Yeah, I don't know if I would
dog
go
shit.
for a Hydral pug, but a BT pug.
Like
seems
BT get like the first like 4 or 5 bosses down probably pretty easy, and
yeah, you definitely could.
I mean, I don't think we'll have to pug. They'll probably they'll put a sign up sheet, whoever can make it, and then they'll like start grabbing people. Pugs then. Like I don't think we'll have to
Like
go to like a full pug.
I think based on their logs, they didn't do like SSC or TK at all the week it came out. It was just the following week.
But maybe they weren't logging then, or like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think they had cares on logs from before that, but yeah, maybe.
But I mean, maybe because it was a pug, they were like,
And like it could have been like maybe Ash couldn't show up because it was later on, and he's the only one that logs. Like there's,
True.
There's two people.
Could be a
That,
lot
I think
of
it's Smelled and
reasons.
Ash that log, but I'm not entirely sure.
Hmm.
Because there was someone else, because Ash is like, I didn't have my logs running, or they corrupted, or some shit, and someone's like, I got them. Don't worry. Although it does seem like there was weeks where they were not logging, which
That could be, especially like if Ash took it over from someone else or something.
yeah.
Oh. Dude, that Giga Good healer is making a Ramparts group, Neil. Liz?
Wait, which one? Oh. Gonna message him?
You should message him. I'll probably message him too if you want.
Yeah, I'll message too. It invited me.
Oh. W. Now we just gotta find some tank and we're good. Shoot.
At least we know we have a good healer. And Solomon was actually that mage was in the group too last night.
Think they remember us?
I feel like everybody remembers your name. Like you might have the most memorable name that I've seen this expansion.
Fair.
Except for Touch Fluffy Moonkintail, but that's a guild name.
Yeah, it's a guild. That's not the same thing.
Or Wags Fluffy, because I can't believe I got it wrong.
Wiggles female
Moonkintail.
Yeah.
Or was it?
Wags female. Yeah, it was definitely Wags. Or Wiggles. I think it was Wags. I'm pretty sure.
Wiggles? Tiggles?
That's Wiggles her Moonkin tail. I slash shoot it. I slash shoot Wiggles and a bunch of people came up. And then I looked at one guy.
I like that when you change spec, he gives you your soul shard back for your pet.
Dude, that is poggers.
That's pretty nice.
There's a paladin tank in another group with 2 DPS, but I'm not sure if they're together.
Oh.
Dude, what am I fucking? Oh yeah.
We got a tank.
Huh? Dude, I think I do the ring.
For what?
For TK, and then like 2x. Is it Talon? Yeah, Talon. No one else has their TK stuff in? Oh, never mind. I had it filtered weirdly.
Oh, I was gonna. Did I put mine in?
No, not for TK. But you did for SSC.
There's not much gear that I could even potentially use here.
And TK?
No, and Pelfire. Like, I was hoping there'd be maybe a miracle like cloak or offhand or something, but there isn't.
Kind of just dog shit in there, you know?
Yeah. I hate 2 mobs. It's the worst amount of mobs.
I mean, I barely did any. I should have done good that pull, but I didn't. Holy sh!
So,
Did your
this mage
paladin
is
tank
decently.
almost die?
I don't know. I wasn't looking.
You went down to
I'll
like
be honest, man.
20%.
I don't look at the fucking tank health. I just look at my threat meter and my cast bar.
That's fair.
Is this more than 2 mobs? Please be more than 2 mobs.
It's 3 mobs.
Yeah, he's a fucking squishy boy. These mobs like don't have enough hit points to matter. Because if you crit for like 4k, it like takes the mob's entire health away. It's like 40% of its life.
Yeah, I've got that problem for critting for 4K all the time.
That's a low crit. It's not even a high one.
Oh, yeah.
Which one are you focusing? The destroyer?
I was getting the Dark Caster. But it probably should be the Destroyer, though. But you see, cloth mobs have less armor, and I can do more damage if I hit them.
That checks out. Ooh. More than 2 mobs. The paladin bought me. This paladin's a fucking Chad.
Damn. Actual person playing the game right now. Hopefully we can charge him.
He's gonna pull back, yeah. I mean, it makes sense you'd pull back with the casters and that.
Why am I not swinging? Oh my god.
Man. You guys just did.
That was you.
Like hitting these mobs there.
Yeah,
That was the mage. Dude, that mage fucking blasted.
True.
Yeah, I kind of miss being an arcane mage. Mage is more fun than warlock, I will say that. This Bone Reaper just resisted 3 fucking seeds in a row.
Oh.
Played from Pixel 9 Pro XL.
Your group fill yet, Nick, or not yet?
Yeah, not yet. It's got 6 slots.
Okay.
I expect to be able to watch that raid as it happens.
I can start the stream.
Man, those bosses are gonna die so fast in here with the fucking... Okay, there we go. Put this up on my second screen here. Man, it's weird seeing a fucking female Draenei from behind like this.
I'm saying
I don't think I've ever made a female Draenei before.
Oh no! Got hit my cooldown and did nothing. Oh, that might sell for a bit, huh?
That actually does sell for a decent amount. I think. I had somebody talking about that Karazhan that they used to sell for a decent amount. They sell for 500 gold.
Jesus, what dropped?
Living Ruby. Or Ruined Living Ruby.
Oh, the pattern?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, that's a scan from like last week, but like, still, if it was 500 gold for like last week.
Probably hasn't changed too much.
I mean, that sucks because that's essentially a drop atom that could have been the haze potion. Like, in theory, for the loot table.
Yeah, that would have. I would have been upset about losing that roll.
Yeah, I feel like I'll learn it right now. Where's one boss? He doesn't go far. We just AoE these ads, right?
Yeah.
You guys do that right? I should just let you cleave them and just single target it. That would have been more damage probably.
Dude, I'm worried about this guy. He fucking rolled until he got a 6 and then stopped. He's getting his low rolls out of the way so that he can fucking giga roll on DST.
That's... I wish him the best.
It's frightening, dude. It's frightening.
No, his next roll is going to be like a 25.
Hope so.
semi-coordinated. And, like, no one's like throwing fucking like, they're gonna ninja the fucking blues.
Yeah.
The kid losing their minds about some autistic shit, screeching.
This group is way too good.
Well, all 3 DPS are like way above where you should be in a heroic.
Yeah.
For damage output. And our priest is like that too. So the only person that's like heroic, like in the 1600s is a tank.
Yeah.
He's still paladin and has a lot of fucking spell power, so it
Also,
doesn't matter.
yeah, like how is this guy holding aggro?
I mean, if I see, I have not been going hard to see.
I've been going.
I do get aggro, but I also can't wait long enough because you and the mage kill everything if I fucking wait too long. So I'm in a fucking lose-lose situation here. I either don't see that much, don't do any damage, or I wait. Nah, fuck. I'm just gonna hope he mobs me. Oh, weird. They have to spell. Oh my god, I'm getting chain feared. I got feared fucking 4 times that fuck.
I like that the warlock got chain feared.
Yeah,
like
this
karma
is not
justice.
This is supposed to be. You're supposed to be feared.
I'm a warrior. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the Paladin's doing really good single target threat for the most part. Wait, the fucking mage used elixirs and shit.
Oh, what the fuck?
He's fucking consumed up.
Bro. This is supposed to be a non-PED show.
I was like, I used the mana oil because I had like 1 left on a stack and wanted to get rid of it. But
Okay, fine. I'm using elixir of major agility.
okay, so a stack of mana oil is like 15 gold. It's like 3 gold per thing.
And major agilities are like 6 gold.
Yeah, I don't mind using mana oil for shit or fucking elixir oils. It's like 13 gold for a stack of 5. Which those are like my easiest, cheapest thing. And they give. I don't even know what they give. They give me something. Why are you still staring at that fucking river? For the open group, this is still really slow.
6 more people. I think he just needs like healers. Or like I'm assuming there's like a bottleneck of healers. Because I'm in the healer group and one other guy.
I like all your chain heals. Not that far.
Yeah, that's so I can, you know, doesn't matter what I'm pressing the right button, you know.
Do you have any healing waves or lesser healing waves on fire?
Those are cut, you know. Touch. I only need chain.
If there's any way we can convince everybody to let the person do the AFK for a minute.
Wait, what?
I can use Curse of Doom and have everybody AFK for a minute.
The boss will probably survive a minute.
Yeah.
How long did the other boss survive?
Like 35 seconds.
I should be able to buy my own Wind Fury totem.
Be able to fucking put one. They should be able to like do a thing where you can take one class as other spell.
Oh.
Symbiosis?
Yeah.
I know it's a pretty balanced spell, so I can't see it causing any issues.
Especially if you just gave it to everybody.
Right?
Shield wall, did you see that at the end?
I didn't.
I'm just gonna pass because they're gonna DP. I don't need nether.
I would like to get the nether, but I'm not gonna beat on it.
Look, you should have. They all just greeted.
Yeah, everyone greeted. I mean, I feel like if you're... I mean, a lot of people could make it where it's like good for blacksmith, engineers, workers, healers.
True.
Actually, I should just make some fucking like a chance. Like, man, jump up here. I'm like bad at getting stuck here. There we go. I want to hear that from the guy that climbed backwards on the thing.
Hey, as soon as we do Underbog, I can prove that it was my keyboard, okay?
There's slave heads, yeah.
Yeah, slave pen, sorry.
Need fucking redemption. What's your gear scores, Resto?
300, but I don't have an offhand.
Oh, you don't.
So I feel like that impacts something.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
just put your Rod of the Sun King in your offhand as a flex.
Don't have dual wheel.
Oh, because you're
Yeah, you
resto
don't
spec.
have dual,
Yeah.
If I could like find something off the auction house for like 20 gold.
Oh, you definitely could. You could find like an like healing spell
Yeah.
after fucking healing spell MP5. Oh my god. Fucking Paladin cooped. We're feared. We're all dead.
Oh my god.
I still send the fucking Paladins. After the first pack, Rima's died.
Yeah, okay, nice. You did it. Back up.
And the priestess or the mages stood in fire.
Oh yeah, get the riding crop.
Oh yeah, the fucking badge is in the fucking box.
Hmm.
Oh, it's healing spots, the wrong one. Took all this plate gear.
True.
That is where the fucking badge is, right? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, wait, didn't 5 items drop?
Oh, nice.
I think 6 items dropped actually,
Nice.
but. Dude, and we got a prize prismatic shard? Sheesh. Yeah, I gotta go turn this in.
And we got 24 gold for doing that. We just fucking profited giga hard.
Dude, yeah, we had like 50 gold. Holy.
And wait, how much did the large prismatic sell for?
I think at least like, yeah, 18 gold. My last scan,
Yeah.
18.99.
That's a. I like that we did that full heroic, even waiting for a tank before Nick got the scroll done.
Oh man, it's a tough life rules there.
You know, actually, we should see if there's like an underbog. Actually, we'll wait for Nick. So you
I
can join
don't,
us in the adventure.
I don't think I'm gonna do heroics after the scroll.
Why
So
not?
see if there's like a slave pen or underbog or some shit.
We're not even playing yet.
I think it's really hard to get a heroic though, and it's not the daily.
True.
I feel like part of me feels like this guy's like not actively recruiting or something. The healer just accused that got sniped.
Are you in the No Intellect group, or who are you in? Oh, you're in the Eddie's group.
What are they doing? What's he done? One more peek.
You just joined the no intellect group at this point? Or is it like... Oh, I need mage tank, never mind. I see that.
But he only has 22 people, so I mean...
Yeah, but I mean, you're at... You only need 2 people now.
3, yeah. We're pulling ahead. Which I think we have enough healers now, too, that... So I think there's 5 of us. I don't know how many you need, but 5 sounds like it should be good.
Yeah.
There should be plenty for rule.
Should be able to grab 2 fucking good DPS and call it a day. I would think.
Would.
Wait, who's this person that's a Dark Ward in a guild named Magic B? It is known as Ogre Mad Guy. Is this a random guild member that just never showed up at anything before?
I think it's someone's alt.
Sven was talking about Dota, and Ogre Magi is also a Dota here, so it might just be like a Dota reference.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, is Magic B someone else's character? Or like...
Oh, yeah, probably.
Huh.
I mean, he's in the arena with... it's probably...
It's
whoever Sven... Yeah. Whoever the third person in the preset usually is.
It seems like Sven usually just plays with smell for most things. I can see why you do Rogue Mage instead of Rogue Druid, because that's just better. Rogue Priest, Rogue Mage, Rogue Druid.
Weird this guy didn't put DST open in the note. To attract, you know.
Well, because he knew... Maybe he just like DPS won't ever be the issue to get or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that warrior's name was Sandslash for a second, but it's not.
Be a good name, dude.
It would be a sick name.
You need a third tank for Malgar?
I think you only need 2, but I don't quote me.
That's 2007 year split.
Damn.
Yeah, I've seen a few people like over 2000 lately. There was a mage last night. Arrested a shaman earlier. I think it also depends if your class has to use like Quagsai and like other random shit that's like lower levels of
Yeah,
AIS. Like I don't think every class can physically get like all SSC and configure.
Yeah. Dude, no intellect group's at 24 people. How did I get fucking leapfrogged like this? I'm just like assuming this fucking mage is can be a mage tank, you know?
I think they don't need to have stamina on, from what I understood.
They don't, or they do?
They do. You need like a certain. I think it was like 9,000 or 10,000 life or some shit.
That's probably like reachable just with raid buffs and like decent.
Yeah. As long as you have like level 70 gear, you're probably gonna have it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I was going off what people were saying in the groups before.
Play from Pixel 9 Pro XL.
If there's anybody watching, I'm gonna just turn on some anime to listen / watch. Some Wisteria, Wand and Sword. If you want me to put it on, no, and I'll make a little window for it. Like, what are they waiting for?
You know?
The perfect combination.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's like a... Like, we have five healers, I think.
This is God's test to decide if you deserve a DST.
Yeah, like, man, I fucking... I don't know if I do. Is this fucking guy in, like, tier... Is that what priest tier looks like?
Can you inspect him?
Prayer Pete? It must be. His gear score's like 1600. It just reminded. Oh yeah, okay.
It's white men in moon cloth and stuff. That's actually
yeah.
not bad.
So, like that's fucking like tier 2, right? Like
that's tier 2, yeah.
Color?
Yeah, tier 2 recolor. Or tier 1 maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's tier 2 actually. Or tier 1. Yeah. But the crafted cloth gear is actually really good if he's using like like white mend and the other set. Like buy like the 3-2 for that. Like, that's actually.
Just kidding. We're turning the music back on because it's Overwatch time, actually.
Harder to get the blood. What are they looking for?
hell, you just got it. Dang, one more person. You're just free. You guys should just 24 man it, honestly.
Like, I don't know what he's like. How many healers is he wanting? Or is he like? So we have. If Radrox was online, we would have like 3 tanks. Healers? Like, that sounds like overkill.
Yeah, it does.
And that's one of these guys is Shadow.
Yeah, well, look, there's a to your right in game.
Varium is a Shadow.
Oh yeah, but like this, the group 5 is the healing group, and there's 5 of us in here. You know.
Well, maybe he hasn't done. Yeah, I see what you're saying. He's putting all the healers in their own group over there. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's like Holy or Resto or whatever. Catch left. Oh god, we need a mage tank? Jesus. Fuck you, Escard, go. Oh, this guy's looking for an enhanced match. Oh yeah.
There you go. Free.
I'm free now, dude. Oh, the SR's in the Discord?
That's fucked up. Damn, this is not going great, huh? my streaming. Thought he was going to come back after he did the SR.
Same, but I think they might be doing that to try and force him into Discord. Did you ever watching?
Yes.
Wait, why did she tell me we not to tell you that you were ditching me?
Because what, I think she got confused in her typing there. Like, we had 4 DPS, but we couldn't get through their team.
And the game's up. Are you about the fucking Gigabomb?
I did.
Oh. Oh. Definitely saw that coming because I feel like I've been Gigabombed there before.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, I know what happens on this bridge. It's not good things.
Yeah. Like, I've also been on the other side of that bridge. Like, what is this? Why are we playing against the most sweaty people? Crazy. Yeah, nice, babe. What?
Where'd the game go?
Oh, I just ran out of video memory, so my game crashed.
Oh, fucking Obama.
Yeah. I'm suspended. Okay.
Dude, you have a 2-minute suspension. You're fucking... Oh my god, I don't even know to say what you are right now.
I'm scum.
Other than pure, unadulterated evil.
For real. It's so crazy that there's no, you can't rejoin the game you were in. It's just, nope, you get kicked instantly.
the game?
Huh?
Is she in the game?
Oh yeah, she's still in it.
Not gonna spectate?
I guess I could. If I was there. Wait, they're almost losing now. This is because we were holding them so easy.
We should be able to run Final Fantasy no problem. The minimum requirements were like 3 gigs of video RAM.
Nice.
And like an RTX like 4080 or fucking 780. So it's like we're like an i5 3rd gen. So like you should be perfectly fine for that at least.
Good. I would have assumed I was, but then I think about it like how I can't even run Final Fantasy 15. So.
I feel like Final Fantasy 15 had like terrible fucking PC porting. Where like Final Fantasy 7 Remake was a bit of like a they try hard it a little bit more.
A little bit bigger of a game IP.
Yeah, they cared more about cloud than they did fucking the bro car full of bros.
Wait, you're getting that key, right? Like you're out of that game? Oh. Okay. Be right back. Did it drop?
There he is.
No,
They got the DST.
Teeth of Ghoul.
No.
Our DPS was good though.
Nice.
You mean going from a Ring of Blood level 66 weapon up to your best in slot offhand?
Yeah.
Was a melee DPS.
Turns out that was a bit of an up, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't that strange?
Notice it?
How
Did
in the world?
you see those numbers being bigger?
Yeah, dude, I was like breaking like 1K and shit. I was like, damn, I'm in 4 digits.
Damn.
Be right back really quick.
Okay. I might be playing FF7 now. Because she said, be right back. I'm pretty sure it's, not going to be gone for the rest of the night. Be right back. Be right back.
Do you think she like fell asleep or some shit?
Maybe.
She's still moving down there, Sint, or up there? I don't know relatively who lives above who in the state.
Yeah, like within a week or two.
Oh, nice. Oh my god, I'm gonna sell my fucking shard. Boy. Oh, 18 gold, but that's not bad. Still a lot better than like the 3 gold from vendoring the actual item.
Probably just gonna hang on to it for the future.
Yeah. I don't even know why I keep spare pieces of gear in my bag as a warlock. Like helm, shoulders, gloves, chest.
Yeah, that's
Like, why am I doing this?
I don't know.
Just put this in my bank for spare gear. Like, there's like tier 5 bonuses potentially that could be like useful if I like shifted gear slots around. Like, I have the tier 5 gloves, chest, helmet. Like, I have all 5 pieces of tier 5. So if like I got like 2 or 3 pieces of tier 6 and then went to use tier 5 instead, but then again the tier 4 bonus is better to use as 2 pieces than tier 5 is.
What's your 4 piece? 5.
You ready to hear something overwhelmingly powerful?
Yes.
Causes your pet to be healed for 15% of the damage you deal.
Dude, if you're a demo, Thargoon would greatly appreciate that, man.
And the tier 4 one is, so there's 2 tiers. There's 2 like the split. There's one for shadow, one for fire. Your shadow damage has a chance to proc 135 bonus shadow damage for 15 seconds. So it's essentially a trinket proc for tier 4.
Okay, that's useful.
Yeah, so the tier 4 is good. That's why you still use tier 4, like 2 pieces of tier 4 over more tier 5.
Makes sense.
Mainly because the 4 piece of tier 5 is also dog shit because it increases the duration of your corruption and immolate skills by 3 seconds. Wait, sorry, that's void corruptions. When your Shadow Bolt crits, your corruption does 10% more damage, and your Incinerate spell hits increases your immolate damage by 10%. So as destruction, I don't even use corruption. So it's functionally like not having, and you don't use pets either, as destruction either, so it's like having 2 no set pieces.
Yeah. That's rough. I mean, yours are about as good as mine, though.
The tier 4 one's good because it, is the damage proc, like 135 shadow damage shit. But
how long does it last?
15 seconds.
Okay, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's not like it gives it to me permanently. Like
No, that's good. I mean, because mine, whenever I overpower, I get 100 attack power for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know what I fucking do that to you.
Okay.
Put that in there, put that in there. Keep this thread chat, keep that. Right now I just have this spare hit gem that I have as a trinket. The trinket that reduces threat that's essentially Soul Shatter. This Shadow Damage neck that's not as good as the one I have right now that's less damage but has hit stats. Am I riding Crop? It's free up like 6 slots of inventory.
But like I was thinking maybe you put on different gear pieces for like AoE or something, but there's really just no reason for you to have that shit.
No, there's no reason. It's literally, I would have to like, I have it because like, some of it's enchanted and shit, because I had different 2-piece setups before. Like I had tier 4 helm and tier 5 shoulders, and tier 5 gloves at one point, until I got the better versions of things to wear, like with the tier 5 helm.
Welcome back.
As an underdog or something?
I mean, I would.
I was waiting for you to make the group.
Oh, I don't have that fight in me today. Or maybe ever.
Until new badge gear comes in.
I feel valued as a person. I see my position here.
I don't even know if I need new badge gear or any badge gear.
Yeah,
I feel like you definitely need new badge gear.
Like at some point they will, buff badges or something. Maybe, I hope.
I don't think they ever do in this expansion.
They're all hands on deck before Camelot.
Someone's dinging.
Yeah, I believe the server that I joined is that cool. There should be a Discord setting that's just like never show me a notification ever. Just fucking
true.
Don't ever beat it.
Group wasn't like super good. I never even stay in the Discord. Although I fucking lost a lot of respect for accidental success after that fucking female terror run. Like that was. Oh boy.
I really the girl group wasn't bad. They one-shot everything. Malgar got dicey. But...
Until that later that night, I'm like, imagine how much better my life would be if I was able to Krissa. It just never spoke. Like I don't tell people I'm a woman, but I just like leave it to their imagination. I just make
That's the
myself
female Draenei cheat.
Yeah, I just make myself a female Draenei, name myself with a name at the end that's like effeminate, and then just like let people come to their own conclusions.
I could have been anime cop S, and it would have been fucking.
See, anime cop, you could still probably pretend you're a lady because you're a female Draenei.
Yeah.
Because there's female cops. Yeah.
That's true.
Like, if you just, like, add some, like, smiley faces at the end of what you type, you're gonna fucking, like, trick some dudes right there. Or just, like, when you're saying they're AFK, to start dancing. Fucking Gila used to pretend he was a woman, he had to break for fucking, like, 2 full tiers of fucking vanilla.
Oh, I should have saved a roll on the healing trinket, I guess. Oh, never mind, I couldn't. Never mind.
Off-spec roll, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming some of those healers were probably trash geared. That they didn't like put ZA out before Black Temple or something. Like, just I feel like that change would harm nothing. So I don't think ZA gear is better than Black Temple gear.
Oh, it's not. Got some good things though.
Not. There's some
like it does
filler
have good
pieces,
things.
There's like some filler pieces like boots and bracers that are like equivalent to some Black Temple pieces, but aren't like better per se. They're like, oh, this is 5% worse.
Yeah.
But still is there. It also like there's like a lot of good weapon fillers there till you could get better things in BT.
And it would also make like the TK SSC fucking time last less.
Yeah.
They made unique changes for D2 Adam in the new season. Trying to find like patch notes or whatever.
Why?
Like D2?
What did they change?
Bloodletter is 20% faster run walk as well. Rogue's bow adds +1 to 3 to cold arrow or fire arrow. I don't think it's like anything that's like crazy. Like I don't recognize like any of these fucking items.
Yeah, Bloodletter is a unique Gladius.
Pluck Eye is plus 20%, 25% increased attack speed.
Wait, what weapon?
Pluck Eye.
Oh, Pluck Eye, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Bane Ash, they added 20% FCR.
Okay. That's
Raven Spine added 10% FCR. Renault heal 10%. Faster run walk.
Oh wait, what? They put okay. That's pretty good.
Bats form increased to 30% faster run walk. Added a socket to the ward. Angelic Raiment. Full set bonus adds 1 to all skills.
It was already a good low level set. Okay.
I don't know if that makes like any of those items like usable.
No, that changes are literally nothing for those items essentially.
It's like the first time they've like made actual changes to uniques. So like that, people are hopeful that it's like a sign that they'll like actually like do meaningful rebalancing on some of this shit.
Well, there's only the only things that really need to be fixed were the shitty like elite uniques. Like there are some that like off of the high like the third tier of items that were just garbage for no reason.
Yeah.
Like Giant Skull, I think is one. Yeah, like the unique Giant Thresher, garbage. Oh yeah, the Black Hades armor, also useless. Yeah, Medusa's Gaze, Steel Shade. Wait,
a lot of trash.
Man.
Like, what is Blinkbat's form?
It's I can't remember.
Armor.
Unique leather armor. Level 12 and 15 strength.
Like I don't see how like 30%, faster run walk makes that much of a difference on it, but
it doesn't.
Maybe
like
maybe makes it like usable, like at least a little bit better for lower level shit.
Yeah, it's just weird because like you're not using that for a long time. Like,
oh man.
Oh yeah. Like the Rising Sun, such a bad amulet. But it's got 2 fire skills. I don't know. What this guy's list of bad uniques is just shit he doesn't like. He said unique rings worst, the Stone of Jordan.
What the fuck?
The negative ranking is, of course, due to the trading and duping and such. It's like, what?
So, a unit, or a ring that has value in his mind is bad.
It's the worst, actually. The worst unique in his mind.
So, he has no issue with the game mechanics that are allowing it to be exploited, but the ring itself is the problem.
I guess, yeah. He's like, He's like, this item is only used to occasional mana-hungry Sorks and Necros. No, dumb person. How? Plus skills is the best thing you can get, and SOJs are like one of the only rings that give you plus skills.
If it makes you happy, Adam, they're putting Stone and Jordan in D4 next season.
As they should.
And D3 was really good too. It was one of the best damage rings you could use for a lot of builds. It was like a flat elemental like a damage type gain. Like 20 to 30% type shit. And it was a multiplier.
It's weird to me. I'm going back and seeing these forums, and people have their post count, and it's just like 14,000 posts.
Dude, yeah, they're fucking.
Wish I cared that much about anything.
Level of forums like that, or just like dudes have been posting for like 30 fucking years.
True. This was posted April 13th of 2010. Man. Oh. There's something about this. It's... This guy's post has got a picture of like Dexter in black and white, and then in his thing it's got like the Fistos. I can't even decipher what that word, but it's something, and then it says rise and rise again until lambs become lion.
That's the way lambs work. I think they just become more lamb chops. I don't think there's ever a point they become the predator.
Oh, dang. He was last active 2014.
So that's sad, dude.
I can almost guarantee he's been arrested for something.
What if he just stopped? No? He's only had... He was only in the 3K post range.
That's still a lot.
I know. I know.
And I feel like anyone on that forum for that long is probably some sort of like... I don't want to say... a guess, but I'm gonna guess it's something that could probably be arrested.
That's...
If they're like, you know...
Yeah. Oh, dang, this other guy who had like 14,000 posts was last active in October 2022.
Yeah, maybe COVID got him.
Oh, shit. I mean, he's a magic, or no, I thought maybe he's like a modder or something. Looks like he's a big fan of PoE.
He's a sociopath. I don't trust any PoE players. Myself included.
I think I'm gonna go make myself some Doritos. Pants.
That seems good.
Be the third time today. There'd be 5 and 6. And then tomorrow I'll have 2 left, plus some of the bread. That should be. And then on Monday, the government money comes in. I can pay the other part of my rent. And then get some fruit.
Oh yeah.
And then hopefully, I don't know if I told you guys, but I have a interview on Wednesday for a part-time job at Raising Cane's.
Dude, hell yeah.
And I'm like, dude, if I got that job, not only would I gain a bit more money per check, but like, if I could get free food too on top of that, that's like.
I get like a meal or
Yeah, usually
something.
they give you like a free meal while you're on your shift, you know, or on your run, like lunch or some shit.
And I'm like, dude, that would be sick. That's just money saved and more money. So.
Dude, it's chicken.
Yeah,
It's a
it is
good
good.
ass chicken.
It is. I do enjoy the Raising Cane's.
I think I like their chicken strips more than like Popeyes or like Chick-fil-A.
Like it's their style. I don't know, like, damn, you know, I'm getting hungrier thinking about this. I'm gonna go be right back. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
The Sith Lord lay dying on the command deck of the Starforge. The Jedi standing over him had once been his closest friend. With his final breath, Malak admitted that the Jedi path held more truth than he had ever been willing to believe. Revan had once been his master, his greatest rival, and the architect of the Sith Empire now crumbling around them. He had worn both robes in his lifetime. He had been a Jedi Knight, a conqueror who nearly ended the Republic, a man stripped of his own memory, and a redeemed knight again. By the time Malak fell, Revan had already reached a verdict on the Jedi and the Sith. Neither order would have welcomed what he had to say. His verdict took shape across 4,000 years of Sith history, his own crossing from light to dark and back, and 300 years spent inside the mind of one of the most powerful dark side users the galaxy had ever produced. Revan never laid it out in a single speech. Most of that journey lives in the Old Legends continuity, across Knights of the Old Republic, its sequel, the Revan novel, and the Old Republic. Canon barely touches Revan at all, which is its own kind of evidence for what the Jedi Order decided was worth remembering. His journey through both sides of the Force traces the answers step by step, and it begins with how the man standing on that command deck earned the right to be there. The man who heard that confession had once built a
You still
weapon
looking
with
for an
no
underdog
conscience
group,
at all.
or you just
Revan
sitting
trained
there?
under several Jedi Masters,
I would
including
just
the woman
say.
who would later
Fair.
become Darth Treya. He was already a Jedi Knight when the Mandalorians overran the planet Cathar and
Like,
pushed
there's
deep
no
into
tanks
Republic
that ever
space.
queue for
And when the
heroics that
Jedi
aren't
Council ordered the Order to
the
stand
daily.
aside, he refused. He led a group of defiant Jedi called the
Like,
Revanists
it seems like you
into
could
the
at
war,
least do
rose to
the
supreme
daily
commander
heroic
of the
if
Republic
you're
military, and
focused,
personally
but
defeated Mandalore
doing
the
anything that's
Ultimate
not
at the
daily
Battle of
heroic looks
Malachor
like
V
it's
in
fucking
3960 BBY. His victories carried weight that went beyond the battlefield. The
Safety
battle
to
plan
slave
he
pen.
laid
Slave
out at
pens might be
Malachor
something
triggered the Mass
doable
Shadow
too.
Generator, a super
Never
weapon
mind,
that
there's a
tore
group
open a
with a
wound
healer
in
and
the
3
Force
DPS
so
and a
deep
group with 3
it would
DPS.
haunt Mitra Surik, the Jedi Exile, throughout Knights of the Old Republic too. He also built HK-47, a hunter-killer
Like, tanks
droid
just physically
designed to
don't
eliminate
exist.
living targets without moral limits, a tool that would outlive its
Guess
creator
what? If
by
he were
centuries.
tanky, also wouldn't
The
be.
Jedi who
Because
would
he
later
wouldn't need
defend his
anything
old
from
order
there.
had already done dark side
Oh, dude,
work
I'd be
long
exploiting
before
myself.
he
I'd be like,
officially
I'll
fell.
take this for
And
300
then
gold.
he became the very
Oh,
thing he had gone to war
damn.
against. Chasing traces of Sith influence into the unknown
Actually, it might
regions,
be closer to
Revan and
150.
Malak discovered
That'd
the
be
rebuilt
reasonable.
Sith Empire
Oh
of
yeah, very
Vitiate,
reasonable.
Androm and Kaz. Vitiate bent them both
Oh,
to his
maybe
will, and they
200
returned
because
to
I could
Republic
demand 50
space
gold
as
from every
Sith
person in the
Lords.
party.
By the end of the Jedi
Oh,
Civil War in
smart.
3956 BBY, Revan's own
That's a
apprentice
nice,
had
easy
turned on
round
him,
number.
firing on his
And that's also
flagship
low enough
during
for
a
if somebody
Jedi
like
bombing
decides to
action
say no,
led by Bastila Shan. The council
that someone else
captured
might
what was
cover them.
left of him, rewrote his mind, and sent him out with no memory to find the Starforge, an ancient Rakatan factory that could build infinite warships and had been the engine Revan and Malak used to flood the Republic with fleets. He found it, defeated Malak, and chose the light. In the new essential chronology, that light side ending is the one treated as canonical. Revan's first proof came from the woman who saved his life. Bastila fell to the dark side after Malak captured and broke her. She served the Sith as a battle meditator, projecting fear and confusion into enemy forces, making her one of the most valuable weapons in the war. Revan brought her back to the light on the summit of the Leon Temple, and she came back more powerful than before, not weaker. In the final battle, her meditation helped the Republic fleet bring down the Starforge. The dark side had only borrowed her strength, and the light gave it back freely. That difference is the first sign of how deep the gap between the two paths actually runs.
You ever get like these weird videos that are dumb that are like, could the Hulk solo attack on Titan?
Dude,
Like,
power scaling is really big right now.
yeah, but it's like, you know nothing about the Hulk because that's like the most obvious yes
Oh yeah,
kind of
like,
shit
so
ever.
Yeah,
Like,
he can dumpsters the entire fucking universe.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
depends on which
1v.
Hulk, you know? Like maybe there's like Marvel Cinematic Universe Hulk that's
no,
that
there
strong.
no version of Hulk would like
What about
every version
She-Hulk,
of
dude?
Hulk would just shit on him. There's no Hulk weak enough where that wouldn't be the case.
I think She-Hulk probably dumpsters most of that universe too.
I don't know anything about She-Hulk.
She's also pretty fucking busted.
Dude, especially like World
Because I
Breaker
don't think they have
Hulk.
any weapons that could. I don't think they have any weapons that can like pierce even regular Hulk skin.
Yeah, they couldn't even hurt him.
And the fact if they did, it just would fucking enrage him more. So I'm not sure if they have anyone that's like fucks with him.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the western wall of the Temple Mount, the western wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle, 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
In the year 1119, in the ruins of the most sacred site on earth, 9 knights swore an oath of poverty and took up a strange commission. Their stated purpose was to protect Christian pilgrims on the roads of the newly conquered Holy Land. Yet, for the better part of a decade, these 9 did something odd. They admitted no new members, they mounted no recorded patrols of the roads, and instead they lived on the Temple Mount of Jerusalem in quarters the king had granted them atop the very platform where the Temple of Solomon had once stood. They took their name from it. They became the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, later known as the Knights Templar, and a legend has clung to them for 9 centuries that in those silent early years they were not guarding roads at all. They were, in fact, digging. The legends say they tunneled beneath the platform down into the vaults and cavities under the vanished temple, and that they found something there, something so valuable that it transformed 9 impoverished knights into the richest and most powerful order in Christendom within a single generation. And this legend planted in the deep memory of the Western esoteric tradition a question that has never been answered and never let go of. What did the Knights Templar find beneath the temple? Today we're going to follow that question honestly, and that means following it on 2 levels at once. On the level of history, I'll tell you plainly what the documents support and what they do not, because few subjects in the Western imagination have been buried under more invention than this one. And on the level of meaning, we'll take the legend completely seriously, because a story that has gripped the initiated mind for
I need to find a better USB-C to USB-C cable. Wait.
It's fucked up, because I found that like 9-foot cable like last week when I was going through shit.
Dang. Try switching it out with the one I use for. Oh, but this cable is so short.
In your keyboard. Yeah, why are you getting all that shit?
Huh? Oh.
Look at you claiming all that shit.
Trying, but trying to get my controller to, it won't even turn on now, and I don't get it. Like, it makes the clicking sound when it goes in, like it's snug in there.
Or just not recognize the controller too.
No,
It's like
because it
funky.
was, because I plugged it in before and it would light up like instantly, but now it's just not lighting up. Okay, now I'm just got to test. I'm going to try my phone cable even though it's hella short because it doesn't make sense. Okay, this isn't working either. Maybe it's like a, I know I never used that port. Maybe there's some dust in there or some stuff blocking the connect.
Which port?
On my motherboard on the back.
Oh yeah, try another port on somewhere. Yeah.
Well, I don't have an. That's the only USB-C port I have on my computer. I'm pretty. Got a bunch of USBs, but
yeah, the USB-C is rough for it.
hold on, be right back. 1 second. Oh, I clicked something. Oh, the titles. You play this game on controller or mouse and keyboard?
Oh, you play Final
Played.
Fantasy?
Yeah.
I played on PS5 originally, so I did use a controller. But it does seem like a game that actually could do well with mouse and keyboard. Like the controls weren't like.
Hey, look at this. Hold on. If you have my stream open, I'm going to tilt my camera. Because I don't get it. I have the cable going from the keyboard into the controller now.
Sometimes those keyboard cable like connectors are like not.
Sometimes you need to install like the firmware for the keyboard too, and like software.
Okay, well actually,
I have used the keyboard USB for like my controllers before. I just don't know how I got it to work, other than plugging both in and having the software in.
Sometimes if, like you go in your like device manager or whatever and like find that USB port and just like uninstall it or whatever, or like disable it or re-enable it or whatever. Sometimes that'll like kind of fix it.
okay. Well, I didn't realize this one's a USB to USB-C, so I can try it on a USB port too. I can plug my headset into the port too.
As long as the USB port's working, probably. Yeah, like I don't know why those ports are janky sometimes, but once they like you can't get them to work, I just don't know what to do.
Dude, I'm pretty sure it's not the ports. There's something fucked up going on with my whatever.
The controller.
No, I don't think it's the controller either. I think it's just my. I don't know, my cords or something, because it was like when I first got the controller, I could plug it in and it worked fine, but now it's like not working. Try restarting my computer. I don't know. I don't know why that would possibly help either, but
I mean, you never know. Sometimes with like new devices, like a restart for it to
get up.
Firmware and shit is, yeah.
Let me see if I could get the Logitech 15.
It's just it's just the Logitech software. I forget what it's called. G something or other. G Hub.
Oh yeah, G Hub, yeah. Oh. I see I downloaded the drivers. Now my board is one color. Not being
Yeah, you could. What color is it?
like ice blue right now.
Okay. Yeah, there's a. You can change the settings for like the ambiances on the keyboard.
I see. There's like a pick a whole 256 bits of colors.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I like that. Don't get distracted, Adam. All right, yeah, I'm gonna give it a restart. I'll be right back.